Chapter 473. Yes, Master. After the red-clothed old man received the command token, he nodded respectfully with the blue-clothed old man, and they didn't dare be disrespectful in the slightest. Their reverence towards the young man came from the depths of their bones and souls. Even if the young man asked them to die, they wouldn't frown in the slightest. It was only because this was their master, the Supreme Master. "All right, all of you can leave." The young man spoke indifferently. At the instant he finished speaking, the figures of the two old men gradually shattered and vanished without a trace. Their speed was so swift that only two material afterimages were left behind. For a time, only the young man remained in the sky above the palace. It has been over 20 years. During these 20 years, even though my soul existed, it was constantly suppressed. Now, He Ming's soul has been annihilated along with his main soul, and I've finally reclaimed control of my body. The young man's gaze was like a sword as he looked towards the distance, and it revealed traces of sorrow. Now that I think about it, I've left for 23 years. Suddenly, the young man's eyes became moist, and he seemed to have recalled something and was extremely sorrowful. His expression was extremely complicated. Sometimes it was filled with regret, sometimes it was filled with pity, sometimes it was filled with self-blame. Finally, the young man closed his eyes as his tears wet his face. "If I could choose, I would rather choose those 23 years that I've missed and not this extraordinary strength." In the next moment, the young man didn't seem to have made any movements, yet his body shattered. It turned out that it was only an afterimage. The swamp of death, in the depths of the enormous pit. The cave passageway in the enormous pit was extremely concealed, let alone the existence at the end of the cave passageway that was like an underground palace. Presently, in the audience hall of the underground palace, the owner of that formidable soul from before seemed to have said that it was his main soul. He even said something about a soul. Looks like it wasn't his complete soul. Duan Lingtian stood on the spot as he muttered to himself. But it's precisely this incomplete soul that gives me the feeling that it's even more formidable than the soul of Samsara Emperor Wu. Unfortunately, after his soul was annihilated, it didn't leave behind any memories for me. This is different from the Samsara Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and closed his eyes, recalling the thrilling scene just now. Finally, he came up with an answer. Perhaps, the reason why he could fuse with Emperor Wu's lifetime memories was because reincarnation Emperor Wu's soul had been hiding in his current body for many years. However, that powerful soul earlier belonged to an absolute outsider. I'm still too greedy. This time, it's already not bad that I'm still alive. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, shook his head and sighed. A man whose heart is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Perhaps this was the current him. In Duan Lingtian's heart, he was both shocked and curious about the existence that seemed to be even more powerful than the reincarnation Emperor Wu's soul. One could imagine that such a powerful existence would definitely have a rich memory. If he could obtain the other party's memories, it would undoubtedly be a great gain. Perhaps, he might be able to obtain something he'd never expected. After all, in his senses, the other party's soul was even more formidable than the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Finally, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, and his gaze once again descended onto the broken stone tablet. According to what that powerful soul said earlier, this stone tablet seems to be the Devil Seal tablet. What exactly is the Devil Seal tablet? Duan Lingtian instinctively raised his hand with the intention of grabbing the Devil Seal tablet and looking at it. His hand had just stretched out and exerted strength when a wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Only now did he recall that even if Little Gold exerted her full strength at the third level of the void prying stage, she was unable to move this stone tablet in the slightest. I'm afraid, his thoughts hadn't finished revolving when they stopped abruptly. Duan Lingtian stared his eyes wide open as he looked at the Devil Seal tablet in his hand, and he was completely stunned. How could I possibly pick it up? Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse stood at the side and was obviously shocked when she saw this scene, and she said via voice transmission. Big brother Ling Tian, how did you do it? You're actually able to pick up this strange stone tablet. I don't know as well. Duan Ling Tian shook his head, and then he took a deep breath. I don't feel that my strength has become stronger. Then there's only one possibility, this stone tablet has become lighter by itself. The stone tablet has become lighter? The little gold mouse's figure flashed out and leaped onto the stone tablet. Subsequently, her claws grabbed onto the stone tablet and actually flew up along with the stone tablet. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse that flew up with the stone tablet was extremely excited, and she didn't forget to send a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. Big brother Ling Tian, it has really become lighter. But, why would it suddenly become lighter? Right, why would it suddenly become lighter? Duan Ling Tian looked at the stone tablet that the little gold mouse had grabbed and flew up, and his heart shook. Could it be that it's because of that formidable soul from before? Because that soul left, so this stone tablet returned to normal? Although it was difficult to understand, Duan Ling Tian could only think of this method to understand it now. The Devil Seal Tablet. That fellow wouldn't be a monster that was sealed within this stone tablet, right? Just because my spiritual force extended into the Devil Seal Tablet and opened up a path for him, allowing him to escape from the Devil Seal Tablet? When he recalled what happened earlier and the words the owner of that formidable soul said before he was annihilated, Duan Ling Tian was able to guess some things. If it's really like this, then I've really shot myself in the foot. Fortunately, my soul doesn't belong to this world and is protected by some sort of law. Otherwise, would have died for sure. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath once more, and there was a slight lingering fear in his heart. The scene from before was something he couldn't forget in his entire lifetime, and he didn't want to experience it a second time. Others might not encounter something like this in their entire lifetime, yet I've encountered it twice. My luck is really heaven-defying. Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly. Gradually, Duan Ling Tian's surging mind calmed down, then he received the mysterious Devil Seal Tablet from the little gold mouse and studied it for a while, and after he didn't discover anything, he casually tossed it into his spatial ring. Forget it, I'll slowly study it in the future. Although he didn't know what the Devil Seal Tablet was and what use it had. But since the Devil Seal Tablet was able to seal such a formidable soul, then he presumed it had its own uniqueness. Subconsciously, Duan Ling Tian felt that this was a treasure that was hard to come by. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian and the little gold mouse carefully searched the audience hall for a while, and after they didn't discover anything, they prepared to leave. Before they left, Duan Ling Tian asked the little gold mouse to pluck out the only valuable 9 luminous pearls in the audience hall. When Duan Ling Tian bluntly put away the 9 luminous pearls into his spatial ring, the day was gone, and the entire audience hall fell into endless darkness, to the point one couldn't even see one's own fingers. The darkness didn't last for long, and a strand of raging azure-colored flames burned on Duan Ling Tian's hand. What exactly happened all those years ago? This senior Duan Yu was obviously killed by someone shattering his sternum. Duan Ling Tian had a complicated gaze as he glanced at Duan Yu's skeleton. I wonder if that deadbeat father of mine is still alive. If he's still alive, where would he go? Duan Ling Tian didn't hold any hope in his heart. Duan Yu, the half-step void stage ancestor of the Duan clan, even a half-step void stage expert, had died in the swamp of death. Whereas that deadbeat father of his was only a martial artist that had just broken through to the nascent soul stage all those years ago, you can be considered to be buried in peace if you stay here. Duan Ling Tian withdrew his gaze from the skeleton, then brought along the little gold mouse and left the audience hall. He returned to where he came from. When he returned, Duan Ling Tian had already familiarized himself with the cave passageway, so he sped up and arrived at the exit in less than half an hour. Little Gold, let's go back. After calling out to the little gold mouse, Duan Lingtian sat on the back of the little gold mouse that had become larger. Then they left the enormous pit and returned to the surface of the swamp of death. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian continued to search deeper in. In the end, he still didn't find any clues related to his father. After spending over 10 days, Duan Lingtian had practically turned the entire swamp of death upside down, yet he still didn't find anything. Perhaps, this is the best outcome. Duan Lingtian brought along the little gold mouse and left the swamp of death. Presently, both the man and mouse were slightly exhausted. During these 10+ days, besides not being able to eat and drink in peace, they also had to be vigilant against the surprise attacks of the demon beasts in the surroundings at all times. Big brother Lingtian, let's go to the nearby city and find a restaurant to eat. Outside the swamp of death, the little gold mouse suggested, and her jade-green eyes were filled with yearning. You little fellow, you're greedy again? Just nice, I want to find an inn to properly take a bath as well. Let's go. Duan Lingtian sat on the soft back of the little gold mouse and allowed the little gold mouse to bring him along as it flashed out. It wasn't long before they arrived outside the city. Fair Sun County's county city. Duan Lingtian brought along the little gold mouse that had shrunk down and walked into the county city with large strides. This Fair Sun County's county city is about the same as the Swallow Mountain County's county city. After entering the city, Duan Lingtian brought along the little gold mouse and merged into the endless stream of carriages, and he casually sized up the bustling Fair Sun County's county city. The county city was larger than ordinary small cities. But it was still inferior when compared to the imperial city. Duan Lingtian found an inn near the bustling trade market at the center of the city. Then he took a bath and changed his clothes before bringing the little gold mouse to a nearby restaurant. After ordering a few signature dishes, Duan Lingtian sat at a seat by the window and gazed at the bustling stream of people on the road outside the restaurant. It's really bustling. Suddenly, seeming to have noticed something, Duan Lingtian looked towards the entrance of the restaurant. Presently, a man and woman were walking in side by side. The young man amongst them was around the age of 30, and he had an arrogant expression as if he considered everything beneath his notice. Chapter 474. Tong Li. With a single glance, Duan Lingtian recognized this young woman around the age of 25, Tong Li, the young woman he'd taught a lesson in the restaurant all those years ago when he'd just arrived at the imperial city. He only found out later on. This Tong Li was actually the cousin sister of the imperial city's fifth prince. At that time, Tong Li had made things difficult for him on many occasions, and even the fifth prince wanted to take his life on many occasions, but unfortunately, the two of them didn't succeed. In the end, no matter if it was Tong Li or the fifth prince, they didn't have a good ending. Tong Li's cultivation was crippled by him. As for the fifth prince, he died in the throne room of the imperial palace. No wonder I felt Fair Sun County was slightly familiar since the beginning. Isn't this Tong Li the daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor? Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, and he couldn't help but recall the scene that occurred in the restaurant in the outer city of the imperial city all those years ago. At that time, after he taught Tong Li a lesson, he'd heard of Tong Li's identity. I really do have fate with her. Unknowingly, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of a strange smile. Right at this moment, Tong Li, who'd just walked into the restaurant, noticed a burning gaze staring at her, causing her to frown as her face sank. She was the daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor, who dared be so audacious? Tong Li's fierce gaze was like a sword that fiercely pierced towards the owner of the burning gaze. But when Tong Li's gaze touched the person, she seemed as if she'd seen a ghost, and her face went pale as her body started trembling intensely. It's him, the scene from the past was still before her eyes, yet Tong Li wasn't able to arouse any hatred in her heart, and there was only terror. With the current status and identity of the person before her, he wasn't someone she could shake. Even her greatest backer, her cousin brother, the fifth prince of the imperial city, was supposedly overthrown by this person before her a few years ago. Tong Li, long time no see. When he saw an acquaintance, Duan Ling Tian naturally wouldn't not greet her, and he directly sent a voice transmission into Tong Li's ears. Tong Li seemed as if she was struck by lightning when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, and her face went ghastly pale to the extreme. "Sister Li, what's wrong?" Right at this moment, the young man who was walking side by side with Tong Li noticed that something was wrong with her. He followed Tong Li's gaze and his gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian as well. His expression couldn't help but darken. "Younger sister Li, you know him? Do you want me to help you teach him a lesson?" He had seen through Tong Li's fear when she faced the young man in the distance. He wanted to show off in front of Tong Li. "I'm not feeling well. I want to return to the county governor's manor." Hearing the young man's words, Tong Li came back to her senses, her face turning green and white. Teach him a lesson? Within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there was probably no one that dared to threaten to teach this person a lesson. As soon as Tong Li finished speaking, she turned around and left. "Sister Li, wait for me." The young man's eyes that were suffused with cold lights swept Duan Ling Tian with his gaze, then he turned around and chased after Tong Li. Tong Li's departure was out of Duan Lingtian's expectations. "Am I that scary?" Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled, then withdrew his gaze. At this moment, all the dishes he ordered were served one by one, and he started eating. Half an hour later, Duan Ling Tian and the little gold mouse were full. Something worthy of mention was that the little gold mouse had actually snuck in to drink wine. Moreover, she'd completely finished the entire jug of wine, and she swayed as she stood on the table, as if she was practicing drunken punches. Finally, the little gold mouse's drunkenness kicked in, and she fell down head first, dead drunk. This little fellow actually didn't use origin energy to force the wine out? Duan Ling Tian had a strange expression when he saw this scene. How would Duan Ling Tian know? This was the first time the little gold mouse had drunk wine, and when the drunkenness kicked in, she'd forgotten everything, so how could she have thought of using origin energy to force the wine out? "Looks like I have to stay in the Fair Sun County's county city for the night. This little fellow won't be able to wake up for a while." Duan Ling Tian shook his head helplessly, then withdrew a few silver ingots to pay the bill. After paying the bill, Duan Ling Tian intended to leave. Right at this moment, a wave of clamorous noise sounded out from outside the restaurant. Subsequently, under the lead of a young man, 5 robust middle-aged men walked angrily into the restaurant. The commotion caused by the 6 of them was extremely great, and it instantly drew the gazes of most of the customers in the restaurant. It's the Mo clan's eldest young master. The Mo clan's eldest young master is about to marry the county governor's daughter, young Miss Tong Li. Now, there's still someone in the Fair Sun County's county city that dares offend the Mo clan's eldest young master? Who exactly is so audacious? The entire restaurant was bustling with noise and excitement. Young Master Mo2, this is, the manager of the restaurant, moved forward to greet the young man, and he had a perturbed expression as he looked at the young man. Humph. But the young man paid no attention to the manager of the restaurant, and he instead looked at a young man in the distance that stood up and intended to leave, and he shouted out explosively. "It's him." Instantly, the 5 robust middle-aged men behind him seemed to have transformed into 5 ferocious tigers as they rushed forward and surrounded the young man. Duan Ling Tian had already recognized the young man early on when he brought his group over. Wasn't this young man the person that was with Tong Li earlier? Mo2? The Mo clan's eldest young master? Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows. He had heard the discussions of the group of customers in the restaurant earlier. For a moment, his gaze became a little strange, and his heart trembled slightly. I really didn't expect that there's still someone who dares to marry Tong Li. I think this Mo clan should be a family force in the Fair Sun County's county city. At this moment, Duan Lingtian guessed many things. Surrounded by the 5 robust middle-aged men, Duan Lingtian had a calm expression that would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. "You're the Mo clan's eldest young master, right?" Duan Lingtian said indifferently. "Why? Didn't Tongli introduce me to you?" How would Duan Lingtian know that Tongli was already trembling with fear when she saw him earlier? How would she have the mood to explain so much to her fiancé? Perhaps, Tongli, who had already returned to the county governor's estate, completely did not expect that her fiancé would bring people to find trouble with Duan Lingtian. "I don't care who you are or what relationship you have with Li Er. But since you've made her unhappy, I'll teach you a lesson." A cold and indifferent smile appeared on Mo2's face, as if everything before his eyes was under his control. "Teach me a lesson?" Duan Lingtian was first stunned, then he smiled. "Are you sure you want to teach me a lesson? Don't blame me for not warning you. There are some things that you have to pay the price for once you do them. Today, if your people dare to make a move, then I can't avoid going to your Mo clan to stay for a few days." When Duan Lingtian's words entered the ears of the group of customers in the restaurant, it was as if a perilous wave had been set off. This young man is so arrogant. He actually dares to threaten the eldest young master of the Mo clan when facing the eldest young master of the Mo clan and the 5 generals of the Mo clan. This young man is either a fool or has an extraordinary background. No matter how I look at it, this young man doesn't look like a fool. Everyone in the restaurant was discussing animatedly. Mo2's face sank, as Duan Lingtian's words had similarly exceeded his expectations. Even though the 5 generals of the Mo clan had surrounded Duan Lingtian now, they didn't dare act rashly, and they were obviously waiting for Mo2's instructions. "Who are you?" Finally, Mo2 spoke, and he stared at Duan Lingtian as he spoke slowly. As far as he was concerned, this young man was either deliberately mystifying things, or his identity was extraordinary. If it was the latter, then he would really have to be slightly fearful. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh when he heard Mo2, as he knew that Mo2 was afraid of him. Duan Lingtian didn't answer Mo2, and he couldn't be bothered to do so as well. He grabbed the little gold mouse and walked out of the restaurant with large strides. The 5 generals of the Mo clan looked on helplessly as Duan Lingtian left, and they didn't dare obstruct him. After all, their young master hadn't spoken. Damn it! Mo2's expression was unsightly to the extreme. When had he been disregarded like this? When he saw Duan Lingtian was about to walk out of the restaurant, he gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. "Capture him and beat him to death." This furious shout of his was obviously directed at the 5 Mo clan generals he brought along. Duan Lingtian's actions of disregarding him caused the accumulated flames of rage in his heart to completely explode. At this moment, he'd completely lost all reason. Simply speaking, he was hot-headed. As soon as Mo2 gave the order, the gazes of the 5 robust generals of the Mo clan went cold as they flashed towards Duan Lingtian at the same time. In the sky, ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form and dashed out. The cultivations of these 5 Mo clan generals were completely revealed. The weakest was the 5th level of the Origin Core stage, the strongest was the 7th level of the Origin Core stage. Duan Lingtian had only just stepped over the threshold and left the restaurant when he heard 5 waves of chaotic howls of the wind behind him. Duan Lingtian unhurriedly turned around. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into an indistinct smile when facing the 5 Mo clan generals that flashed towards him and made a move against him. Finally, Duan Lingtian moved. Before the 5 Mo clan generals had even charged out of the restaurant, he'd already entered the restaurant. Whirlwind. Instantly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a gale, and everywhere the gale passed, a gale arose and swept through the entire restaurant. For a time, everywhere Duan Lingtian passed, the tables and chairs within the restaurant flew into the air and smashed towards all directions. This included the manager of the restaurant, the Mo clan's eldest young master, Mo2, and the group of customers who were dining in the restaurant. They felt a piercing pain in their eyes when this gust of strong wind swept over, and they instinctively closed their eyes. And right at the instant they closed their eyes. Bang! 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 5 enormous bangs sounded out at almost the exact same time, and if one didn't listen carefully, one wouldn't be able to discern them. When the group of people opened their eyes and saw the scene before them, they were completely dumbstruck. The 5 Mo clan generals had fallen on the ground and were drenched in cold sweat as they cried out loudly and rolled all over the ground. Their painful expressions caused the people present to feel a chill run down their spines. This young man is too terrifying. 5 Origin Core stage martial artists. In just an instant, they were all heavily injured by him. Unbelievable. This young man's age looks to be at most 22 or 23 years old. It's difficult to imagine that he actually possesses such formidable strength. His cultivation has extremely likely already stepped into the nascent soul stage. The restaurant was in an uproar. Chapter 475. Duan Lingtian's gaze contained a sense of mischief mixed within as it slowly descended onto the dumbstruck Mo clan's eldest young master, Mo Tuesday. At this moment, Mo2 had an astonished expression, and he still hadn't recovered from his shock. Never had he imagined that this young man would actually possess such a terrifying strength. In only an instant, the young man had heavily injured and defeated the 5 clan generals he brought along. You. Who exactly are you? At this moment, if Mo2 still didn't know that he'd kicked an iron plate, then he'd really have lived for so many years in vain. Mo2's heart was filled with regret. He hated himself for being hot-headed earlier. Lead the way. Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and 5 grade 7 gold injury pills shot out and descended into the hands of the 5 Mo clan generals. The 5 Mo clan generals gratefully consumed the pills. Lead the way? Mo2 was stunned, and only now did he recall what Duan Lingtian said earlier, and his face went grim. But no matter how unwilling he was, he had no other choice. Duan Lingtian's strength was far from something he and the people he brought along could go against. In the entire Fair Sun County, the Mo clan could be considered to be a large clan, and its power and status in Fair Sun County was only inferior to the county governor's estate. But the atmosphere in the Mo clan today was especially oppressive. In the Mo clan audience hall, the seat at the head that originally belonged to the Mo clan's patriarch was occupied by a violet-clothed young man. Below him was the Mo clan's higher-ups, including the Mo clan's patriarch, gathered together. But at this moment, their hearts were filled with nervousness. A young man around the age of 23 had swept through 5 of their Mo clan's generals with extraordinary strength, and he was suspected to have stepped into the nascent soul stage. They were clearly aware of what a 23-year-old nascent soul stage martial artist meant. In their Crimson Sky Kingdom, even the imperial family and the 3 great clans would find it difficult to produce such a peerless genius. In other words, it was extremely likely that this young man wasn't a member of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and might even be from one of those formidable imperial kingdoms, empires, or even dynasties. Not to mention their Mo clan, even the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family might not dare offend such a person. Bastard, why aren't you kneeling down? Suddenly, the Mo clan's patriarch kicked his son, Mo2, to the ground and shouted coldly. Mo2 didn't dare hesitate as he kneeled on the ground. Now, he realized the seriousness of the matter. Young's name? The Mo clan patriarch looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a perturbed expression. Duan Lingtian of. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Duan Lingtian? Of the patriarch, of the clan's patriarch of the clan of the patriarch Lingtian. The clan master of the son of. Ling's. When Mo2 heard Duan Ling Tian's name, his body went limp and collapsed on the ground. After a while, he struggled to kneel up again. Of Long, S. Clan S. Masters as S. Master Commander, S. Commander of the Commander the T. S. Nephew of the Divine Might Marquis. As a great clan of Fair Sun County, how could the Mo clan not have heard of the Duan Ling Tian, the #1 genius of the Crimson Sky Kingdom that was spread like wildfire a few years ago? But they never imagined that Duan Ling Tian, who was said to have left the Crimson Sky Kingdom, would actually return. Not only did he return, he even came to their Fair Sun County. And their Mo clan member actually made a move against Duan Ling Tian. For a moment, the gazes of the Mo clan's higher-ups descended onto Mo2, and all of them were filled with rage. Slap. 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 The Mo clan's patriarch took a step forward, raised his hand, and directly beat Mo2 into a pig's head. Commander Duan, Mo Hong didn't teach his son well, please forgive me. Subsequently, the Mo clan's patriarch, Mo Hong, bowed and apologized to Duan Ling Tian with a face full of humility and nervousness. Please forgive me, Commander Duan. The Mo clan higher-ups all bowed and apologized, and they hated Mo2 to the bone. Even though Duan Ling Tian wasn't a member of a great power of an imperial kingdom, empire, or dynasty. But to them, Duan Ling Tian was far more terrifying than a member of a great power of an imperial kingdom, empire, or dynasty. If it was a member of a great power, the power behind him wouldn't go so far as to lower their status and fuss about it with their Mo clan. But Duan Ling Tian was an existence that could be called a malefic star in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. They could imagine that once the matter of today was spread out, even without Duan Ling Tian opening his mouth, there would be a group of powers that wanted to curry favor with Duan Ling Tian that would make a move and annihilate their Mo clan. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had obviously broken through to the nascent soul stage. They'd heard of the matter of Duan Ling Tian leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom a few years ago and heading to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom with the intention of joining a sect. As far as they were concerned, Duan Ling Tian was surely able to have such a great improvement and break through to the nascent soul stage at such a young age because he'd obtained the cultivation resources of a great sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. With Duan Ling Tian's natural talent, he would surely be valued highly by a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. It wouldn't be difficult for him to become a great figure in a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the future. They could imagine that the current Duan Ling Tian was sufficient to make any power in the Crimson Sky Kingdom intentionally curry favor with him. Duan Ling Tian. He's actually Duan Ling Tian. I should have thought of it, I should have thought of it. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom, I'm afraid only this Duan Ling Tian is capable of scaring Sister Li into fleeing. Mo2 knelt on the ground and his body shivered. Patriarch Mo, you must be joking. I came to your Mo clan this time only because I wanted to disturb you for a few days. It can't be helped, I've been poor recently and can't even afford to stay in an inn. Duan Ling Tian sat upright at the head seat. His left hand held the little gold mouse that was dead drunk, and his right hand lightly stroked the little gold mouse's smooth back as he pretended to sigh. All the Mo clan higher-ups were stunned for a moment, then they instantly reacted. Commander Duan, this is 1 million gold. Take it as our Mo clan's compensation. Please accept it. The Mo clan's patriarch, Mo Hong, didn't say anything before withdrawing a large stack of gold from his spatial ring and passing it over to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian bluntly received the gold and casually put it away in his spatial ring. All the Mo clan higher-ups heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. As far as they were concerned, since Duan Ling Tian had accepted the money, he ought to not fuss about this matter. Unexpectedly. This 1 million taels of gold is the compensation for the shock this young Master Mo gave me. Duan Ling Tian looked at the Mo clan higher-ups and said indifferently. The Mo clan higher-ups, who originally thought that they could send off Duan Lingtian like this, were completely dumbstruck. 1 million gold was just compensation for the fright? Mo too, who was kneeling on the ground, only felt his vision go black, and he almost fainted. His heart was filled with grievance. Who exactly is the one that scared who? Of course, he didn't dare say anything and could only helplessly mutter in his heart. All the Mo clan higher-ups reacted and once again glanced angrily at Mo Tuesday. As far as they were concerned, if it wasn't for Mo too, how could their Mo clan possibly invite such a great god back? It's easy to invite a god in, but hard to send him away. Today, they could be considered to have completely understood the meaning of these words. Commander Duan, please accept it. Mo Hong once again gave him 1 million gold, his heart dripping blood. 2 million taels of gold was undoubtedly a large sum of money for the Mo clan. At this moment, he truly wished that he could slap his son to death. This prodigal son, in such a short period of time, he had already lost 2 million gold to the Mo clan. Yes. Duan Lingtian received the gold and nodded with satisfaction. Patriarch Mo is indeed straightforward. Since Patriarch Mo is so straightforward, then I won't make things difficult for Patriarch Mo. Duan Lingtian's words caused Mo Hong and the Mo clan higher-ups to heave a sigh of relief. Were they finally going to send off this fiend? However, in the next moment, when they heard Duan Lingtian's following words, their hearts were once again in suspense. Take this 1 million gold as the payment for the grade 7 gold injury pills that I gave to your Mo clan's 5 generals. Patriarch Mo, you wouldn't mind, right? Duan Lingtian once again put away the stack of gold and looked at Mo Hong as he asked with a calm tone. I don't mind, I don't mind. Mo Hong hurriedly replied, not daring to be negligent. However, in his heart, he had long since started cursing. 5 grade 7 gold injury pills for 1 million gold? This was simply more unscrupulous than a profiteer. Since it's like this. Seeing that Patriarch Mo is so cooperative, your Mo clan will compensate me another 1 million gold as the payment for my actions. How about it? All of you know that when a nascent soul stage martial artist makes a move, it still consumes some origin energy. A smile bloomed on Duan Lingtian's face. Patriarch Mo, don't you agree? At this moment, Duan Lingtian's smile was no different than a devil's in the eyes of Mo Hong and the Mo clan higher-ups. You only made a move, and even hit our people. You still want a payment for your actions? The Mo clan's eldest young master, Mo too, who was kneeling there and suffering, had his already shattered psychological line of defense completely collapse. Bang! In the next moment, Mo too's vision went black, and he directly fainted from anger. However, no one pitied him, including his father. Giving away 3 million taels of gold like this was undoubtedly a huge blow to the Mo clan. It was also their Mo clan that relied on their relationship with the county governor's estate to monopolize many industries in Fair Sun County. Otherwise, even if they sold everything they had, they wouldn't be able to take out so much money. After receiving another 1 million gold, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He never imagined that the Mo clan, a clan in a mere county, would actually be able to take out so much money. At the beginning, he only planned to ask the Mo clan for a few 100,000 gold. But who knew that the Mo clan's patriarch, Mo Hong, would give him 1 million gold as soon as he made a move, causing him to be embarrassed to not take more. It could be imagined. If Mo Hong knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking in his heart, he would probably be angered to the point of spitting blood. Patriarch Mo, your Mo clan is really generous. If I'm free in the future, I'll surely come often. When Duan Lingtian left, he smiled as he spoke to Mo Hong. However, these words of his caused the expressions of all the Mo clan higher-ups, including Mo Hong, to go pale. This maleficent star wants to come often? Huh. Just kidding, just kidding. When he saw the expressions of all the Mo clan higher-ups change, Duan Lingtian laughed, then took the little gold mouse and directly left. Chapter 476. After Duan Lingtian left the Missouri clan estate with the little gold mouse, he left the Fair Sun County's county city and returned to the imperial city. As far as he was concerned, the matter of the Mo clan was only a farce. 3 million taels of gold was nothing to him, who had tens of millions of taels of gold in his possession. Since the Mo clan's eldest young master had offended him, he could only consider himself unlucky. After returning to the imperial city, Duan Lingtian didn't return home but instead went to the Duan clan, as he had some unresolved questions in his heart. After arriving at the Duan clan estate, Duan Lingtian went to look for the patriarch, Duan Ruhua. Patriarch, I heard Uncle Nya say that after my father went missing in the Swamp of Death all those years ago, the clan had once sent an expert into the Swamp of Death to look for him. I wonder what was the name of that expert? Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. Although he didn't know why Duan Lingtian was suddenly interested in this, Duan Ruhua still said, that expert was an ancestor of our Duan clan, an existence at the half-step void stage. He was called Duan Yu. Duan Yu. Duan Lingtian's eyes imperceptibly constricted. Looks like his guess wasn't wrong. The skeleton he saw in the underground palace's audience hall under the enormous pit in the Swamp of Death really belonged to that expert from the Duan clan all those years ago. The letter within the spatial ring of that skeleton was sufficient to prove his identity. Little Tian, why did you suddenly ask about this? Duan Ruhua asked curiously. Just asking. Duan Lingtian smiled, but didn't speak the truth. It wasn't that he intentionally concealed it, but rather that he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble for that senior. After all, that senior had already passed away for a long time. Just let that senior sleep peacefully in that underground palace. After finding out what he wanted to know, Duan Lingtian's objective this time could be considered to have been accomplished, and he directly bid farewell to Duan Ruhua and left. After leaving the Duan clan estate, Duan Lingtian made a trip to Paladin Academy to see his teacher in the Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind department, Sima Changfeng. He was also the dean of Paladin Academy. You've returned for so long, you only remembered to see me now? Once they met, Sima Changfeng couldn't help but laugh and scold him. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. Recently, I've encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation and have been busy cultivating, so, hee. Alright, I was just joking. I heard that 1 month ago, as soon as you returned, you made the members of the Sun Ascent Kingdom suffer a loss and flee in panic. Moreover, you used an extremely strange method. Sima Changfeng glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Also, the junior brother you brought back is actually a first-level nascent soul martial artist. I'm very curious, as his senior brother, what realm has your cultivation reached? Seeing Sima Changfeng's burning gaze, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He took a step forward, and his yuan power surged. The next moment. Whoosh! In the sky above Duan Lingtian, 1,000 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, and they accumulated force while waiting to be deployed. 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Sima Changfeng exclaimed with an astonished expression. Although he was prepared since long ago and guessed that Duan Lingtian's current strength ought to be stronger than his junior brother, Sima Changfeng never imagined no matter what. Duan Lingtian had actually broken through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. A 23-year-old 7th level nascent soul stage martial artist, what sort of concept was this? Even in the entire Dark Han dynasty, a 23-year-old 7th level nascent soul stage martial artist is probably extremely rare, Sima Changfeng thought to himself. When Sima Changfeng was astonished, Duan Lingtian was using his spiritual force to size up Sima Changfeng. After not seeing him for a few years, this teacher of his had already broken through to the 4th level of the void prying stage, and it was shocking. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian chatted with Sima Changfeng for a while before bidding his farewells and leaving. When he left, he went to see the vice dean, Zhan Hong. Zhan Hong had helped him many times all those years ago, and he'd always remembered it in his heart. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the branch sect of the Azure Forest Trisect, the Snow Moon Sect. The Snow Moon Sect was one of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the past. Yet now, along with the Mountain Split Sect and 7-Star Sword Sect being annihilated successively, only 3 of the 5 great sects remained, and they'd merged together. The Snow Moon Sect had completely vanished in the annals of history. Whoosh! A graceful figure was like an exceedingly swift bolt of lightning that flashed into the sect. This caused the disciples that guarded the sect to be dumbstruck. "Isn't that senior sister Lu Yu?" One of them recognized the owner of that graceful figure. The personal disciple of one of the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect, sect leader Shui Rui. Shui Rui was the former sect leader of the Snow Moon Sect. Senior sister Lu Yu is so anxious, looks like she's encountered an urgent matter. Another person couldn't help but guess. As the former Snow Moon Sect's residence, it was covered in snow all year round, and it seemed to be covered in a layer of beautiful silver. "Master." In the depths of the snowy mountain, an anxious voice broke the silence. Before a palace that was enveloped in snow, a young woman around the age of 30 stood there, and when she spoke, her breath condensed into ice and fell down. "Come in." A voice sounded out from within the palace. The young woman walked into the audience hall of the palace and looked at the nearby middle-aged man before bowing respectfully. "Master." The middle-aged man wore a silk headdress and held a feather fan in his hand, and he had an elegant bearing and extraordinary bearing. "You, what's the matter that's so hurried?" The middle-aged man that was dressed like a scholar, the former sect leader of the Snow Moon Sect, Shui Rui, had a bewildered expression as he looked at his personal disciple. "Master, there's news of Duan Lingtian." Lu Yu's face flushed red as she spoke excitedly. "What?" Shui Rui's pupils constricted when he heard this. "Where is he now?" As Shui Rui finished speaking, his tone had slight coldness. Since the battle at the 7-Star Sword Sect the other day, Duan Lingtian had fled, and their Azure Forest Trisect had exhausted all their efforts to search for the whereabouts of Duan Lingtian, yet they came up empty-handed. Duan Lingtian, the monstrous genius of the 7-Star Sword Sect, had suppressed the zither young master that was ranked 3rd among the 5 great young masters at the mere age of 23. They could imagine that once this Duan Lingtian matured in the future, he would surely become a great calamity for their Azure Forest Trisect. So no matter what, they had to drag out this Duan Lingtian and eliminate him by the roots before he matured. Otherwise, the Azure Forest Trisect would never have a day of peace. But during this period of time, even though they'd exhausted a great deal of effort in searching for the whereabouts of Duan Lingtian, they'd always been unable to find any clues related to Duan Lingtian. This caused them to be impatient. Yet now, there was finally news of Duan Lingtian. "Master, Duan Lingtian is currently within the imperial city of a small kingdom under our Azure Forest Kingdom, the Crimson Sky Kingdom." Lu Yu spoke with slight excitement. After all, after the battle at the 7-Star Sword Sect, the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect had jointly announced, no matter who it was, once a disciple of the Azure Forest Trisect found the whereabouts of Duan Lingtian and killed Duan Lingtian, the disciple would be able to obtain a Grade 5 spirit weapon. In the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Grade 5 spirit weapons had always been the exclusive right of the leaders of the few great powers that stood at the peak. The degree of its preciousness was obvious. Whereas for the sake of searching for Duan Lingtian's whereabouts, the reward offered by the Azure Forest Trisect was precisely the 2 Grade 5 spirit weapons of the 7-Star Sword Sect and Mountain Split Sect that had already been annihilated. Once Duan Lingtian was killed, the the person that provided the whereabouts of Duan Ling Tian could choose any one of the grade 5 spirit weapons. At this moment, Lu Yu seemed to have seen a grade 5 spirit weapon beckoning to her. Crimson Sky Kingdom. Shui Rui was first stunned, then came to a sudden understanding. No wonder we were unable to find any clues related to Duan Ling Tian even after mobilizing all the disciples of the Azure Forest Trisect. So it turns out that he went to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Is the information accurate? Shui Rui had a serious expression as he asked Lu Yu. Don't worry, Master, the information is surely accurate. For the sake of verifying it, I even personally made a trip to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Master, perhaps you still don't know, but Duan Ling Tian rose to fame in the Crimson Sky Kingdom a few years ago, and he's even publicly acknowledged as the #1 genius of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Lu Yu said slowly, according to the information I personally found out, Duan Ling Tian had once appeared in the Imperial Palace of the Crimson Sky Kingdom 2 months ago. Moreover, he has many friends and relatives in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City. When she spoke up to hear, Lu Yu paused for a moment before continuing. If it's necessary, we're entirely capable of using those people to force Duan Ling Tian to show himself. You're very good, you didn't disappoint, Master. Shui Rui's face revealed a gratified smile. I'll go look for Sect Leader Long and Sect Leader Lu right away and tell them of this good news. Once Duan Ling Tian is killed, you'll obtain a grade 5 spirit weapon. As soon as he finished speaking, Shui Rui soared into the sky and left directly, only leaving behind Lu Yu, who stood on the spot with an excited expression. Crimson Sky Kingdom, Imperial City. Unknowingly, I've already returned for 2 months. In the spacious rear courtyard of the courtyard house, Duan Ling Tian sat within the pergola as he teased the little gold mouse on the table. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse looked at Duan Ling Tian and cried out, then said via voice transmission, Big Brother Ling Tian, do you miss Big Sister Kerr and Big Sister Li Fei? Duan Ling Tian nodded. Kerr and little Fei haven't returned until now. I wonder where they went. Before the little gold mouse could reply, Young Master, a voice sounded out into the rear courtyard. Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that this was Jingru's voice. Jingru, what's wrong? Duan Ling Tian brought the little gold mouse along and left the rear courtyard to arrive at the front courtyard. Young Master, there's a member of the Duan clan outside looking for you. Jingru said to Duan Ling Tian. A member of the Duan clan? Duan Ling Tian walked out of the courtyard house and noticed that there was already a carriage waiting there. Little Tian. In next to no time, the curtain of the carriage was pulled open and a middle-aged man stuck his head out. I'll take you to see someone. Duan Ling Tian recognized the person, the Duan clan's 4th master, Duan Ruhong. Duan Ling Tian carried his bewilderment as he boarded the carriage. See who? You'll know when we arrive at the clan. Duan Ruhong kept Chen Shi in suspense. Duan Ling Tian carried his bewilderment as he arrived at the Duan clan estate with Duan Ruhong and headed towards the Duan clan audience hall. They hadn't even entered the audience hall when Duan Ling Tian heard a voice that sounded out from within. Third brother, all this isn't your fault. Besides that, your son is extremely promising. Now that you've returned, you can properly enjoy your life. Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that this was the voice of the patriarch, Duan Ruhua. Third brother? Chapter 477. Duan Lingtian's breathing became hurried when he heard Patriarch Duan Ruhua. In the entire world, there seemed to be only one person that could be called third brother by Duan Ruhua, Duan Rufeng. In other words, his deadbeat father. Not to mention that as a person that had transmigrated from Earth, he didn't have any feelings towards his deadbeat father that he'd never met. Even the Duan Lingtian from before didn't have any memories of his deadbeat father. To Duan Lingtian, his father was too distant, too illusory. However, the sudden appearance of a person that had been missing for an entire 23 years still caused Duan Lingtian to be shocked and feel disbelief. Fourth uncle, is it really my father? Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Ruhong and couldn't refrain himself from asking. An unprecedented perturbed feeling. Duan Ruhong lightly smiled. Wouldn't you know if it's your father once you go in and take a look? Only when Duan Lingtian walked into the audience hall did he understand what Duan Ruhong meant earlier. Within the audience hall, a young man with a tall figure was standing opposite the patriarch of the Duan clan, Duan Ruhua. Now, when they heard his footsteps, the two of them turned around at practically the same time to look over. Duan Lingtian's gaze completely descended onto the young man. The young man wore azure clothes, his hair casually scattered on his shoulders, and his handsome face was incomparably clean. The young man had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, a firm expression, and distinct edges that seemed as if they were carved by a blade. What caused Duan Lingtian to be most surprised was that the young man's appearance was actually 60% or 70% similar to his own. At the same time, when facing this young man, a feeling of blood connection arose in his heart for no reason. At this instant, there was no need for any words as Duan Lingtian had already confirmed the young man's identity. Duan Rufeng. His deadbeat father. The husband that his mother yearned for day and night. When Duan Lingtian was looking at Duan Rufeng was looking at him as well. Duan Lingtian could see traces of excitement contained within Duan Rufeng's eyes. It was excitement that came from the bottom of his heart. You're Tian. Duan Rufeng walked forward in large strides and arrived before Duan Lingtian in a few steps, then he stretched out his hand towards Duan Lingtian's face. If it was another person, Duan Lingtian would have kicked that person flying long ago. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian did not do so and allowed the other party to reach out and touch his face. For some reason, a feeling, Tian, Duan Lingtian. This feeling. Father. And, Duto Duan Duan Tian, to recognize Duan Tian to him to speak. In fact, the moment he saw Duan Rufeng, he was filled with resentment toward him. He resented Duan Rufeng for not coming back earlier and letting his mother suffer so much. Everything that was happening right now seemed to be at the behest of ghosts and gods. It was as if his subconscious was urging him to do so. What did you just call me? You called me father? Duan Rufeng's face was full of excitement and surprise. Obviously, he didn't expect that this son, whom he had never met before, would directly recognize him as his father. After all these years, he was the one who had let Duan Lingtian down. Even if Duan Lingtian didn't want to recognize him as his father, he wouldn't be surprised, and he wouldn't blame Duan Lingtian either. For over 20 years, he had never fulfilled his responsibility as a father. You're not my father. When Duan Lingtian heard Duan Rufeng's words, he couldn't help but be startled. No. I'm your father. Duan Rufeng spoke without thinking, as he was deeply afraid Duan Lingtian wouldn't recognize him as his father. Duan Lingtian started laughing. But in next to no time, his smile completely froze. When his spiritual force touched Duan Rufeng, he actually noticed that there wasn't the slightest trace of origin energy in Duan Rufeng's body. When his spiritual force fused into Duan Rufeng's dantian, he didn't notice even the slightest trace of origin energy. Father, your origin energy, Duan Lingtian's face went grim. Although his spiritual force didn't notice any trace of damage in Duan Rufeng's dantian, Duan Rufeng's body really didn't have the slightest trace of origin energy. After all, Duan Rufeng was already a nascent soul martial artist 23 years ago. Now, 23 years had passed. Logically speaking, with the natural talent that Duan Rufeng revealed that day, it wasn't difficult for his cultivation to break through to the void initiation stage. But now, not only was Duan Rufeng not a nascent soul martial artist, even his origin energy had completely vanished. Of course, it wasn't that Duan Lingtian hadn't thought that Duan Rufeng's cultivation might have advanced to the void interpretation stage due to some sort of fortuitous encounter, but, even if it was a void interpretation stage expert, even if Duan Lingtian couldn't see through the depth of their cultivation, he was still able to sense the origin energy within their bodies. Now, Duan Rufeng's body didn't have the slightest trace of origin energy. The result of Duan Lingtian's investigation was that Duan Rufeng was currently only a 9th-level body tempering stage martial artist that hadn't developed origin energy. This was no different from a martial artist whose dantian was crippled. At this moment, Duan Lingtian faintly realized that perhaps this was related to the reason why this cheapskate father of his had gone missing for so many years. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian wasn't wrong. My origin energy doesn't exist anymore. Duan Rufeng sighed. That year, I went to the Swamp of Death to search for the serene oxypetalum for you and your mother, but an unforeseen event suddenly occurred during this period of time. Because of some reason, it caused me to have no choice but to be unable to return to look for you and your mother during these 23 years. As he spoke up to hear, Duan Rufeng's eyes flashed with a cold light. If it wasn't for the sake of being able to return to look for you and your mother, I would have long since chosen to burn both jade and stone and perish together with that person. There was utterly no need for me to be ordered around by him for so many years and struggle at death's door until today. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was able to feel the dense coldness contained within Duan Rufeng's tone. That person? Duan Lingtian's face sank. Who was that person? I'll take revenge for you. There's no need. Duan Rufeng shook his head. Duan Lingtian instantly had a bewildered expression. Duan Rufeng explained. That person's evil deeds were repaid with evil, and he's already been completely annihilated. Otherwise, father might not have been able to return to look for you and your mother. Then he really got off lightly. Duan Lingtian grunted coldly, and his eyes were filled with awe-inspiring coldness. That person didn't just destroy his father, he even caused his mother to be alone and without anyone to rely on for so many years. He wished for nothing more than to tear that person into pieces. No matter what, it's a happy thing that you and your father were able to reunite once more. Duan Ruhua, who'd always been standing silently at the side, spoke slowly. Yeah, third brother. Even if you don't have your cultivation, you still have an extraordinary son. You just have to properly enjoy your life in the future. Duan Ruhong spoke out as well. Duan Rufeng nodded, then looked at Duan Lingtian and said with an ashamed expression, Tian, the patriarch has already told me about your past experiences. It's been hard on you and your mother these past few years. All of this is father's fault. Father, don't mention the matters of the past. You being able to return this time is already a great fortune amidst misfortune. I think that if mother were to see you, she would surely be extremely happy. Duan Lingtian persuaded Duan Rufeng, and as he finished speaking, his face revealed a smile. Duan Rufeng's body shook when he heard this. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Duan Ruhua and Duan Ruhong before leaving the Duan clan estate with Duan Rufeng. On the way, Duan Lingtian had the intention of asking Duan Rufeng about his experiences in these past 20 years. However, he quickly noticed that Duan Rufeng wasn't too willing to mention that experience. Based on father's current attitude, I can imagine that it's surely an experience that he's unwilling to recall. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and at the same time, he didn't ask any further. Not long after, Duan Lingtian brought Duan Rufeng back to his own courtyard house. Young master, this is... Jingru was completely stunned when she saw Duan Rufeng by Duan Lingtian's side. Because Duan Rufeng and Duan Lingtian were too similar in appearance. Jingru, this is my father. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke. Jingru was shocked, and at the same time that she slightly lost her composure, she hurriedly bowed to Duan Rufeng. "Greetings, master." According to her knowledge, didn't the young master's father go missing over 20 years ago? Now that he suddenly returned, it was surprising. "Father, she's Jingru, the manager of my courtyard house," Duan Lingtian said to Duan Rufeng. Duan Rufeng lightly smiled as he nodded to Jingru, but his gaze quickly moved away from Jingru and swept through the courtyard house. Jingru guessed what Duan Rufeng was looking for, and she lightly smiled as she said, "Master, Madam is in the rear courtyard." "Rear courtyard?" Duan Rufeng's eyes brightened, and his handsome and firm face slightly trembled with excitement. "Father, come with me." Duan Lingtian took Duan Rufeng to the rear courtyard. In the rear courtyard, a graceful and beautiful figure stood in the distance, watering the flowers and plants. Her back was picturesque, which made people's eyes brighten. "Tian, you're back." Hearing the footsteps, the woman slowly turned around. "I heard from Jingru that early in the morning, you..." The woman didn't finish her words, because at this moment, she was completely stunned. For more than 20 years, the figure that appeared in countless midnight dreams appeared in front of her eyes. So real, but so illusory. "Brother Feng. I'm not dreaming, am I?" The woman's gaze completely ignored Duan Lingtian, and fell on Duan Rufeng beside Duan Lingtian. She was inexplicably excited. The woman's delicate body trembled violently, and her eyes were full of anxiety, for fear that the scene in front of her was just a dream. She didn't even have the courage to pinch herself to make sure whether she was dreaming or not. Because once she failed, it meant that she would wake up from the dream. She didn't want to interrupt this beautiful moment. Even if it was just a dream, she still hoped that she would never wake up from this dream, and hoped that this moment could become eternal. At this moment, Duan Rufeng's body was also trembling slightly. His mood was no different from the woman in front of him. Mother. Seeing that his cheap father, Duan Rufeng, stayed in the same place for a long time without any movement, Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile, and exclaimed, "You're not dreaming. Father is back. Your intuition is right. Father is not dead, really not dead." Chapter 478. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that his mother and that deadbeat father of his had been separated for so many years, and they surely had many things to say to each other, so, he sensibly left the rear courtyard and didn't disturb them. "I truly never imagined that I would actually recognize this father as a coincidence." When he recalled the scene that occurred in the Duan clan earlier, Duan Lingtian was still slightly unable to understand and find it hard to believe. At that moment, he didn't even have the time to react before inexplicably calling Duan Rufeng father. Perhaps, this is the connection of bloodlines. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. But, no matter what, Duan Lingtian was extremely happy that Duan Rufeng was able to return. He wasn't happy for himself. He'd long since gotten used to his current life, and whether that deadbeat father of his returned or not didn't affect him too much. He was happy for his mother. During these past few years, his mother had painstakingly raised him up. A woman that didn't have anyone to rely on, the hardships she carried could be imagined. So, Duan Lingtian had always loved his mother dearly. Now that the man his mother yearned for day and night had returned, it also meant that from today onwards, his mother wouldn't be alone any longer. Squeak squeak, suddenly, the little gold mouse's cry sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. "Little gold, what's wrong?" Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse in bewilderment and asked curiously. The little gold mouse blinked her jade-green eyes as she stared at Duan Lingtian and said via voice transmission, "Big brother Lingtian, when your father looked at me earlier, I sensed a terrifying aura sweeping over. That terrifying aura was extremely similar to the aura I sensed at the Swamp of Death the last time. Swamp of Death? Duan Lingtian's brows raised. He clearly remembered what happened the last time. It was precisely because the little gold mouse sensed that terrifying aura that she was able to bring him to the underground palace that was embedded deep underground. But, according to what the little gold mouse said, that terrifying aura only appeared briefly at the moment the formidable soul wanted to crush his soul and seize his body in the end. That terrifying aura was obviously emitted by that formidable soul. On that day, Duan Lingtian had guessed it. Little Gold, I think you've surely sensed wrongly. The owner of that aura you sensed will never appear again. Duan Lingtian shook his head and thought that the little gold mouse sensed wrongly. The little gold mouse's head drooped and didn't refute. After all, it had only sensed the terrifying aura when Duan Rufeng looked at it earlier. In the blink of an eye, that aura. At this moment, even she herself wasn't sure if it was a misconception or not. Only when night fell did Duan Lingtian hear Li Ro call out to him. Duan Lingtian brought along the little gold mouse to walk into the rear courtyard. Only now did he notice that his mother, Li Ro, was leaning by the side of his cheapskate father, Duan Rufeng. Her beautiful cheeks revealed a wisp of crimson, and her watery eyes even seemed to be able to melt everything. Mother, congratulations on getting what you wanted. It was the first time Duan Lingtian had seen his mother so happy, and he couldn't help but reveal a smile. He was able to discern that his mother was really happy, and her happiness was written all over her face. Tian, quickly come over and let your father take a good look at you. Li Ro called Duan Lingtian over, and her smile was like a flower that was beautiful and moving. Duan Lingtian walked over. Ro, it's been hard on you these past few years. I've already found out about what you and Tian have experienced these past few years. I guarantee that I won't leave you half a step in the future. Duan Rufeng looked at his wife by his side, and his heart was filled with guilt when he thought of his wife's experiences these past few years. Li Ro nodded lightly with a face full of happiness. The family of three was joyous and harmonious. During this period of time, for the sake of not causing his mother to worry, Duan Lingtian didn't mention the matter of his father losing his origin energy, and he only acted as a foil and listened to his father and mother speak of past matters. These past matters were mostly matters of his father and mother when they were young. At that time, he still didn't exist. I actually have 2 future daughters-in-law. After Duan Rufeng heard Li Ro mention Ke and Li Fei, his eyes lit up, and he smiled as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Tian, not bad, not bad. You're stronger than your father in this aspect. What? Big brother Feng, you want to hug one in each hand as well? Sitting next to Duan Rufeng, Li Ro's voice was as gentle as water, and almost no strange emotions could be detected from it. However, Duan Rufeng's face completely collapsed. Ro, I said the wrong thing, I didn't mean that. I really didn't mean that. Seeing Duan Rufeng hurriedly explaining to Li Ro, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. After a while. Big brother Feng, Tian, you two have a good chat and cultivate your relationship. I'll cook tonight. When Li Ro left the backyard, her cheeks were flushed, and she was very happy. People were in high spirits when faced with happy events. This was the current Li Ro. To Li Ro, nothing could make her happier than the return of her husband who had been missing for more than 20 years. Father, what's wrong with your origin energy? I noticed that your Dantian doesn't seem to have any traces of damage. Can you cultivate again? Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Rufeng and asked. Tian, you don't have to worry about me. I'm already very happy to be able to return to your mother's side this time. As for other things, they're not important to me. Duan Rufeng's words came from the bottom of his heart. It was as if losing his origin energy would not affect his mood at all. Duan Lingtian was silent. Could it be that his father really couldn't cultivate again? Although he didn't know the reason, based on his father's current attitude, it was obvious that he didn't intend to cultivate again, or perhaps it was because of some reason that his father couldn't cultivate again. Soon, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something, and he didn't ask any further. Father, it doesn't matter if you can cultivate again or not. Even if you don't have your cultivation base, you're still my mother's husband, and my father, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled. Just like what fourth uncle said at the Duan clan estate today. In the future, you just have to accompany by mother's side and properly enjoy life. I don't dare guarantee anything else, but I still dare guarantee that I'll give you and mother a stable life. Duan Lingtian's words caused Duan Rufeng to go silent for a long time before slowly speaking. However, even if he spoke, he seemed to not know what to say, and he only lightly called out Duan Lingtian. His tone was filled with gratification. All those years ago, the child that was still in his wife's womb had already grown up and was successful and well known now. As a father, he was happy for Duan Lingtian. Not long after, Li Ro brought along the servant girls to carry the food into the rear courtyard, and the family of 3 gathered together to eat happily. Squeak squeak. During the process of eating, the little gold mouse poked its nose in and added a great deal of fun. Duan Lingtian ate this meal with incomparable warmth and happiness. But, after the meal, as he sat alone at the side, his gaze became slightly misty. I wonder where Kerr and little Fei are now, and how they are. Besides his mother, the 2 little girls were the greatest worry in Duan Lingtian's heart. Especially now when he saw his mother happily snuggling up by his father's side, his feelings were even greater. Logically speaking, no matter how far they went, they ought to have returned by now, right? Deep into the night, it was rare that Duan Lingtian didn't cultivate, and he lay on the bed as he thought of the 2 little girls. Unknowingly, he'd fallen asleep. On this night, he had a dream, and he dreamed that Kerr and little Fei had returned, but, when he woke up the next day and stretched out his arms, the empty feeling undoubtedly told Duan Lingtian that Kerr and little Fei hadn't returned yet. With Peak Master Qin Xiang by their side, they ought to be fine. Duan Lingtian consoled himself, but he still couldn't help but think of the 2 girls in his heart. Finally, 5 days later, Duan Lingtian's home welcomed a guest from afar, a beautiful woman that was travel-worn. It was precisely the Peak Master of Alcade Peak, Qin Xiang. Presently, Qin Xiang's beautiful face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost, and her pair of beautiful eyes seemed to contain a slight trace of scarlet red mixed within. Peak Master, you know everything? When Duan Lingtian saw Qin Xiang's current expression, he knew that Qin Xiang surely knew what had occurred in the 7-star sword sect, and he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Qin Xiang nodded, and the killing intent in her eyes was awe-inspiring. I never imagined that I'd only left for a little over a year, and so many things had happened in the sect. Azure Forest Trisect, what an Azure Forest Trisect! The 7-star sword sect could be said to be Qin Xiang's home. Besides the contribution of that big sister of hers, Qin Xiang was able to have her current achievements was mostly because of her master's wholehearted fostering. Her master was an inner court elder of the 7-star sword sect. He was one of the few existences at the 4th level of the void initiation stage or above in the 7-star sword sect. Even though her current cultivation had already surpassed her master's, she was still very weak. But in her heart, a master for a day was a father for life. Now, her master had been killed. The sect that fostered her into a genius had been annihilated. Peak Master, don't worry. What the Azure Forest Trisect owes us, what it owes the 7-star sword sect. It'll be returned sooner or later. A strand of frightening killing intent flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes, and he said word by word, a debt of blood must be paid with blood. Well said. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Qin Xiang nodded, and her eyes flickered with cold lights. Peak Master, where's Kerr and Little Fei? Why didn't they return with you? Duan Lingtian looked at Qin Xiang and asked. The cold lights in Qin Xiang's eyes weakened slightly when she heard Duan Lingtian, and she squeezed out a trace of a smile. Don't worry, they're in an extremely safe place. No one can harm them. Duan Lingtian looked at Qin Xiang in bewilderment, and his brows frowned slightly. Peak Master Qin Xiang, they didn't return with you? No. Qin Xiang shook her head. Qin Xiang shook her head. They're still in the foreign realm. I returned half a month ago. As soon as I returned, I noticed the sect had completely changed, and only after investigating in secret did I find out that the sect had been annihilated by the Azure Forest Trisect that was formed from the Origin Convergent Sect, the Demonic Lotus Blade Sect, and the Snow Moon Sect. Chapter 479. It's really as I expected, you've returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. When she spoke up to hear, Qin Xiang heaved a sigh of relief and muttered. Fortunately, you're fine, otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain it to Kerr. When she mentioned Kerr, the enraged expression of hatred on Qin Xiang's face completely vanished, and replacing it was doting. Peak Master Qin Xiang. Duan Lingtian looked at Qin Xiang and frowned. Why would Kerr and Little Fei be in the foreign lands? Could it be that you don't know that I brought them to celebrate the birthday of my big sister that's in a faraway place? Qin Xiang asked. I know this, Peak Master Xiaofan told me. But, what does this have to do with the foreign lands? Duan Lingtian said. Qin Xiang shook her head. Looks like you still don't know. That big sister of mine is from the foreign lands, and she's even an elder of a great power in the foreign lands. This time, I brought along Kerr and Li Fei to celebrate my big sister's birthday, and my big sister took a fancy to Kerr and Li Fei's natural talent, so she temporarily left them behind. Duan Lingtian's body lightly shook. Foreign lands? Peak Master Qin Xiang's big sister is actually from the foreign lands? Moreover, she's an elder of some great power. Experts were numerous like the clouds in the foreign lands, and powers stood like trees in a forest. Existences that were able to be called great powers were all outstanding and formidable powers in the foreign lands. Duan Lingtian never imagined that his two fiancées had actually gone to the foreign lands with Peak Master Qin Xiang, and they'd even stayed behind in that great power in the foreign lands now. Of course, he knew that it was the good fortune of the two little girls. The great powers in the foreign lands possessed countless cultivation resources, and there was no lack of various spirit fruits amongst them. The two little girls were able to obtain the favor of a great figure in that great power, and it was undoubtedly their good fortune. Presumably, their cultivations would surely advance by leaps and bounds in the future. Although he was slightly reluctant, Duan Lingtian still felt happy for them. Who would have imagined that when I returned this time, the Seven-Star Sword sect has actually changed? As she finished speaking, Qin Xiang's mood became slightly agitated, and killing intent rose in her eyes, choosing to devour people. A flowing light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes as he asked. Peak Master Qin Xiang, now that the Seven-Star Sword sect no longer exists, do you have any plans? Qin Xiang's eyes flickered with a fierce light. I'll enter into closed-door cultivation and break through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage as soon as possible. At that time, I'll annihilate the Azure Forest Trisect. You aren't returning to the Outer Realm? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Qin Xiang's words. Return to the Outer Realm? Qin Xiang laughed self-deprecatingly. Regardless of whether it was when I left with Kerr and Li Fei back then, or when I returned this time. That elder sister of mine sent people to escort me all the way. The person that escorted me back had already left when I entered the territory of the Dark Stone Empire. The Outer Realm is exceedingly dangerous. With my little bit of strength, going to the Outer Realm by myself is extremely dangerous. When she spoke up to hear, Qin Xiang looked at Duan Lingtian and said, I know you miss Ke and the others extremely. Don't worry, with the care of that elder sister of mine, they'll surely be able to obtain an even better improvement. Perhaps, when you see them next, their strengths would have already far surpassed you. Perhaps. The irreconcilable enmity of annihilation can only be relied on you and Ke. As she finished speaking, Qin Xiang couldn't help but sigh. Even though she'd vowed solemnly earlier that she would enter into closed-door cultivation and take revenge on the Azure Forest Trisect after breaking through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. But she knew clearly in her heart that with her current cultivation, not to mention the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, even if it was the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage, she was still quite a distance away. Moreover, with her natural talent, it was practically impossible for her to break through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage in a short period of time. So she'd placed her hopes even more onto Duan Lingtian, Ke, and Li Fei. Don't worry, Peak Master Qin Xiang, Duan Lingtian swore long ago. I'll surely take revenge for the vengeful spirits of my 7-star sword sect that died. Duan Lingtian had a serious expression as he spoke seriously. Qin Xiang nodded. She believed that Duan Lingtian would be able to accomplish it. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, a voice that was like a thunderclap sounded out from the horizon. Even though this voice was aged, it was extremely powerful and contained formidable origin energy, and it practically spread throughout the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city and caused an extremely great stir. At this moment, the people in the outer and inner city of the imperial city had raised their heads to look up at the sky. However, the gazes of most people were obstructed by the clouds and mist, and they were unable to see anything. I didn't hear wrongly earlier, right? Someone called out to Duan Lingtian. You didn't hear wrongly. Oh my God. That voice from before was simply like a thunderclap. Right now, everyone in the imperial city might have heard that voice. A person that's capable of emitting such a voice and coming from the horizon is obviously a void stage expert. The owner of that voice came in a menacing manner and seemed to not be very friendly. It ought to be Duan Lingtian who'd offended someone. No matter if it was the outer city or inner city of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, it was filled with similar discussions. Imperial Palace. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures soared into the sky one after the other. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man in a dragon robe, and he was precisely the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor. Behind the emperor was an old man in grey clothes, and he was like a shadow that followed behind the emperor. This was the imperial family's new void prying stage expert. He was also an expert created by the void advancement pill Duan Lingtian gave the emperor, and he was the emperor's trusted aide. Where did Commander Duan offend such a formidable existence? The emperor's brows knit tightly. That aged voice from before was thick and powerful, and the origin energy mixed within it caused him to feel shocked and terrified. He had an intuition. Even if he joined forces with the grey-clothed old man behind him, they might not be a match for the opponent. Divine Might Marquis Estate. Another 2 figures soared into the sky, and one of them was precisely the Divine Might Marquis, Nia Yuan. The other person was an old man in black clothes, and he silently followed by Nia Yuan's side as if he was Nia Yuan's shadow, following him like a shadow. Little Tian, that kid. Where did he get such an expert? Nia Yuan's face was covered in a bitter smile. Duan Clan Estate. The Duan clan's grand elder, Duan Zhen, the one and only void prying stage expert of the Duan clan, soared into the sky as well, and his face contained slight terror mixed within. Could it be an expert from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Exactly what infuriating thing did that little fellow do to cause this expert to be so furious? Although the rage within the thunderous voice from before wasn't too obvious, it was still noticed by Duan Zhen who'd already broken through to the void prying stage. Paladin Academy. Whoosh! The middle-aged scholar with a feather fan and silk headband stood in midair and looked at the distant horizon as he muttered, "That powerhouse seems to be extremely hostile towards that little fellow, Duan Ling Tian. Such an existence, not to mention me, is even stronger than him. Even if all the void-prying stage experts of the Crimson Sky Kingdom joined forces, they might not be a match for him." At the same time that he muttered to himself, the corners of the middle-aged scholar's mouth curled into a bitter smile. Duan Lingtian's courtyard house front courtyard. This voice, Duan Lingtian's face sank. Although he wasn't familiar with the owner of the voice, he had a deep impression of it and remembered it clearly. Elder Ming? Qin Xiang's beautiful eyes squinted as she discerned who the owner of the voice was, and a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on her face. Elder Ming is still alive. Elder Ming is actually still alive. Looks like the heavens really haven't forsaken my 7-star sword sect. At the same time that Qin Xiang muttered to herself, her figure flashed and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, she vanished before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Peak Master Qin Xiang. Duan Lingtian's face went grim, and he wanted to shout out to stop Qin Xiang, yet it was too late, as Qin Xiang had already concealed herself in the clouds. Damn it! Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with cold lights. No one knew better than him that even if Elder Ming was still alive, it was impossible for him to have escaped. After all, the experts of the Azure Forest Trisect were numerous like the clouds at that time, and they completely crushed the 7-star sword sect. Although Elder Ming's strength was strong, he didn't have Elder Peng's speed after all, and it was practically impossible for him to escape. In this way, there was only one possibility: Elder Ming had betrayed the 7-star sword sect. Little Gold, enlarge and bring me up. Duan Ling Tian didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly called out to the little gold mouse. After the little gold mouse enlarged, he leaped onto the little gold mouse's back and asked the little gold mouse to bring him up into the sky. Right at the instant the little gold mouse brought Duan Ling Tian up into the sky. Void-prying stage martial artists of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, listen up. If I don't see Duan Ling Tian again after half an hour, then I'll kill all of you one by one. The aged and sonorous voice sounded out once more, and it didn't lack a threatening intent. Threatening all the void-prying stage martial artists in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City. This time, when the voice was transmitted out, besides being mixed with thick origin energy, it also carried strands of extremely strange aura. Wind concept. Duan Lingtian's face sank. This voice was accompanied by vast origin energy and formidable wind concept, and it instantly spread to every corner of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City without missing a single corner. At this moment, so long as one wasn't deaf, practically everyone in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City heard these words. Looks like Duan Ling Tian has really offended a formidable existence. What high-sounding sentiments. If we don't hand over Duan Ling Tian, then he'll kill all the void stage experts in our Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City. That person is probably an existence that Duan Ling Tian offended in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and now he's come to the Crimson Sky Kingdom to take revenge. The entire Imperial City was in a complete uproar. Waves of clamorous discussions filled the streets and alleys, and practically all of them were discussing Duan Ling Tian. Various versions of the rumors covered the heavens and the earth as they swept out. Supposedly, Duan Ling Tian slept with the daughter of an expert from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, then didn't take responsibility and snuck away. So that expert chased all the way to our Crimson Sky Kingdom to get even with Duan Ling Tian. No. What I heard was that the expert from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom took a fancy to Duan Ling Tian's natural talent and wanted to take Duan Ling Tian as his personal disciple, but was refused by Duan Ling Tian. Out of consideration for his reputation in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he couldn't flare up. So he came to our Crimson Sky Kingdom to vent. Chapter 480. In a spacious courtyard within the Xiao clan estate. The siblings, Xiao Yu and Xiao Lan, rushed out of their respective rooms and met him head-on. "Brother, I'm going to find Duan Tian." Xiao Lan's heart burned with anxiety, her beautiful face was pale, and tears were on the verge of dripping. She clearly heard the voice that came from the horizon earlier and realized that Duan Tian might have encountered danger. "Let's go together." Xiao Yu didn't stop them and brought Xiao Lan out of the courtyard, preparing to leave the Xiao clan estate to find Duan Tian. His sister was anxious, and so was he. Duan Tian was also his friend. Especially after Duan Tian returned this time, he even obtained the favor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor, and his future was bright. He knew that behind all this, Duan Tian contributed greatly. So, he was very grateful to Duan Tian. "Wait for me." Xiao Yu and Xiao Lan had just left the courtyard when they heard an urgent voice coming from behind them. It was Xiao Sun who'd heard the news. However, the three of them were stopped before they'd even walked out of the Xiao clan estate. The person who stopped them was precisely the Xiao clan's patriarch. "I know you're worried about Duan Tian. But if you go this time, not only will you not be able to help, you might even be caught in the crossfire. So, as Xiao clan disciples, you can't leave the Xiao clan now." The Xiao clan's patriarch had a serious expression as he spoke solemnly. "Patriarch, Duan Tian is our friend." Xiao Yu's words were very simple, and his tone contained incomparable firmness. "Exactly," Xiao Sun said. "It's precisely because he's your friend. At this time, you won't be able to help even if you go, and will only be a burden." The Xiao clan's patriarch continued. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun went silent for a moment when they heard this. Only Xiao Lan walked out with graceful steps, bypassing the Xiao clan's patriarch, and headed out of the Xiao clan estate. This scene was out of everyone's expectations. "Xiao Lan, I know you have feelings for Duan Tian. But if you insist on stepping out of my Xiao clan estate today, then you will no longer be a member of my Xiao clan," the Xiao clan leader said in a deep voice. The origin of the expert that came to look for trouble with Duan Tian was unknown, but since he dared to say that he would annihilate all the void-prying stage martial artists in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, it indicated that his strength wasn't weak. Such an existence was something that ordinary people could not avoid. How would they dare to join in the fun? If Xiao Lan went to look for Duan Tian while bearing the identity of a Xiao clan disciple and accidentally offended that expert, then wouldn't their Xiao clan possibly be implicated? The Xiao clan couldn't afford to gamble. As the Xiao clan's patriarch, he had no choice but to consider for the Xiao clan. "Then I, Xiao Lan, am no longer a member of the Xiao clan from today onwards." Hearing the words of the Xiao clan's patriarch, Xiao Lan didn't even turn her head as her clear and cold voice sounded out. This made the Xiao clan's patriarch smile bitterly. "Lan." Xiao Yu gritted his teeth and walked out with large strides, wanting to chase after Xiao Lan. "Xiao Yu, you want to be like your sister and leave our Xiao clan?" The Xiao clan's patriarch's face went ghastly pale when he saw Xiao Yu's actions. It wasn't a big deal for Xiao Lan to leave the Xiao clan. But Xiao Yu was the Xiao clan's hope. His natural talent was extraordinary, and now that he'd even obtained the favor of His Majesty, the Emperor, his meteoric rise in the future was nothing difficult. He'd even planned to betroth his daughter to Xiao Yu and foster Xiao Yu to become the next patriarch of the Xiao clan. But now, Xiao Yu wanted to take a risk. "Patriarch, thank you for taking care of me all this time. But I can't disregard the safety of my sister and my friends. If I don't walk out of the Xiao clan estate's door today, then I'd be a brother and a friend in vain." Xiao Yu had a firm expression as he walked out with large strides with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. "Xiao Yu, wait." Xiao Sun was influenced by Xiao Yu and wanted to follow him. But before he'd even taken a step or finished speaking, he saw the Xiao clan's patriarch make a move and directly knocked Xiao Yu unconscious. "Patriarch, how can you do this?" Xiao Sun's face went ghastly pale as he asked in a deep voice. "Humph." The Xiao clan's patriarch swept Xiao Sun with his gaze and said indifferently, "Xiao Sun, could it be that you want to learn from Xiao Yu? Don't blame me for not warning you, but if you dare leave this door, then you'll have to lie down like Xiao Yu. I really don't know what you juniors are thinking. You clearly know that there are tigers on the mountain, yet you still insist on going up the mountain." As he finished speaking, he had a face full of resentment. Xiao Sun laughed bitterly. He knew that this patriarch would do as he said, and he could only hope in his heart that Duan Lingtian and Xiao Lan would be fine. "Don't worry. So long as Xiao Lan doesn't get into trouble, then everything I said earlier is invalid and doesn't count. She's still a disciple of my Xiao clan." The final words of the Xiao clan's patriarch caused Xiao Sun's expression to ease up slightly. At the same time, Imperial Palace. Whoosh! A beautiful figure dashed out of a luxurious palace, and everywhere she passed, a fragrant wind swept out. "Princess! Princess, wait for me!" Behind her, a palace maid panted as she chased. "Nothing must happen to you. Nothing must happen to you." The person dashing ahead was none other than the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family's Princess Baiyao. At this moment, Princess Baiyao's beautiful face went pale, and her clear eyes that were like water were filled with anxiousness. She wished for nothing more than to grow a pair of wings and directly fly towards that man's courtyard house. Whereas now, in the sky above the center of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, 3 figures were like 3 gods as they stepped on the clouds. Suddenly, whoosh! A graceful and luxurious figure soared up into the sky at the first possible moment, towering above the clouds and mist as he looked at an azure-clothed old man in the distance. Elder Ming. This was a beautiful woman, and the beautiful woman's voice contained slight seriousness mixed within. "Is there some misunderstanding between you and Duan Lingtian?" The beautiful woman was precisely Qin Xiang, the former peak master of the 7-star sword sect's Alcade Peak, and an existence that had stepped into the 5th level of the Void Initiation stage. In the past, in terms of strength, she was only inferior to the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, the sect guarding revered Elder Peng, and the 2 great guardian elders in the 7-star sword sect. Earlier, when she heard Elder Ming call out Duan Lingtian's name, she thought that Elder Ming wanted to find Duan Lingtian and protect him, so that Duan Lingtian wouldn't be found by the members of the Azure Forest Trisect. After all, Duan Lingtian was the hope of the 7-star sword sect. Taking revenge for the 7-star sword sect and even reviving the 7-star sword sect couldn't do without Duan Lingtian. But she'd only just soared into the sky when she heard what Elder Ming said at the end. At that instant, the pleasant surprise on her face had completely vanished. Elder Ming actually didn't come to protect Duan Lingtian, but had instead come to look for trouble with Duan Lingtian. She was unable to wrap her head around it no matter how she thought about it, and she only thought that there was some sort of misunderstanding. Little girl Xiang. The azure-clothed old man, one of the 2 great guardians of the 7-star sword sect, Elder Ming, Zhao Ming, was slightly surprised when he saw Qin Xiang appear. "Elder Ming, this is the former 7-star sword sect's Alcade Peak's master, Qin Xiang." "As expected, she's young and promising. Elder Ming, you must strive to obtain such a talent for our Azure Forest Trisect." The red-clothed old man that stood by the azure-clothed old man's side spoke with a sonorous voice, and the red clothes on his body fluttered with the wind like blazing flames. "Yeah, Elder Ming. This little girl's natural talent isn't bad, and she might be able to become the first existence in our Azure Forest Trisect to break through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage in the future. At that time, our Azure Forest Trisect will be able to stand on equal footing with the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family." The last old man wore green clothes, and his figure was emaciated to the point of being skin and bones. His tone was extremely ghastly as he spoke. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang noticed the red-clothed old man and green-clothed old man, and her face went grim. All of you are members of the Azure Forest Trisect? Subsequently, she looked at Zhao Ming and said with a low voice. Zhao Ming, you actually betrayed the sect and pledged allegiance to the Azure Forest Trisect? Betrayed? Zhao Ming couldn't help but sneer when he heard Qin Xiang. Little girl Xiang, your words are slightly biased. Betrayed? I, Zhao Ming, have practically given up my entire life for the Seven-Star Sword Sect. But in the end, how did the Seven-Star Sword Sect repay me? My son, Zhao Lin, was killed by the members of the Seven-Star Sword Sect. My grandson, Zhao Ku, was crippled by the members of the Seven-Star Sword Sect, causing him to die without descendants. Since the Seven-Star Sword Sect betrayed me first, then why should I continue to work myself to the bone for the Seven-Star Sword Sect? As he finished speaking, Zhao Ming's tone was ghastly, and it contained boundless rage mixed within. Zhao Ming's words caused Qin Xiang to be unable to help but be stunned, and she said with slight hesitation after a short moment. Elder Ming, is there some sort of misunderstanding? You saw with your own 2 eyes that it was members of our Seven-Star Sword Sect that killed Zhao Lin and crippled Zhao Ku? How could this be fake? Zhao Ming sneered in disdain, and his face was covered in a layer of ice. Elder Ming, even if this is true, it's still a personal mistake. How can you blame it on the sect? Qin Xiang spoke angrily. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Ming laughed loudly as he glanced coldly at Qin Xiang and said with a cold voice, Little girl Qin, let me ask you. If it was you, and you saw the sect was facing a great calamity, yet you still had to risk your life to rescue the person that crippled your grandson, what would you think? If it was you, and that person was about to be rescued, yet your son went to obstruct him, and was killed by the higher-ups of the sect in the end, what would you think? Zhao Ming's words were filled with certainty, and it caused Qin Xiang to be speechless. After a short moment, Qin Xiang recovered from her shock, and her beautiful brows frowned. Elder Ming, the person you spoke of. Is Duan Lingtian? Exactly, it's that little bastard, Duan Lingtian. When Zhao Ming mentioned Duan Lingtian, his eyes were suffused with icy cold flames, and it seemed as if it could incinerate everything. Elder Ming, is there some sort of misunderstanding? Qin Xiang looked at Zhao Ming. According to my knowledge, Duan Lingtian is absolutely not a person that causes trouble without reason. What you mean is, from the beginning until the end, this matter was brought about by my grandson? Zhao Ming's face sank, and his flames of rage burned to the limit. Right when Qin Xiang didn't know how to answer Zhao Ming. Perhaps it wasn't your grandson that brought about this upon himself. But it was absolutely your son that brought about this upon himself. A cold and indifferent voice suddenly sounded out. Chapter 481. The person that arrived was none other than Duan Lingtian that the little gold mouse carried into the sky. Little bastard, you've finally made an appearance. Early on when Duan Lingtian's words sounded out, Zhao Ming's expression had gone completely pale. Now, when he saw Duan Lingtian appear, his face revealed an extremely evil and cold expression, and his eyes flickered with ghastly cold lights. Within the cold lights, killing intent was completely revealed. Idiot! Duan Lingtian stood up on the back of the little gold mouse and looked down at Zhao Ming as he indifferently spat out 2 words. Idiot! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Qin Xiang who stood at the side was stunned. Even Zhao Ming and the other 2 people by his side were stunned. Besides Zhao Ming, Qin Xiang's group of 3 felt their scalps go numb. Duan Lingtian, a little fellow that hasn't even stepped into the void prying stage, actually dares to provoke Zhao Ming like this? Little bastard, you're courting death. The origin energy on Zhao Ming's body was protected as terrifying wind concept coiled around his body and emitted waves of terrifying aura. In the sky above him, 13 ancient horn dragon silhouettes condensed into form and coiled down with an oppressive aura. 6th level of the Void Initiation Stage. 5th level Wind Concept. Presently, Zhao Ming stood there with strands of light azure-colored energy flickering around the origin energy on his entire body, and he seemed to have transformed into a god of wind. Elder Ming. Qin Xiang's face went grim when she saw Zhao Ming intended to make a move against Duan Lingtian. The other two people, one is a guardian elder of the former demonic Lotus Blade sect, and the other is a guardian elder of the former Origin Convergence sect. I'm not remembering wrongly, right? Right when Zhao Ming's imposing manner shot into the sky and was about to make a move. Duan Lingtian, who was at the center of the storm, instead had a calm expression, and he looked at the red-clothed old man and green-clothed old man that stood by Zhao Ming's side in a neither fast nor slow manner as he spoke slowly. Humph. Duan Lingtian, consider yourself lucky that we weren't able to kill you on the peak of the 7-star sword sect's Dubhe peak that day. But, you'll surely die today. The red-clothed old man said in a deep voice. The green-clothed old man glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently. His gaze was indifferent, as if he was looking at a corpse. Or perhaps, in his eyes, Duan Lingtian was already a corpse. I originally wanted to share something good with the two elders. But since the two elders aren't interested, I won't say anything. Just let Zhao Lin kill me. Duan Lingtian opened his mouth unhurriedly again with an expression of a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. Humph. Deliberately mystifying things. Zhao Ming's face sank. He disdained Duan Lingtian and raised his hand. His origin energy surged. Whoosh. The concept of wind coiled around him, causing the air to turn sluggish, as if it had been sucked dry. Zhao Ming was about to make a move. A spirit sword that was like rippling autumn water had appeared in Qin Xiang's hand, and her pair of autumn eyes flickered with a heavy sheen. Facing Zhao Ming, she had no confidence at all. Die! Zhao Ming abruptly shouted out explosively as the origin energy in his hand roared and carried 5th level wind concept. The condensed origin energy seemed to have transformed into a wind dragon that opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged, and he didn't dodge. Qin Xiang's face went grim as origin energy coiled around the spirit sword in her hand, and peerlessly sharp sword concept condensed within it as she prepared to make a move. Peak Master Qin Xiang, you don't have to make a move. Right at this moment, a voice transmission entered into Qin Xiang's ears, causing her to be unable to help but be stunned, and then she looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled confidently to Qin Xiang. Earlier, it was precisely he who'd sent a voice transmission to Peak Master Qin Xiang. Even though Qin Xiang didn't know where Duan Lingtian's confidence came from, she still chose to believe Duan Lingtian. Right when she was annihilating the origin energy on her spirit sword, the scene before her caused her to be dumbstruck. Bang! Bang! Two enormous bangs sounded out at practically the exact same time, and they tore through the sky with vast impetus. It was the red-clothed old man and green-clothed old man that had made a move at the same time. Two strands of thick and material origin energy swept out accompanied by concept energy to easily stop the attack Zhao Ming executed towards Duan Lingtian. Tanghua, Zhonglin, what's the meaning of this? Zhao Ming's face went grim as he glared angrily at the two old men by his side. If it was Qin Xiang that made a move, he wouldn't be surprised, and he wouldn't take Qin Xiang seriously. After all, Qin Xiang was only a 5th level Void Initiation stage martial artist, and she was far inferior to him. But any one of the two old men by his side had strengths that weren't inferior to him. Most importantly, these two old men actually obstructed him from killing Duan Lingtian. He even slightly doubted which side these two old fellows stood on now. Zhao Ming, don't be angry. We're just curious about what good things this Duan Ling Tian has to share with us. The red-clothed old man, the guardian elder of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Tanghua, smiled. Exactly. Zhong Lin, the green-clothed old man, and the guardian elder of the Origin Convergence sect nodded as well. Could it be that all of you haven't discerned that he's deliberately mystifying and stalling for time? Zhao Ming's face sank. Elder Ming, could it be that you're afraid this kid will play some tricks before you? Tanghua smiled lightly, and after he appeased Zhao Ming, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked. Duan Ling Tian, you can speak now. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he glanced deeply at Tanghua. Elder Hua is a smart person as expected. Since it's like this, I'll tell all of you. I know a place that has 10,000-year stalactite milk. 10,000-year stalactite milk. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the expressions of the three old men instantly went grim. Even Qin Xiang also had a dumbstruck look. As figures that stood at the peak of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, they were naturally clearly aware of what 10,000-year stalactite milk was. The milk of the 10,000-year stalactite milk was capable of helping a martial artist improve natural talent to the limit. Most importantly, the 10,000-year stalactite milk didn't have any restrictions, and anyone could consume it. Even if they consumed it, it was similarly effective. They could imagine that if they were able to obtain the 10,000-year stalactite milk and improve their natural talent in the martial Tao to the limit, then breaking through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage was utterly not a difficult thing. Perhaps, when it really came to that time, their goals would change. They wouldn't be attached to the 7th level of the void initiation stage any longer. Perhaps they would consider charging into the void interpretation stage. For a time, the sky was deathly silent. Only waves of heavy breathing could be heard. Duan Ling Tian looked calmly at the three old men before him. He knew that these three old fellows were moved. Actually, the situation before him could be said to have been constructed by him after careful consideration. Because he knew that if he didn't do this, then even if he was lucky enough to escape the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, the people related to him in the Crimson Sky Kingdom like the Divine Might Marquis estate and the Duan clan would surely be unable to escape calamity. This wasn't something he wanted to see happen. So he thought of this method. Duan Ling Tian, do you really know where the 10,000-year stalactite milk is? Qin Xiang looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked via voice transmission, and her tone contained slight urgency mixed within. Even she couldn't help but be moved by the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Peak Master Qin Xiang, I indeed know where the 10,000-year stalactite milk is. It's even to the extent that I myself have consumed sufficient 10,000-year stalactite milk, and my natural talent has been improved to the limit of martial artists in Cloud Continent. It isn't just me, even Kuer and Little Fei have consumed sufficient 10,000-year stalactite milk just like me, and their natural talent isn't inferior to mine. Duan Ling Tian didn't conceal anything and spoke word by word. To Duan Ling Tian, the 10,000-year stalactite milk of the 7-star sword sect's Migres Peak was already of no use to him. After all, the 10,000-year stalactite milk that had accumulated there for many years had practically been completely plundered by him. In a short few years, the 10,000-year stalactite milk that had barely dripped down wasn't of much use to him. So long as I'm able to walk out of the foreign lands, I'll be able to once again head to the place where the 10,000-year stalactite milk was located that Samsara Emperor Wu encountered all those years ago. Presently, over 10,000 years have already passed since Samsara Emperor Wu completely plundered the 10,000-year stalactite milk at that place that day. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Once I find that place, I'll be able to obtain a large amount of 10,000-year stalactite milk. Kerr has consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk as well? Qin Xiang was dazed. Only now did she realize that there was a reason why the personal disciple she doted on possessed such monstrous natural talent in the martial Tao. Peak Master Qin Xiang. When he saw Zhao Ming's group of 3 were about to recover from their shock, Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly sent a voice transmission into Qin Xiang's ears. In a moment, I'll use the 10,000-year stalactite milk as a threat to trick them into leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom. At that time, I'll have to trouble you to bring along my family, the Divine Might Marquis estate, and the Duan clan members to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city and find a safe place to hide. So long as it's someone related to me, don't leave a single one behind and take all of them away. Besides that, I noticed the passageway that led to the 10,000-year stalactite cave behind the cliff at the side of the peak of Migra's Peak. At the entrance of the cave passageway was a crooked tree that was extremely conspicuous. That place is a good place to cultivate, you can bring Mou to cultivate there. Mou is the personal disciple of the sect leader and the future hope of the 7-Star Sword sect. I'll leave him to you. Duan Lingtian spoke word by word to Qin Xiang. Duan Lingtian, you can't. This is too risky. Qin Xiang discerned that Duan Lingtian's words had the intention of leaving behind his will, and she hurriedly shook her head and refused, unwilling to agree. Peak Master Qin Xiang, we don't have a choice. Don't worry, I might not be in danger. So long as I find an opportunity, I'll completely escape the control of these 3 old fellows and escape from the jaws of death. Duan Lingtian continued speaking via voice transmission. Qin Xiang went silent. She knew that what Duan Lingtian said was true and didn't have the intention of exaggerating. At this time, they indeed didn't have a choice. A single Zhao Ming wasn't an existence she was able to go against. Yet now, there were 2 experts with strengths that weren't inferior to Zhao Ming by Zhao Ming's side, and it caused her to feel a wave of powerlessness. Duan Lingtian. You must survive well. Ke is still waiting for you, Li Fei is still waiting for you. Chapter 482. When did I become so noble? Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he saw Qin Xiang agree, and at the same time, a wisp of self-ridicule couldn't help but appear on his face. Truthfully speaking, if he wanted to flee under the eyes of 3 6th-level void initiation stage experts, it would be impossible. He didn't even have 10% confidence. But he knew that he had to do this. Today, since Zhao Ming's group of 3 had found this place, then he only had 2 choices before him. One of the choices was to die here. Moreover, his loved ones and people related to him might face Zhao Ming's rage. At that time, not only would he die, there might be many people that would be buried with him. The other choice was to draw Zhao Ming's group of 3 away and win a chance to survive. After all, he didn't really plan to bring Zhao Ming's group of 3 to the 10,000-year stalactite cave. These 3 people were all members of the Azure Forest Trisect that had participated in the annihilation of the 7-Star Sword sect, and they could be said to be irreconcilable enemies of his. It was naturally impossible for him to be kind enough to contribute the 10,000-year stalactite cave to them. So, he only wanted to strive for a chance to escape Zhao Ming's group of 3. Moreover, so long as he drew Zhao Ming's group of 3 away, then, as long as his family, his friends, and all the people related to him left with Qin Xiang, they wouldn't be in any danger. This was where his objective lay. Not to mention his group of friends, just his parents were already worthy of him doing this. Mother, you have to live happily with father. Duan Lingtian silently said in his heart. He'd already prepared himself for the worst. Presently, within the enormous courtyard house in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city's inner city. In the front courtyard, a group of people stood together with Duan Rufeng and Li Ro in the lead, and they looked up at the sky. Aunt Ro, he'll be fine, right? Xiaolan stood by Li Ro's side with a worried expression, her face was slightly pale, and her eyes were filled with tears. Princess Bai Yao stood on the other side of Li Ro and held tightly onto Li Ro's hand, and her palm was already completely drenched in sweat. That brat really has good luck with women. Standing at the side, Duan Rufeng glanced at Xiaolan and Princess Biao and couldn't help but sigh. He could tell. No matter if it was Xiaolan or Princess Biao, their concern for their son, Duan Lingtian, came from the bottom of their hearts, without any pretense or pretense. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Mou looked up at the sky and clenched his fists. His face was extremely gloomy. At this moment, he hated himself for being too weak and unable to help Duan Lingtian. Young master. The housekeeper, Jingru, bit her lower lip with a worried expression on her face. High up in the sky, behind the clouds. The three guardian elders from the Azure Forest Trisect, Zhao Ming, Tang Hua, and Zhong Lin recovered from their shock, and their gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian in unison. Duan Lingtian, is what you just said true? You've really seen the 10,000-year stalactite milk and know the location of it? Tang Hua looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Zhong Lin stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and his gaze that seemed to be able to see through everything descended onto Duan Lingtian's face as if he wanted to see if Duan Lingtian was lying. Duan Lingtian, can you prove that you've really seen the 10,000-year stalactite milk? If you can't, then you're deliberately mystifying things. I think that if you can't prove it, then Tang Hua and Zhong Lin won't obstruct me from killing you. Zhao Ming's eyes flickered with a ferocious light as he spoke word by word. Obviously, even Zhao Ming was moved by the temptation of the 10,000-year stalactite milk. At this moment, he seemed to have tossed the enmity of his son and grandson to the back of his mind, and all he thought about in his heart was the improvement of his natural talent in the martial Tao after consuming the 10,000-year stalactite milk, as far as he was concerned. So long as he consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk, his natural talent in the martial Tao would improve. Once his natural talent in the martial Tao improved, the final bottleneck of the 6th level of the void initiation stage that had trapped him for many years would be charged through by him in one go. At that time, he would officially step into the 7th level of the void initiation stage, stand at the peak of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and compete for supremacy with the #1 expert of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family. Now, just thinking about it caused him to feel a wave of excitement in his heart. Exactly. Tang Hua and Zhong Lin nodded when they heard Zhao Ming, and they expressed their attitudes. If you, Duan Lingtian, are unable to prove that you've really seen the 10,000-year stalactite milk, then we won't stop Zhao Ming from killing you. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by the request of Zhao Ming's group of three. When he saw the burning gazes of the three of them looking over, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and a medicinal pill bottle appeared in his hand. Subsequently, he pulled out the stopper of the medicinal pill bottle and turned it around. Drip. A drop of milky white liquid dripped onto the tip of Duan Lingtian's finger, and it flickered with a milky white sheen. A strange aura suffused out from it. It's really the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Although Zhao Ming's group of three hadn't seen the 10,000-year stalactite milk, just the aura that suffused out from this drop of milky white liquid was sufficient to cause the origin energy in their bodies to lightly pulsate, and it caused them to deeply realize that this drop of milky white liquid wasn't simple. Now, they didn't doubt Duan Lingtian's words any longer. Right when the eyes of Zhao Ming's group of three shone as they looked at the 10,000-year stalactite milk in Duan Lingtian's hand. Duan Lingtian made a move. He suddenly raised his hand. Swish! The 10,000-year stalactite milk in his hand flashed out to flash directly towards Qin Xiang who stood nearby. Whereas Qin Xiang had been warned by Duan Lingtian via voice transmission earlier, and when she saw Duan Lingtian make a move, she lightly opened her red lips and just happened to catch this drop of 10,000-year stalactite milk. Instantly, a white light flashed on Qin Xiang's body. As expected of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, so miraculous. Qin Xiang felt the medicinal strength of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, and she could clearly feel the circulation of the origin energy in her body become even faster. Kid! You! When they saw Duan Lingtian actually gave the 10,000-year stalactite milk to Qin Xiang, the faces of Zhao Ming's group of 3 went grim, and they glared angrily at Duan Lingtian. Why are the 3 of you getting angry? So long as all of you know the location of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, wouldn't all of you be able to obtain as much milk as you want? I'm truly sorry. I left in a hurry the last time, and only a drop of the 10,000-year stalactite milk I brought along remained. Duan Lingtian pretended to sigh, then glanced at the little gold mouse beneath his feet. The rest was eaten by it. The eyes of Zhao Ming's group of 3 flickered with fierce lights, and after they glanced at each other, they seemed to have come to some sort of agreement. Little bastard, bring us to find the 10,000-year stalactite milk. We can leave your corpse intact. Zhao Ming looked at Duan Lingtian and shouted coldly. Corpse intact. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said indifferently, if this is your sincerity, then I think there's no need for us to continue talking. All of you can kill me now. Duan Lingtian had an appearance of kill if you want and slice if you want. You. Duan Lingtian's actions caused Zhao Ming's face to go grim, and he said with a dark face, little bastard, don't push your luck. Push my luck? Duan Lingtian declined to comment. Elder Ming, what you said isn't right. After all, so long as the 3 of you obtain the 10,000-year stalactite milk, then even if all of you aren't young anymore, by relying on the natural talent improved by the 10,000-year stalactite milk, even if all of you aren't young anymore, then even if all of you aren't able to break through to the void transformation stage in your lifetimes, I think it isn't a problem for all of you to break through to the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian, what do you want? Speak frankly. Tang Hua spoke directly. Zhong Lin nodded. Exactly, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. My request is extremely simple. All 3 of you swear that after I bring all of you to the location of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, all of you won't kill me or touch me in the slightest. Otherwise, all of you will be blasted to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation. Duan Lingtian practically spoke word by word. 99 heavenly tribulation. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Zhao Ming's face went grim. Even though Tang Hua and Zhong Lin's expressions didn't change, they used their gazes to communicate with each other before agreeing. We can agree. Tang Hua, Zhong Lin, both of you. Zhao Ming's face went grim as he never imagined that Tang Hua and Zhong Lin didn't ask for his opinion before agreeing to such an unreasonable request of Duan Lingtian of their own accord. After all, his son and grandson had died because of Duan Lingtian. He and Duan Lingtian were absolutely irreconcilable. Want him to look on helplessly as Duan Lingtian fled from under his nose? He was unable to do it. Zhao Ming. At practically the exact same time, Zhao Ming received 2 voice transmissions. We've only sworn an oath that we won't kill him. Once he really brings us to the 10,000-year stalactite milk, we'll at most imprison him and bring him back, and we'll let others kill him. In this way, we won't go against our oath, and you'll be able to take revenge for your son and grandson, right? These 2 voice transmissions were precisely transmitted into Zhao Ming's ears by Tang Hua and Zhong Lin. Zhao Ming came to a sudden understanding when he heard this. How about it? Elder Ming, you're unwilling to agree? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhao Ming as he asked indifferently. I can agree to it. Zhao Ming gnashed his teeth as he spoke. Elder Ming, you're actually so straightforward? Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he was slightly surprised. Since it's like this, then I'll ask the 3 of you to swear an oath. Zhao Ming's group of 3 glanced at each other when they heard this, then pinched open their fingers at the same time. 3 drops of blood rose into the sky, right when Zhao Ming's group of 3 were about to swear an oath using the 99 heavenly tribulation. The expressions of the 3 instantly went grim. There's no need to go through so much trouble. The 3 of you, fuck off. A low and hoarse voice seemed to sweep over from all directions, and it entered into the sky before descending into the ears of Duan Lingtian, Qin Xiang, and Zhao Ming. Who? Duan Lingtian and Qin Xiang were stunned. Right at this moment, they saw a scene that they were unable to forget in their entire lifetime. Zhao Ming's group of 3 floated in the sky in the distance, yet their expressions instantly went grim, and their faces flushed red. It was as if they'd suffered an extremely great pressure. Chapter 483. Zhao Ming's face flushed red, and it was as if he was enveloped by a formidable pressure, causing him to be in a dilemma. At this moment, he was still gritting his teeth and bitterly enduring. His body trembled, and he was obviously unable to persist for long. Of course, Zhao Ming didn't sit there and wait for death. Whoosh! The origin energy on his body occasionally raged, and it was like the milky white-colored flames that were ceaselessly burning, but every single time this white-colored flames rose explosively, it would be dispersed by a shapeless force. That shapeless force seemed to have transformed into a terrifying strong wind that followed him like a shadow, and even if only a trace of origin energy suffused his body, it would be directly shattered. Above Zhao Ming's head, the 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that had yet to fully condense into form were directly shattered and killed in the cradle. Zhao Ming roared with a low voice, and he had an unwilling expression as his eyes stared wide open, and the origin energy on his body rose once more. This time, there was an additional strand of azure-colored energy within the origin energy that rose explosively like flames, and it was precisely the 5th-level wind concept that Zhao Ming had comprehended. At the same time, a total of 13 ancient horned dragon silhouettes intended to condense into form in the sky above Zhao Ming. Bang! But unfortunately, even if Zhao Ming exerted his full strength, he was still like an ant before that strong shapeless force, and he couldn't withstand a single blow. Who's there? Come out if you have the ability to hide. Zhao Ming's face flushed red to the extreme as a grade 6 spirit sword appeared in his hand. But even if he relied on the grade 6 spirit sword, he was unable to withstand the strong pressure that enveloped him. It wasn't just that, the strong pressure was ceaselessly strengthening, and it was like a lofty and enormous mountain was pressing down on him, causing him to have no place to be afraid, and he only felt he was on the verge of suffocating. Whereas now, Tang Hua and Zhong Lin were in the same situation as Zhao Ming. Their cultivations were similar to Zhao Ming, yet they were suppressed by the strong pressure to the point of being unable to catch their breaths, causing their faces to flush red and their eyes to be filled with blood. They could imagine that if this were to continue, the 3 of them would sooner or later be blasted into pieces by the strong pressure. Senior, spare me. Finally, Tang Hua was the first to be unable to endure it, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he begged for mercy. Humph. A low and hoarse cold snort was transmitted over. Instantly, Tang Hua felt the pressure that enveloped him vanish without a trace, and this feeling of obtaining new life caused him to be extremely delighted. If it wasn't for Zhao Ming and Zhong Lin still struggling bitterly there, he would have felt that everything that had happened earlier was only a daydream. Subsequently, Tang Hua noticed that the nearby Duan Lingtian who stood on the back of the enormous gold mouse and Qin Xiang who stood in midair at the side didn't seem to be enveloped by the pressure of the expert. At the same time, he noticed the astonishment that appeared on the faces of Duan Lingtian and Qin Xiang. Duan Lingtian and Qin Xiang also don't know that expert. In the beginning, Tang Hua thought that that powerhouse was helping Duan Lingtian and Qin Xiang. But now, Duan Lingtian and Qin Xiang obviously didn't know of the existence of that expert. In other words, Duan Lingtian and Qin Xiang might not know that expert. Even so, he didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore. Senior, spare me, spare me. Finally, Zhong Lin couldn't endure it any longer, and he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood before hurriedly begging for mercy. Fortunately, I begged for mercy since the beginning. Otherwise, my end would surely be the same as Zhonglin. As he looked at Zhonglin, who was pressed down to the point of being heavily injured, at the same time that Tang Hua felt a wave of lingering fear in his heart, he felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart. It's I who had foresight. Along with Zhonglin begging for mercy, the pressure that enveloped him vanished without a trace. Thank you, Senior. At this instant, Zhonglin felt as if he'd arrived at heaven from hell, and he thanked the sky respectfully and reverently. He glanced at Zhao Ming, who was still struggling, and he shook his head as he felt Zhao Ming was doing something useless. The pressure of that expert is still ceaselessly strengthening. In at most over 10 breaths of time, Zhao Ming will die for sure if he still doesn't beg for mercy. This was something that Zhonglin could be sure of. After consuming a 6th-grade Great Recovery pill, Zhonglin felt his injuries had recovered slightly. He looked at Tang Hua and just happened to notice Tang Hua looking at him as well, and he couldn't help but ask via voice transmission. Tang Hua, what cultivation do you think that expert actually possesses? He hasn't made an appearance, yet the pressure condensed from his imposing aura is sufficient to crush us. Tang Hua had a heavy expression as he replied via voice transmission. According to my personal guess, that expert is at least in existence at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage or above. It's even to the extent that it's extremely likely that he's an expert that has stepped into the void transformation stage. Void transformation stage. Zhonglin's body trembled as he shuddered. A tiny kingdom actually possesses an existence at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage or above? Could it be that the world has changed? Could it be that this is the legendary reclusive expert? It should be. Tang Hua nodded with an expression of fear and perturbed. If he had a choice, he would rather have never come to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. The scene from before was something he couldn't forget for his entire lifetime. Senior, spare me. Spare me. Suddenly, after a few breaths of time, Zhao Ming finally couldn't refrain from begging for mercy. The blood he spat out was like a small waterfall that flowed down, and it was rather magnificent. Humph. A low and hoarse cold snort sounded out once more. That terrifying pressure vanished without a trace, and it was as if it had never appeared. Meanwhile, Tang Hua and Zhonglin glanced at Zhao Ming, whose countenance was ghastly pale like a sheet, and a wisp of coldness couldn't help but arise within their hearts. This was the consequence of being a tough nut to crack. Speaking crudely, it was that he'd gone too far in showing off. I never imagined that there's actually such an expert in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. When Zhao Ming was begging for mercy, Duan Lingtian finally recovered from his shock, and his face was covered in astonishment. The person hadn't made an appearance, but merely his imposing aura had suppressed the 3 great 6th-level void initiation stage experts to the point of being unable to catch their breath, and it caused them to beg humbly for mercy, according to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. If that expert isn't far away, then he's at least in existence at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage or above. If he's far away, then he's surely in existence at the void transformation stage or above. Duan Lingtian was extremely shocked in his heart. There's such a terrifying expert concealed within the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Duan Lingtian, that expert from before. You know him? Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian heard Qin Xiang's voice transmission. Duan Lingtian shook his head. How could he possibly know such a terrifying expert? In his entire lifetime, the strongest expert he'd seen with his own 2 eyes was the city governor of Phoenix Nest City, Feng Wudao, that he met in the Dark Stone Empire that day. According to Duan Lingtian's guess, it was extremely likely that Feng Wudao was a void interpretation stage expert. He had an intuition. The existence that used his imposing aura to suppress the 3 great 6th-level void initiation stage experts to the point they were unable to catch their breath earlier had a strength that was even above Feng Wudao. Senior, may I ask if you want to protect this Duan Lingtian? After Zhao Ming consumed a healing medicinal pill and recovered slightly from his injuries, he took a deep breath and slowly asked towards the sky. Zhao Ming's words caused Tang Hua and Zhong Lin to be caught off guard, and their expressions instantly went grim. Is this Zhao Ming courting death? At this moment, they wished for nothing more than for that expert to completely conceal himself and not make another appearance, even if it was only a voice. As for the matter of killing Duan Lingtian and eliminating the roots of the Azure Forest Trisect, and even coercing Duan Lingtian to lead the way to find the 10,000-year stalactite milk. There would be plenty of chances in the future, yet now, Zhao Ming seemed to wish for nothing more than for that expert to appear once more. Zhao Ming, don't drag the two of us along if you want to court death. For a time, Tang Hua and Zhong Lin couldn't refrain from sending voice transmissions into Zhao Ming's ears as they spoke furiously. But Zhao Ming paid no attention to them and still said with a low voice, "Senior, this Duan Lingtian crippled my grandson and indirectly killed my son. The enmity between me and him is absolutely irreconcilable. I hope Senior can grant my wish and allow me to take him away. I'll be endlessly grateful." As soon as Zhao Ming said this, Duan Lingtian frowned, and he was slightly perturbed in his heart. Qin Xiang had a perturbed expression as well. She knew clearly in her heart that so long as that mysterious expert said something about protecting Duan Lingtian, then no matter how unwilling Zhao Ming was, he would have no choice but to leave. Tang Hua and Zhong Lin held their breaths. Finally, that low and hoarse voice sounded out once more. "The enmity between the two of you isn't related to me, and I don't want to interfere as well." Zhao Ming's eyes lit up when he heard the mysterious expert, and he said excitedly, "Thank you, Senior." As he spoke, Zhao Ming stepped out in the sky with the intention of taking Duan Lingtian away. Tang Hua and Zhong Lin revealed pleasantly surprised expressions. "There's hope for the 10,000-year stalactite milk." Qin Xiang's face went grim as she pleaded respectfully. "Senior, please lend a hand and save this child. Qin Xiang is endlessly grateful." A wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. He originally thought that he would be able to escape calamity, yet unexpectedly, the situation took a turn. Looks like he'd have to return to hell from heaven once more. Practically at the instant their moods changed abruptly, the low and hoarse voice of the mysterious expert sounded out once more. "But, within the territory of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, outsiders aren't allowed to be presumptuous. The three of you, go back to where you came from. You can do whatever you want in other places, and it's completely unrelated to me. But within the territory of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, all of you Void Initiation Stage martial artists and above can forget about harming a single person or taking a single person away." The mysterious expert's voice was filled with overbearingness. He had an imposing manner as if he was the one who planted this tree and opened this path. The meaning within his words was extremely simple. All of you foreign martial artists at the Void Initiation Stage and above can do whatever you want in other places. Kill whoever you want, take away whoever you want, but it was impossible in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. He protected every single member of the Crimson Sky Kingdom from being oppressed by Void Initiation Stage martial artists and above. After Zhao Ming's group of three heard what the mysterious expert said, the excited smiles on their faces completely froze. On the other hand, Qin Xiang and Duan Lingtian instead had pleasantly surprised expressions. "All three of you, get the hell out of the Crimson Sky Kingdom right now. If you dare stay any longer, I can only lightly punish all of you and let all of you learn from your mistakes." The mysterious expert's voice sounded out once more, and it contained slight impatience mixed within. "Let's go." Chapter 484. Zhao Ming had a gloomy expression as he glared hatefully at Duan Lingtian, and the ghastly killing intent in his eyes was difficult to restrain. However, at this moment, he didn't dare act rashly. Since that mysterious expert had already spoken and wanted to protect everyone within the Crimson Sky Kingdom's territory, at this moment, even if he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian and didn't want to leave, he had no other way. In front of that mysterious expert, Yi Zichen was stunned. He could only compromise. Duan Ling Tian, you can either hole up in the Crimson Sky Kingdom for your entire life. Otherwise, I, Zhao Ming, will absolutely not let you off. Zhao Ming glanced coldly and indifferently at Duan Ling Tian in the end, and he intended to leave. Then I'll wait and see. Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently, and he seemed to not care in the slightest. Zhao Ming's body shook, and the flames of rage on his face practically burned to the limit. He didn't flare up in the end, and he followed Tang Hua and Zhong Lin to leave in a sorry state. The 3 6th level Void Initiation stage experts came in a hurry and left in a hurry. They didn't accomplish anything, and it was equivalent to coming here for nothing. Who? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, and he thanked the sky. Thank you for saving me, senior. But unfortunately, the voice of that mysterious expert didn't appear again. It caused Duan Ling Tian to feel as if all this was a dream. Of course, he knew that all this wasn't a dream. An expert with an extremely terrifying strength did indeed exist within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. I never imagined that such a terrifying existence existed within this tiny Crimson Sky Kingdom. At this moment, Qin Xiang had an astonished expression as well. The ability of that expert from before had completely shocked her as well. Perhaps that expert's strength is not inferior to even my big sister's. Qin Xiang took a deep breath and slowly calmed her feelings, then she looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, was what Elder Ming said earlier true? Did you really cripple his grandson, Zhao Ku? Qin Xiang asked Duan Ling Tian in bewilderment. As far as she was concerned, Duan Ling Tian ought to not be an unreasonable person, and there was surely something hidden within. Sort of. Duan Ling Tian shrugged, and while stroking the head of the little gold mouse that had grown up, he spoke of the matter between him and Zhao Lin one by one. There was nothing to hide. In the end, Qin Xiang came to a sudden understanding. So that's how it is. In this way, Zhao Lin only has himself to blame. However, that set of cultivation method that you fabricated, those 24 words that tease people, is indeed a little. Speaking until the end, Qin Xiang did not know how she should continue. Castration? To think that this little fellow could think of such a thing. Duan Ling Tian rubbed his nose embarrassedly and smiled awkwardly. I didn't think too much at that time. I just thought it was fun. Who knew that they would actually, indeed. A fabricated set of muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing had crippled Zhao Lin's son's family jewels. This was something that Duan Ling Tian had not expected. In the north of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, 3 silhouettes flew across the sky. They only slowed down when they arrived at the border of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. These 3 people were obviously Zhao Ming's group of 3 that had just fled in a sorry state in the sky above the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. The 3 aged figures stood in the sky and looked at each other, and they were able to see the astonishment in each other's eyes. That expert is too terrifying. Zhong Lin spoke with a slight lingering fear in his heart. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's territory is ahead. Should we first leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and pass through the border between the Crimson Sky Kingdom and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom before discussing that expert? Tang Hua took a deep breath and glanced at the direction of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city as he spoke with slight fear. Tang Hua's words caused Zhao Ming and Zhong Lin to be unable to refrain from shaking their heads. Zhao Ming was just about to mock Tang Hua when Zhong Lin had already spoken out before him. Tang Hua, you're really getting worse and worse. Undeniably, that expert is indeed extremely strong. But the place we're at now is extremely far away from the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. Could it be that you think that expert is able to know that we haven't left the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Zhao Ming nodded and deeply agreed. Tang Hua laughed in self-ridicule when he heard this, and he felt that perhaps he was really too sensitive. Even if it was an expert at the void transformation stage or above, it would probably be impossible for the expert to traverse such a long distance to monitor them, unless the expert was really bored to the point of following them. But, was this possible? Tang Hua asked himself, and the three of them ought to not have such great face. Right at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly condensed into form in the sky and descended onto the three of them, causing the expressions of the three of them who just caught their breaths to instantly go pale. This aura was too familiar to them. Say. Senior. Tang Hua's face was ghastly pale. Earlier, he was still thinking that the expert that guarded the Crimson Sky Kingdom ought to not go to the extent of following them. But now it would seem that the facts weren't so. It was very likely that the expert was following behind them and monitoring them to see if they would obediently leave. Yet now, they didn't obediently leave. A trace of despair arose within his heart. Zhao Ming and Zhong Lin had similar feelings, the latter had a regretful expression. The former glared at the latter instead, and seemed to have completely forgotten that his thoughts earlier were the same as Zhong Lin's. Looks like the three of you have taken my words to be like the wind passing by one's ears. Since it's like this, then I can only give all of you a slight punishment and allow all of you to properly remember. A cold and indifferent and hoarse voice seemed to sweep over from all directions. For a time, the atmosphere in the entire sky became slightly strange. Senior, spare me, spare me. Tang Hua's face was ghastly pale as his body shivered. Although that formidable aura didn't completely suppress him, he didn't dare make the slightest movement. He knew clearly in his heart that if he dared flee, then he would die without a doubt. This was something he didn't doubt in the slightest. Senior, spare me. Zhao Ming and Zhong Lin's expressions were extremely unsightly, and their eyes were filled with boundless terror. Before today, they practically didn't dare believe it. With their strengths, they'd actually repeatedly begged for mercy before the same person in this tiny kingdom. But they understood that if they didn't beg for mercy, then they would die without a doubt. Earlier, it was you who questioned my ability? The hoarse voice was filled with ghastly coldness as it sounded out. At the same time, in the sky above Zhong Lin, the air shook as airflow swept out, and it seemed to have transformed into circle after circle of ripples that stretched out. At the center of these ripples, the air was compressed, and the clouds and mist roiled. Subsequently, swoosh! A violet-colored lightning bolt that was as thick as a water bucket appeared out of thin air and descended towards Zhong Lin. Zhao Ming and Tang Hua only felt something flash before their eyes. Bang! In practically an instant, their thoughts hadn't even had the time to turn back when they noticed that Zhong Lin, who was originally standing nearby in the sky, had vanished without a trace. Whereas that violet-colored lightning bolt that was as thick as a water bucket only appeared briefly. Zhong Lin's aura had completely vanished. There was only one possibility: Zhong Lin was dead. Tang Hua and Zhao Ming's already ghastly pale countenances were now pale like a piece of paper, and their bodies started trembling even more intensely. Senior, spare us. It was Zhong Lin who instigated us to stay behind earlier. Otherwise, we'd have done as you asked and left the Crimson Sky Kingdom long ago. Tang Hua begged for mercy in panic, and he looked around with the intention of searching for the whereabouts of the mysterious expert. But no matter how he searched, he didn't notice the slightest trace of the mysterious expert. That expert seemed as if he wasn't in the surroundings at all. Yeah, Senior. So long as you're willing to spare our lives, we'll leave right away, leave right away. Zhao Ming was afraid as well, completely afraid. Zhong Lin was a guardian elder of the Azure Forest Trisect just like him, and his strength wasn't inferior to him. But it was precisely an existence like this that he didn't even have the time to react before being annihilated in the blink of an eye, and it caused him to be unable to help but feel terrified in his heart. If both of you dare take half a step into the Crimson Sky Kingdom in this lifetime, I'll surely turn both of you into ashes. The cold and indifferent voice was peerlessly overbearing. Fuck off. Fuck off. Tang Hua and Zhao Ming felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders when they heard the cold shout of the mysterious expert, and they hurriedly flashed towards the north. In the blink of an eye, they'd left the territory of the Crimson Sky Kingdom and entered the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. After they entered the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the two of them continued flashing all along the way, and they only stopped after an hour. Both of them looked at each other, and they saw boundless terror in each other's eyes. In their hearts, they made up their minds. In the future, no matter what happened, they wouldn't take half a step into the Crimson Sky Kingdom again. The warning of the mysterious expert from before had taken root and sprouted in their hearts. Looks like if I want to coerce that Duan Lingtian to take us to the location of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, then I can only wait for him to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom first. Tang Hua frowned after his mood eased up after he'd managed to survive. Obviously, Tang Hua hadn't forgotten the 10,000-year stalactite milk that Duan Lingtian spoke of until now. I don't believe he can hide in the Crimson Sky Kingdom for his entire lifetime. Zhao Ming gnashed his teeth and was enraged to the limit. His hatred towards Duan Lingtian was something that was difficult for others to compare to. Now, I can only hope that the location of the 10,000-year stalactite milk isn't in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Tang Hua suddenly thought of a problem, and a wisp of worry appeared on his face. Humph. The matter of the 10,000-year stalactite milk should wait until that Duan Lingtian leaves the Crimson Sky Kingdom and we can capture him. Otherwise, everything is only a dream. Zhao Ming grunted. Elder Ming, the matter of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, Tang Hua looked at Zhao Ming and spoke with a serious expression. But he hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Zhao Ming. Don't worry. I'm not stupid to the point of sharing the 10,000-year stalactite milk with others. The fewer people that know about this matter, the more beneficial it is to us. A certain amount of 10,000-year stalactite milk is required to be able to assist us in improving our natural talent to the limit. Tang Hua hadn't finished speaking when Zhao Ming guessed his thoughts. Earlier, that Zhong Lin almost trapped us. But, it's good that he's dead. We can have one less person to share the 10,000-year stalactite milk with. Chapter 485. Duan Lingtian and Qin Xiang descended from the sky together, and when they returned to their own courtyard house, they noticed that there were many more people in the courtyard house. Amongst them, Xiaolan and Princess Baiyao were the most conspicuous. The two young women stood there like celestial maidens that had walked out from a painting. After Duan Lingtian appeared, the gloominess on the beautiful faces of the two young women dispersed, and they bloomed with a wisp of a smile that seemed capable of captivating all living things. This caused Qin Xiang to be unable to refrain from shaking her head and sighing. Looks like the man of her disciple is indeed extremely popular. As someone who'd experienced it before, she naturally saw the gazes the two young women before her had when they looked at Duan Lingtian with infatuation. Most importantly, in terms of beauty, these two young women weren't inferior to her disciple, Ke, in the slightest. Father, mother. This is Peak Master Qin Xiang, Ke's master. I've told both of you about her. Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Rufeng and Li Rou as he lightly smiled and introduced. So it's Peak Master Qin Xiang, Li Rou greets you. Li Rou nodded to Qin Xiang. Peak Master Qin Xiang. Duan Rufeng greeted Qin Xiang as well. Qin Xiang replied with a smile, then she looked at Li Rou and said with an envious expression, Little sister Li Rou, I've heard Ke mention you since long ago. You're truly fortunate to have such an outstanding son, it's truly enviable. Li Rou's face bloomed with a charming smile when she heard this. There wasn't a single mother that didn't like others praising their son, and Li Rou was no exception. Peak Master Qin Xiang. In next to no time, Xiaolan and Princess Baiyao successively bowed to Qin Xiang under the introduction of Duan Lingtian. They knew clearly in their hearts that this was a higher-up of a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and her strength was shocking. In terms of status, even the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom had to be respectful to her. Martial Aunt Qin Xiang. Mou looked at Qin Xiang with an excited expression, like a small boat that had lost its way and found a harbor to dock at. Mou and Qin Xiang stood at the side as they communicated via voice transmission. The content of their conversation was none other than the matter of the Seven-Star Sword Sect. Tian, who was that? Why did you suddenly leave? Recalling what had just happened, Li Rou looked at Duan Ling Tian worriedly. Xiaolan, Princess Biao, Jing Ru, and the others all looked at Duan Ling Tian curiously. He's an enemy of mine in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. But he's already been driven away by Peak Master Qin Xiang, and I presume he won't come again in the future. Duan Ling Tian casually found an excuse and said. He didn't tell the truth because he didn't want his parents to worry about him. After all, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was undoubtedly a colossus in the eyes of his parents, an existence that was unparalleled. If his parents knew that he was facing such a colossus, they would undoubtedly be worried for him. Li Rou didn't doubt him when she heard this, and she nodded. That's good. Right, Tian, didn't you say that Ke and Fei went on a long journey with Peak Master Qin Xiang? Now that Peak Master Qin Xiang has returned, why haven't they returned? Duan Ling Tian smiled. Mom, when Ke and Fei returned, they just happened to arrive at the critical juncture of breaking through, so they returned to the sect to cultivate first. As for Peak Master Qin Xiang, she came to tell me about this matter. Li Rou came to a sudden understanding. So that's how it is. Subsequently, Li Rou looked at Xiaolan and Princess Biao as she said slowly, Lan and Yao know that you're in danger, so they rushed over at the first possible moment. They were still worried about you earlier. Accompany them to have a meal, just take it as helping them get over their shock. As Li Rou finished speaking, she glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. She had an appearance of saying that if he dared refuse, Mom would be unhappy. Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly as he nodded, and he didn't refuse. The concern of the two women caused him to be unable to help but feel warmth in his heart. When Xiaolan and Princess Biao heard what Li Rou said, their beautiful faces couldn't help but be tainted with a wisp of crimson, and they were extremely embarrassed. How good would it be if Lan and Yao can become my daughter-in-law as well? Li Rou sighed lightly as she looked at the figures of Duan Lingtian's group of 3 that left. In the following few days, under the orders of his mother, Li Rou, so long as it was daytime, Duan Ling Tian practically accompanied Xiaolan and Princess Biao. Duan Ling Tian was naturally able to guess a little of his mother's thoughts. After a few days, he found an excuse to enter into closed-door cultivation and not leave. As the saying goes, cultivation knows no time. These words weren't wrong in the slightest. 3 months later, Duan Lingtian's cultivation had successfully broken through to the 8th level of the nascent soul stage. During these 3 months, something worthy of mentioning was. Qin Xiang brought Mou along and returned to the Seven-Star Sword Sect. Of course, the Seven-Star Sword Sect didn't exist anymore, and Qin Xiang brought Mou back to the 10,000-year stalactite cave on Migres Peak. The cultivation environment there could be said to be the best cultivation environment in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Moreover, with the 10,000-year stalactite milk that dripped down every once in a while to assist in cultivation, one's cultivation speed would surely advance by leaps and bounds. Duan Ling Tian knew clearly in his heart. Now that the Seven-Star Sword Sect had been annihilated, Qin Xiang had taken Mou to be the future hope of the Seven-Star Sword Sect, and she'd taken Mou to be the next sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword Sect to foster. She was the junior sister of the Seven-Star Sword Sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, and now that she was teaching a disciple on behalf of her brother, everything was logical. After breaking through to the 8th level of the nascent soul stage, Duan Ling Tian walked out of his room in an extremely good mood. He sat before the stone table in the front courtyard and teased the little gold mouse. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse rolled around on the stone table, and at the same time, she sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. Big brother Ling Tian, when will big sister Ker and big sister Li Fei return? Not so fast. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. The two little girls were cultivating in the foreign lands, and it would probably be impossible for them to return in a short period of time. Although he missed the two little girls very much as well. But he was happy for the two little girls that they were able to obtain such good fortune. He believed. With the fostering of a great power in the foreign lands, the accomplishments of the two little girls would surely be limitless. Little Gold, let's go. We're going for a walk. Duan Ling Tian called out to the little gold mouse, and after the little gold mouse leaped onto his shoulder, he left the courtyard house with large strides. After strolling around the imperial city's inner city, Duan Ling Tian went to the Divine Might Marquis estate. Young Master Ling Tian. The guards at the entrance of the Divine Might Marquis estate bowed respectfully to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly as he entered the Divine Might Marquis estate, as if he was strolling through his own back garden. Duan Ling Tian saw Nia Yuan and Xiaofan in the audience hall of the Divine Might Marquis estate. Uncle Nia, big brother Nia. I heard the two of you talking about the martial competition of the 10 dynasties earlier. What's that? Duan Ling Tian asked Nia Yuan and Xiaofan curiously. Earlier, he hadn't entered the audience hall when he heard Nia Yuan and Xiaofan chatting happily, and their topic seemed to revolve around the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Martial competition of the 10 dynasties. It obviously wasn't simple. Little Tian, you've come. Nia Yuan and Xiaofan had smiles all over their faces when they saw Duan Ling Tian arrive. After that, Nia Yuan explained. Supposedly, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is a competition between the young geniuses of the 10 great dynasties including the Dark Han dynasty, a competition between the young geniuses of the 10 great dynasties? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted abruptly when he heard this. The Dark Han dynasty could be said to be boundlessly vast, and the geniuses in the martial Dao within it were innumerable like the clouds, not to mention the other 9 dynasties that were similar to the Dark Han dynasty. Uncle Nia, how did you know about the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Not to mention the Crimson Sky Kingdom, even the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was similarly far away from the Dark Han dynasty. But now, the grand event of the Dark Han dynasty had actually spread to the Crimson Sky Kingdom? It was the ambassador of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that was sent to our Crimson Sky Kingdom by the imperial family. Nia Yuan explained slowly. Supposedly, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties will be held 5 years from now. At that time, the most outstanding young geniuses of the 10 great dynasties, including the Dark Han dynasty, will participate. This time, the Dark Han dynasty ordered the various empires under its command to select the most outstanding young geniuses for years from now to head to the capital of the dynasty to compete for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. On the other hand, the empires ordered the various imperial kingdoms under their command to compete for the qualifications to head to the capital of the dynasty 3 years from now. When it came to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the Dark Han dynasty ordered the various kingdoms to send out their most outstanding genius martial artists to head to the imperial city of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At that time, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom will select the most outstanding genius martial artists to head to the Darkstone Empire's imperial city, and their target is the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. When he spoke up to hear, Nia Yuan looked at Duan Ling Tian as his eyes glowed. Supposedly, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is held by a formidable power that surpasses the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. I suspect that the formidable power that surpasses the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family is a power from the foreign lands. Little Tian, if you're able to become eminent in the competition in the Darkstone Empire's imperial city and head to the capital of the Dark Han dynasty, then even if you're unable to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, you'll still be able to obtain the rewards bestowed by the Darkstone Empire's imperial family. Supposedly, even the imperial families of the various imperial kingdoms would covet those rewards. Nia Yuan finished speaking in a single breath. A power from the foreign lands? Hold the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he thought to himself. I wonder what the intentions of that power from the foreign lands doing this. Duan Lingtian believed that the power from the foreign lands would absolutely not be bored to the point of holding the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. There was surely something hidden within it. Not only that, even if little Tian only shows outstanding talent in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and obtains the qualifications to head to the Imperial City, you'll similarly be able to obtain many rewards from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family. Xiaofan looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Little Tian. His Majesty has already decided that our Crimson Sky Kingdom will send you over. So long as you're able to show outstanding talent in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, our Crimson Sky Kingdom will be able to obtain generous rewards from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family, and it's even to the extent that we'll be exempt from taxes for 10 years. Subordinate kingdoms had to hand over large amounts of taxes to the great kingdom that stood above them. This had always been the rule of the various dynasties. The Crimson Sky Kingdom and the various kingdoms had to hand over taxes to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the various imperial kingdoms had to hand over taxes to the Darkstone Empire. The Darkstone Empire and the various empires had to hand over taxes to the Dark Han dynasty instead. A power from the foreign lands? Chapter 486. It can be said that this opportunity. To you and our Crimson Sky Kingdom, it's a win-win opportunity. Xiaofan's words were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. He believed that with Duan Lingtian's natural talent and strength, he would surely be able to stand out in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and obtain the qualifications to head to the Darkstone Empire's imperial city to compete with the young experts of the various Darkstone Empires and imperial kingdoms. Once Duan Lingtian was able to continue to stand out in the Darkstone Empire, Duan Lingtian would be able to head to the Dark Han dynasty's capital and compete with the young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty and the various empires to compete for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. It could be imagined that the young experts that were able to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties would surely be the most outstanding monstrous geniuses of the various dynasties. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties was a competition between the group of young geniuses that stood at the peak of the 10 dynasties. At that time, it would be another fierce struggle. If one was able to stand out in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, one would even have the chance to join a power of the foreign lands. The words foreign lands held great weight and firmly suppressed the various dynasties. Then the martial competition of the 10 dynasties doesn't have specific requirements? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Supposedly, the people that participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties can't exceed 40 years of age. They must be of the true younger generation. Otherwise, even if they seize the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, their qualifications to participate would be directly revoked in the end. Nia Yuan spoke slowly. In other words, the young geniuses of the various dynasties that are preparing for the martial competition of the 10 dynasties can't exceed 35 years of age. After all, even if they're only 35 years old now, they'll be 40 years old 5 years from now. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Can't exceed 40 years of age? Actually, we don't really understand this as well, Xiaofan said with a smile. Generally speaking, people under the age of 40 are collectively referred to as youths. However, there are many people over the age of 40, such as Uncle Ru Feng, people around the age of 50, who maintain themselves well and appear to be only around the age of 30. When he spoke up to hear, Xiaofan glanced at Nia Yuan and smiled. Unlike my father. What? You little brat, you dare complain that your father is old? Nia Yuan glared at him and shouted in a low voice. Xiaofan instantly shriveled up when he heard this. Father, I was joking, I was joking. Big brother Xiaofan. Duan Lingtian instead declined to comment on what Xiaofan said. I've seen a record in an ancient book. Supposedly, there's a miraculous ore in the foreign lands that, after being polished, can become an age-measuring pearl. As long as a person puts their hand on the age-measuring bead, the age-measuring bead will have a reaction, and ribbons will appear. For example, if a newborn child touches the age-measuring bead, a faint red ribbon will appear, indicating that the child is under 1 year old. When a child is 1 year old, one red ribbon will turn dark. If a child is 2 years old, 2 red ribbons will appear. At the age of 10, you will have 10 red ribbons. Later on, when older people touch it with their hands, different colored ribbons will appear, representing different ages. All this Duan Lingtian spoke of was naturally not something he saw in an ancient book. The reason he knew of this was because there were records of the age-measuring pearl in the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu. The age-measuring pearl was able to measure a person's age. Of course, the age-measuring pearl wasn't all-powerful. At most, it was only able to measure the true age of a person below the age of 80. But even then, it was more than sufficient to measure the ages of all the young geniuses that were participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. When they heard Duan Lingtian, not only was Xiaofan stunned, even Nia Yuan was stunned. There's such a miraculous thing in the world? Truly unbelievable. Nia Yuan's mental fortitude was stronger, and he was the first to recover from his shock as he sighed with emotion. Cloud Continent is so large and filled with all sorts of wonders. It isn't surprising that there's an existence like the age-measuring pearl. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, then asked. Right, Uncle Nia. Did the ambassador from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom say when the young geniuses selected by our Crimson Sky Kingdom will go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? What's the exact situation after they go? Nia Yuan's eyes flashed as he said, according to what that ambassador said, they only have to arrive at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial city within a year. As for after arriving at the Azure Forest Imperial City, the young geniuses selected by the various kingdoms only have to produce proof to become students of the Azure Forest Imperial City's Dragon and Phoenix Academy. 2 years from now, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City will hold a genius competition. At that time, so long as the people that are able to stand out in the genius competition, they will be able to obtain the opportunity to head to the Dark Stone Empire's Imperial City and compete with the young geniuses of the Dark Stone Empire and the various Imperial Kingdoms. From the Imperial City to the Empire, from the Empire to the Dynasty. After that, it's the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. I can imagine that anyone that's able to walk to the end will surely soar into the sky. As he finished speaking, Nia Yuan was slightly excited. But unfortunately, this martial competition of the 10 dynasties came too quickly. If it came another 5 or 6 years and little Tian was 33 or 34 years old when the martial competition of the 10 dynasties came, then it wouldn't be difficult for him to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and even stand out in it. Xiaofan sighed. Even though he was confident towards Duan Lingtian, but Duan Lingtian's age was still too young after all. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian would have the chance to head to the empire or even the dynasty to compete with the young geniuses of the various kingdoms and empires. But if he wanted to seize the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, it would probably be quite difficult. He didn't look favorably upon Duan Lingtian. Exactly. Nia Yuan nodded as well, and he agreed with Xiaofan's words. Only Duan Lingtian remained indifferent. After all, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties would only begin 5 years from now. Who could guarantee what would happen in 5 years of time? Little Tian, after you return, tell your parents. You can't miss this opportunity. A year of time can't be said to be long, yet it's not short either. Even if we use a nascent soul stage fierce beast to travel, I'm afraid it would still require half a year of time to travel from here to the imperial city of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Nia Yuan had a serious expression as he spoke. Even though he didn't look favorably upon Duan Lingtian being able to seize the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. However, he was extremely confident towards Duan Lingtian being able to become eminent amongst the group of young geniuses of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Even if Duan Lingtian became eminent amongst the group of young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire, he wouldn't be too surprised. So as far as he was concerned, even if Duan Lingtian was unable to seize the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties in the end, he would still be able to obtain many rewards and benefits from the imperial family of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and Darkstone Empire. He didn't wish for Duan Lingtian to miss it. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, then bid farewell to Nia Yuan and Xiaofan before leaving the Divine Might Marquis estate. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties in 5 years. Slightly interesting. Duan Lingtian stretched out his arms, and a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. At the same time, his hand lightly shook, and a crystalline and translucent jade sword appeared in his hand. This jade sword, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his gaze became faintly discernible. He still remembered that this jade sword was something he'd obtained in the misty forest near Aurora City that day. It could also be said that it was left to him by the Boundless Sect's young sect leader. At the same time, this jade sword was the culprit that caused the annihilation of the Boundless Sect. According to what the Boundless Sect's young sect leader said, this jade sword is the key to the Sword Monarch's treasure. A Sword Monarch usually refers to a sword cultivator martial monarch. A treasure vault left behind by a martial monarch would surely contain many good things. Perhaps, after Little Gold's cultivation breaks through to the Void Initiation stage, I'll be able to gather with the other possessors of the Jade Swords and head to the Sword Monarch's treasure together. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and the origin energy in his hand bloomed out to fuse into the Jade Sword. He still remembered that the Boundless Sect's young sect leader had reminded him that he should only open the Sword Monarch's treasure after breaking through to the Void Initiation stage. Duan Lingtian was able to understand the words of the Boundless Sect's young sect leader. After all, his cultivation was too low, and he was utterly unable to keep the Jade Sword. This Jade Sword has obviously been inscribed with a sound transmission inscription. I wonder if the other 8 Jade Swords already have owners. Duan Lingtian still remembered what the Boundless Sect's young sect leader had said that day. There were a total of 9 Jade Swords. Only when all 9 Jade Swords were gathered together would the Sword Monarch's treasure be able to be opened. A sound transmission inscription was undoubtedly an extremely brilliant inscription, and at least the current Duan Lingtian was unable to inscribe it. Only an inscription master whose spiritual force has attained the void transformation stage or above would be able to successfully inscribe a sound transmission inscription. The stronger the spiritual force, the greater the range of communication the sound transmission inscription inscribed would be. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and the origin energy that fused into the Jade Sword directly activated the sound transmission inscription. A sound transmission inscription was different from ordinary inscriptions, and it wasn't a one-time use inscription. I'm able to sense the other 8 matching sound transmission inscriptions. But I wonder if the other 9 Jade Swords already have owners. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Right at this moment, a sonorous laughter sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Ha ha ha. The 9th Jade Sword has finally appeared. Brother, your luck isn't bad. I heard long ago that the Jade Sword fell into the hands of a sect called the Boundless Sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom all those years ago. Later on, that Boundless Sect seemed to have been annihilated by a sect called the Black Fiend Sect. Looks like you're not simple since you're able to obtain that Jade Sword. Brother, you're from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, right? Duan Lingtian knew clearly that the sonorous voice was precisely communicating with him. That was the owner of the other Jade Sword. What do you mean by this? Could it be that you're not from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Duan Lingtian was stunned and was slightly surprised. Exactly, I'm not from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. I'm from the Darkstone Empire. Brother, confirm a time and place, then we'll contact the other 7 people and go open the Sword Monarch's treasure together, alright? Chapter 487. Sorry, I don't have the intention to cooperate with all of you to open the Sword Monarch's treasure for now. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. His voice was transmitted out through the voice transmission inscription on the jade sword in his hand. Duan Lingtian found out from the owner of the sonorous voice that the other 8 jade swords already had an owner. Moreover, the owners of these jade swords were mostly not members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Why? The sonorous voice sounded out once more. This time, there was no excitement, and there was only bewilderment and bewilderment. I want to know what the cultivations of the other 8 of you are. Duan Lingtian asked. Meanwhile, the sonorous voice went silent for a moment before continuing. Looks like brother isn't confident of your own strength. Actually, the strengths of the 8 of us can't be considered to be strong in the various empires, and there are even 3 of us that are from an imperial kingdom like you. The strongest amongst us is only at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage, and the weakest is at the 4th level of the Void Initiation stage. 4th level of the Void Initiation stage? 6th level of the Void Initiation stage? Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but constrict. Looks like the strengths of the owners of those 8 jade swords were far stronger than him and Little Gold. Brother, if you're worried, we'll seize your jade sword. You can first hide the jade sword at a place that only you know of and no one is able to find. At that time, you can come meet us first, and we're willing to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that we'll absolutely not scheme to seize the jade sword in your possession and harm you. The sonorous voice contained slight anxiousness mixed within, and he wished for nothing more than for Duan Lingtian to directly appear before him and open the Sword Monarch's treasure with him. 99 heavenly tribulation? What you said isn't a bad choice. Duan Lingtian replied. Then brother, you, the owner of the sonorous voice, seemed to have heard a favorable turn from Duan Lingtian, and he was slightly excited. Sorry, I still refuse. Even if all of you won't seize my jade sword and won't harm me. But with my current cultivation, even if I really encounter any treasure after entering the Sword Monarch's treasure, I'm afraid I'm unable to seize it from all of you. Moreover, who knows if there's any danger within the Sword Monarch's treasure? Duan Lingtian said indifferently, so before my cultivation advances to the Void Initiation stage, I won't consider working together with all of you to open the Sword Monarch's treasure. I'll contact all of you once I've broken through to the Void Initiation stage. Duan Lingtian's tone was resolute and decisive. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for the owner of the sonorous voice to reply before withdrawing the origin energy that had fused into the voice transmission inscription on the jade sword in his hand, and he stopped communicating with that person. No matter what, the Sword Monarch's treasure will be a turning point for me. I hope that I'll be able to obtain some gains from the Sword Monarch's treasure before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties begins, and from there, I'll become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and officially step onto the stage of the foreign lands. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as if he could see his bright future. Outer Realm. His 2 fiancées were there. The great treasure left behind by Emperor Wu of Samsara was also there. The Outer Realm was the true stage of the martial artists of Cloud Continent, and the experts were numerous like the clouds, causing one's hot blood to surge. Duan Lingtian looked forward to it extremely. After Duan Lingtian brought the little gold mouse home, he went to look for his mother and deadbeat father. "Mother, father. I intend to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and return to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in a few days." No matter if it was Li Ro or Duan Rufeng, both of them weren't surprised when they heard Duan Lingtian wanted to leave. After all, Duan Lingtian was a member of a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom now, and he'd only returned this time for the sake of visiting his family, and he would have to return sooner or later. "Tian, if you're free in the future, bring Kerr and Fei back to see mother often," Li Ro said to Duan Lingtian. "Of course." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Besides that, remember to bid farewell to Lan and Yao before you leave," Li Ro added. Duan Lingtian replied. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian went to look for Xiaolan and Princess Bai Yao to bid farewell. The two young women were naturally extremely reluctant when Duan Lingtian wanted to leave, but they knew that Duan Lingtian would leave sooner or later. They were unable to make him stay. The goddess was willing, but the king was heartless. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian successively went to look for Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun to have a meal together before bidding farewell to the two of them. After that, Duan Lingtian went to the Duan clan and Paladin Academy to bid farewell to the Duan clan members and the two deans of Paladin Academy. After that, Duan Lingtian went to the Divine Might Marquis estate and followed the Divine Might Marquis into the Imperial Palace, and he obtained the proof of recommendation that the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial Family issued to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Family from the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Emperor. With this proof, Duan Lingtian could rely on it to enter the Dragon and Phoenix Academy of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City and become a member of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Dragon and Phoenix Academy? A few days ago, when he was at the Divine Might Marquis estate, Duan Lingtian had heard the Divine Might Marquis mention this Dragon and Phoenix Academy. But when he was at the Seven-Star Sword Sect, he'd never heard of this Dragon and Phoenix Academy. "Your Majesty, this Dragon and Phoenix Academy is?" Duan Lingtian looked at the Emperor with a curious expression. The Emperor said, "The Dragon and Phoenix Academy is a public academy that the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom specially established for the sake of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The young geniuses recommended by the various kingdoms will enter the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Not only that, supposedly, so long as the outstanding disciples of the various sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom are below the age of 35, the various sects can recommend them to enter the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. 2 years from now, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom will select the 5 most outstanding people from the Dragon and Phoenix Academy to head to the Darkstone Empire's Imperial City to compete with the young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire and the young geniuses of the various kingdoms." The Emperor finished speaking in a single breath. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. No wonder he'd never heard of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy in the past. So it turns out that the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom specially prepared it for the sake of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. "Commander Duan, your natural talent in the martial Dao is the strongest amongst the younger generation of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. This time, whether our Crimson Sky Kingdom is able to be exempted from 10 years of taxes and obtain the generous rewards of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom will depend on you." The Emperor looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression of anticipation. "I'll try my best." Duan Lingtian lightly nodded. No matter what, the Crimson Sky Kingdom was his hometown. He would try his best to help the Crimson Sky Kingdom obtain benefits. After he took a piece of paper from the Imperial Palace, Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Nye Yuan. "Uncle Nye, I'll have to trouble you to help me bid farewell to Big Brother Nye. I'll be making a trip home and will leave right away. Be careful on your way." Nye Yuan nodded seriously, then reminded. "Little Tian, with your natural talent, it isn't difficult for you to become eminent in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom 2 years from now. Even if it's in the Darkstone Empire, it isn't impossible. But if you have the chance to go to the Darkhan Dynasty and compete for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, you must remember not to be rash. If you're not a match for them, then admit defeat as soon as possible. In a person's lifetime, there's only one life. If you lose your life, then you have nothing. Nia Yuan's words came from the bottom of his heart. Uncle Nia, I understand. Duan Lingtian replied, and his heart felt warm. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian made a trip home to inform his mother, his deadbeat father, and his manager, Jing Ru, before leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian sat on the back of the little gold mouse that had become larger and soared into the sky. Hee hee. Big brother Lingtian, that divine might Marquis told you that day that even if there's a nascent soul stage fierce beast carrying you, it would still take 7 or 8 months to arrive at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial city. He's really narrow-minded. Humph. Humph. With me carrying big brother Lingtian, we'll be able to arrive at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial city in a month at most. A voice that was like that of a little girl sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and the voice contained slight ridicule mixed within. It was precisely Little Gold's voice transmission. Duan Lingtian glared angrily at the enormous gold mouse beneath him. Little fellow, it's really easy for you to talk. You're a 3rd-level void-prying stage demon beast, how can a nascent soul stage fierce beast compare to you? Big brother Lingtian, are we going directly to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial city, or are we going to take a look elsewhere first? The enormous gold mouse's jade-green eyes ceaselessly revolved. We're naturally going to take a look elsewhere. So long as we arrive at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Dragon and Phoenix Academy within a year. Duan Lingtian spoke as a matter of course. Little Gold instantly leaped for joy when she heard Duan Lingtian, and her speed slowed down as well. They spent 10 days of time before arriving at Black Wind City. Squeak squeak, when they arrived at Black Wind City once again, the little gold mouse seemed to be extremely furious, and she stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder while baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. Huh! Little Gold, I haven't asked you, how did you get sent to the Ma Clan auction house that day? Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse and laughed. He still remembered. At that time, when he'd just left the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city and arrived at Black Wind City, the first time he saw the little gold mouse was precisely at the Ma Clan auction house. At that time, the little gold mouse was an auction item. Up until now, when he recalled it, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. It was an old fellow at the half-step void stage that captured me. Big brother Lingtian, I want to take revenge. The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it contained slight anger mixed within. Is it a member of the Ma Clan? Duan Lingtian asked. No. But I remember very clearly that he's a member of Black Wind City as well. The little gold mouse said via voice transmission. Then you can slowly look for him later. We can stay here for 2 days. As for now, it's time for me to properly settle the old debts with the Ma Clan. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he spoke word by word. Ma Clan. That day, when he'd bid for the little gold mouse in the Ma Clan auction house, the Magnolia Trading Company's Black Wind City branch's guild master, Xia Guang, intended to seize the little gold mouse from him. Of course, it took 2 hands to clap. Later on, it was precisely the members of the Ma Clan who colluded with Xia Guang that exposed his tracks. Originally, he'd asked for compensation from the Ma Clan, and this matter could be considered to have come to an end. Chapter 488. At that time, when Xia Guang's father, the vice president of the Magnolia Trading Company, Xiaodou, appeared before him. He knew it. It was the Ma clan of Black Wind City that betrayed him. If it wasn't for this, it would be impossible for anyone to know that it was he who killed Xia Guang. Ma clan. Since you think you have too much money, then I'll help you spend it properly. A wisp of an evil smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. He still remembered that when he asked the Ma clan to take out 10 million gold, the Ma clan was still very straightforward and sent it over that very night. Presumably, the Ma clan had been operating in Black Wind City for many years and had accumulated quite a bit of wealth. At the entrance of the Ma clan estate, 4 Ma clan disciples stood separately on both sides like door gods. Duan Lingtian indifferently glanced at the plaque on the entrance of the Ma clan estate, and when he saw the 3 large words Ma clan, carved in flamboyant calligraphy on it, he knew that he hadn't found the wrong place. Duan Lingtian walked out in large strides and directly walked towards the entrance of the Ma clan estate. Who is it? Stop. At the same time that Duan Lingtian walked to the entrance, he was stopped by the 4 Ma clan disciples as expected. The gazes of the 4 Ma clan disciples were fierce as they stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian indifferently glanced at the 4 people before him and slowly opened his mouth. F***K off. A shocked shout that contained dense origin energy tore through the sky and pierced into the ears of the 4 Ma clan disciples. Instantly, the eardrums of the 4 Ma clan disciples stung, and the eardrums of the 2 with lower cultivations were directly shattered, causing fresh blood to spray out as they emitted shrill cries. Although the other 2 weren't so exaggerated, their faces were still ghastly pale. When they saw the violet-clothed young man take a step forward in an overbearing manner, they didn't dare obstruct him and moved to the side in panic. At this moment, they could feel the rage that ceaselessly rose from the body of the person that had arrived. If they continued to obstruct him, the violet-clothed young man might directly make a move against them. They didn't doubt this in the slightest. This violet-clothed young man wasn't someone they could deal with. I'll go around him and notify the patriarch. One of the Ma clan's disciples greeted the other 3 and entered the Ma clan's mansion, heading to the other side. After Duan Lingtian entered the Ma family mansion, he stopped a passing Ma family disciple and said indifferently, "Take me to your Ma family grand hall." This Ma family disciple saw that Duan Lingtian had an extraordinary temperament and thought that Duan Lingtian was a guest of the Ma family. He didn't dare to neglect and respectfully led Duan Lingtian to the outside of the Ma family's main hall. "Customer, you," the Ma clan disciple looked at Duan Lingtian, yet he hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. "All right, go call over your Ma clan's patriarch and those half-step void stage old geezers. Just tell them that an old friend has come." Duan Lingtian swept the Ma clan disciple with his gaze, and while the Ma clan disciple was still in a daze, he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that blew into the main hall, and he impolitely sat on the wooden armchair that guarded the main hall. The Ma clan disciple was completely dumbstruck when he saw this scene. That seat seemed to be the head seat that only their Ma clan's patriarch had the qualifications to sit on, right? His heart jerked when he recalled what Duan Lingtian said earlier. Daring to sit on the head seat that belongs to the patriarch in our Ma clan's main hall, and even daring to call the ancestor old geezers. Looks like this guest's identity isn't simple. I have to hurry and report this to the patriarch and the ancestor. The Ma clan disciple thought in his heart and hurriedly turned around to look for the patriarch and ancestor of his Ma clan. In the Ma clan's main hall, Duan Lingtian sat on the wooden armchair as he grabbed the little gold mouse and lightly stroked its back. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse was comfortable to the point she let out a low cry, and her pair of jade-green eyes gradually closed. Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression as he silently looked outside the main hall. Outside the main hall, it was calm at the beginning, but 15 minutes later, a string of footsteps sounded out, getting closer and closer. Subsequently, numerous figures appeared within the scope of Duan Lingtian's line of sight. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man that wore an embroidered robe. The space between his brows revealed a sense of dignity, and he had an extraordinary bearing. Behind the middle-aged man, 4 old men followed closely behind him, and there were also many other people. They were obviously the higher-ups of the Ma clan. The group of people walked into the main hall in a formidable array. "It's you." In next to no time, the gazes of the 4 old men that followed behind the middle-aged man in the lead descended onto Duan Ling Tian, and their faces went grim. Presumptuous. How could the seat of the patriarch be something a little kid like you can sit on? An explosive shout resounded throughout the main hall, and the middle-aged man that followed behind emitted a cold light as his figure flashed out to pounce towards Duan Ling Tian with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Bang! The middle-aged man slapped out with his palm, causing an origin energy palm print to appear and envelop Duan Ling Tian like a shadow. At the same time, 1,100 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out from the sky along with the middle-aged man. This middle-aged man's cultivation was obviously at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage. Squeak squeak! Right at the instant the middle-aged man struck out with his palm, a sharp cry sounded out. In the next moment, the little gold mouse in Duan Lingtian's hand had vanished. The people present only saw a golden light shoot out from Duan Lingtian's hand, and its speed was so swift that it was astounding to hear. Subsequently, bang! An enormous bang accompanied by a shrill cry that pierced the heart sounded out abruptly. Under the gazes of everyone present, the golden light blasted onto the middle-aged man, and the middle-aged man was directly blasted flying. He emitted a few mouthfuls of blood before fiercely falling to the ground and fainting. But now, no one looked at the middle-aged man's injuries. The gazes of everyone descended onto the golden figure in the sky. This was a little gold mouse that stood in the sky, and it glanced at the middle-aged man that had fainted with contempt before turning around and transforming into a golden light that returned to Duan Lingtian's hand. 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. As they looked at the 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that gradually dispersed along with the little gold mouse leaving, the expressions of the Ma clan members present went grim. Subsequently, their gazes descended onto the hand of the violet-clothed young man that sat at the head. The little gold mouse comfortably closed its eyes and enjoyed the violet-clothed young man's caress, and it seemed extremely like a cute and harmless pet mouse. But now, no one dared look at this little gold mouse as if they were looking at a pet. They knew. This was a demon beast, a 3rd-level void-prying stage demon beast. Long time no see. Duan Lingtian's gaze slowly descended onto the 4 old men behind the middle-aged man in the lead, and he grinned to reveal his snow-white teeth. But when Duan Lingtian's brilliant smile entered into the eyes of the 4 old men, it instead caused their expressions to go grim. The gazes of the 4 old men descended onto Duan Ling Tian, and their gazes contained slight bewilderment and disbelief mixed within. Exactly, it's that little gold mouse I bought from your Ma clan auction house that day. Now that I speak of it, I have to properly thank your Ma clan, otherwise, I'm afraid I have no fate with it. Duan Ling Tian spoke slowly as he rubbed the little gold mouse's smooth back. From the beginning until the end, he had a calm expression that didn't contain any emotions. The bodies of the 4 old men shook, and the corners of their mouths held a wisp of bitterness. That little gold mouse from all those years ago has actually transformed into a 3rd-level void-prying stage demon beast now? Is this still a gold fur mouse? You're that person from that day? The middle-aged man in the lead who wore embroidered robes was originally curious as to why their Ma clan would offend a person that had a demon beast by his side. But now, when he heard the young man before him, he seriously sized the young man up for a moment before finally recognizing the young man. Although it was the first time he'd seen this young man, he'd seen the portrait of the young man many times, and it left a deep impression on him. The incident that occurred in the Ma clan auction house a few years ago was something he'd never forget. Because of that incident, not only did their Ma clan lose a single person, they were even extorted of an entire 10 million gold. It was the first time their Ma clan had suffered such humiliation. Whereas the instigator of all this was the young man that bought the infant gold fur mouse in the Ma clan auction house. The young man before him. This third-level void-prying stage demon beast is the infant gold fur mouse that was auctioned off in our Ma clan auction house that day. The middle-aged man was the Ma clan's patriarch, and his heart was ceaselessly bleeding. If he knew earlier that this infant gold fur mouse was able to grow to such an extent in a short few years, then no matter how great the price his Ma clan had to pay, even if they had to go bankrupt, they would still digest this infant gold fur mouse internally. Even if the seller didn't allow them to digest it internally, they would still bid for it. Now, they'd instead helped someone else achieve their goal. The affairs of the world were difficult to predict. Who could have imagined that the inconspicuous infant gold fur mouse from that day would grow to such a terrifying extent in a short few years? Demon Beast. Moreover, it was a third-level void-prying stage demon beast. Looks like Patriarch Ma hasn't forgotten me. Duan Lingtian sat at the head and looked at the middle-aged man with a calm expression. Although it was the first time he'd seen this middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian still recognized him with a single glance. Being able to make those four old fellows crowd around like this, the middle-aged man's identity was obvious. It was surely the Ma clan's patriarch without a doubt. Patriarch Ma, now that I speak of it, I still have to thank you for the 10 million gold you gave me that day. I clearly remember Patriarch Ma's generosity. Duan Lingtian looked at the Ma clan's patriarch and a brilliant smile bloomed on his face. But when this smile entered into the eyes of the Ma clan higher-ups, it was no different than a devil. What exactly do you want? The Ma clan's patriarch gnashed his teeth. Although it was my Ma clan that was in the wrong that day, the instigator is already dead after all. Not only that, my Ma clan even gave you 10 million gold because of this. Moreover, you've even obtained this mutated gold fur mouse from our Ma clan's auction house. You've obtained great benefits. What else do you want? Chapter 489. The Ma clan's patriarch looked at the little gold mouse in Duan Lingtian's hand, and the burning sheen in his eyes seemed to have transformed into flames that could incinerate everything. It could be imagined. If their Ma clan were to obtain this third-level void-prying stage gold fur mouse, their Ma clan would surely dominate Black Wind City. Patriarch Ma, your last words are slightly sour. At that time, little gold was taken out to be auctioned by your Ma clan's auction house, and it can only be said that your Ma clan members had eyes but failed to see, and that was why they allowed a bright pearl to be covered in dust. Whereas I had discerning eyes and didn't hesitate to pay a great price to bid for it. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the Ma clan's patriarch, as he never imagined that the Ma clan's face would be so thick. Now, you have the nerve to say that I obtained a great benefit? Or perhaps, in the matter of little gold, you think I've taken advantage of your Ma clan? You. The Ma clan's patriarch couldn't help but be exasperated when he heard Duan Lingtian, yet he was speechless. After all, what the Ma clan's patriarch said wasn't wrong in the slightest. In this matter, it was indeed their Ma clan members that had eyes but failed to see, and they missed a variant gold fur mouse that could change the Ma clan's fate. Up until now, the Ma clan members still thought that the little gold mouse was only a gold fur mouse. The reason it grew so quickly was because it had undergone a mutation. They were completely unaware of the little gold mouse's true identity, the jade-eyed heavenly mouse. After all, the jade-eyed heavenly mouse was a demon beast of legend in the foreign lands. Even if it was in the foreign lands, not everyone had heard of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Young man, what exactly do you want? An old man behind the Ma clan's patriarch took a step forward and spoke with a low voice. This old man was precisely one of the Ma clan's supreme elders. All those years ago, this young man had a void-prying stage expert following by his side, and they were extremely afraid. Today, although that void-prying stage expert wasn't present, a void-prying stage demon beast had appeared by the young man's side. Moreover, it was a third-level void-prying stage demon beast, and it caused them to be even more afraid. What do I want? Duan Lingtian glanced at the old man and couldn't help but laugh. I should be the one asking you this, right? I've already repaid everything that our Ma clan owes you. What do you intend to do by breaking into our Ma clan this time? The Ma clan patriarch asked in a deep voice. You've repaid everything you owe me? Duan Lingtian was first stunned when he heard the Ma clan's patriarch, then he came to a sudden understanding. Patriarch Ma, you ought to be talking about the death of the person in charge of your Ma clan auction house, Ma Qin, and the 10 million gold, right? Humph. The Ma clan's patriarch snorted coldly and tacitly agreed. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Because of what happened at the Ma family auction house, what your Ma family owed me has indeed been repaid, just when the upper echelons of the Ma family secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Duan Lingtian's voice abruptly rose, and it contained a trace of coldness mixed within. But, I didn't come to your Ma clan today for the matter from that day. Since I took your Ma clan's money that day, I naturally wouldn't fuss about it. I came to your Ma clan to ask you to repay the debt that I owed you later. As he spoke up to hear, Duan Lingtian's gaze went completely cold, and his face seemed to be covered in a layer of ice. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's rage, and it stood up and bared its fangs and brandished its claws towards the Ma clan's upper echelons. In its hand, a spirit sword appeared out of thin air, along with origin energy flickering on the sword in its claws. Whoosh! In the sky above the little gold mouse, 6,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes gradually condensed into form. This scene caused the heartbeats of the Ma clan's upper echelons that were already slightly lacking in confidence to suddenly speed up. Demon beasts have spirit swords as well? This spirit sword assisted it to amplify the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. It's a grade 5 spirit weapon? All the Ma clan's upper echelons trembled with fear. Some with weaker hearts were terrified to the point they directly sat down on the ground, and their bodies shivered as cold sweat flowed out. Grade 5 spirit weapon. What concept was that? Even if it was the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it seemed that only the few great powers that stood at the top possessed grade 5 spirit weapons, right? You. Who exactly are you? The Ma clan's patriarch looked at Duan Lingtian, and his face went ghastly pale and had a panicked expression. Able to give a demon beast a grade 5 spirit weapon. Would a person like this be an ordinary person? Who I am isn't important. Duan Lingtian naturally knew what the Ma clan's patriarch was thinking, and he said indifferently, I presume all of you have thought of what you owe me, right? All of you are really capable. Originally, that matter had already ended, yet all of you still refused to let it go and even drew over Xia Guang's father, Xia Do, to me. Or perhaps, in all of your eyes, would surely die at the hands of Xia Do, and would forever be unable to get even with all of you. Right? After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his gaze swept past all the Ma clan higher-ups one by one. Every time his gaze descended onto a person, it would cause that person's face to be unable to refrain from going pale. The 4 old men behind the Ma clan's patriarch had bitter smiles and helplessness on their faces. They never imagined that this young man already knew of that matter. They originally thought that so long as Xia Do found this young man, then even if this young man knew that it was them who did something from behind, it would surely be impossible for the young man to get even with them. After all, Xia Do wouldn't let this young man off. But unexpectedly, for some unknown reason, Xia Do was actually unable to kill this young man. Or perhaps, Xia Do didn't even find this young man with great fanfare, and was noticed by this young man first. But no matter what, they knew that they were going to be struck with misfortune. You. What exactly do you want? The Ma clan's patriarch's face started to go ghastly pale as he asked with a low voice. What do I want? Duan Lingtian smiled, and he glanced deeply at the Ma clan's patriarch. That will depend on the sincerity of your Ma clan. If your sincerity isn't enough. As he spoke up to hear, Duan Lingtian paused for a moment, and he glanced at the little gold mouse in his hand. Little gold, if the money they give isn't enough to buy meat for you to eat, then what do you think we should do? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the little gold mouse leaped up and stood in midair, then she waved the grade 5 spirit sword in her hand and gestured towards all the Ma clan higher-ups. This caused the expressions of all the Ma clan higher-ups to go pale. Half an hour later, Duan Lingtian brought the little gold mouse and left the Ma clan, and a wisp of a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This time, he'd plundered an entire 100 million gold from the Ma clan. Of course, it was all in gold. Practically all the existing gold in the Ma clan had fallen into the hands of Duan Lingtian. Little gold, I'll properly reward you today. Duan Lingtian brought the little gold mouse into a restaurant, and he specially ordered a table full of fried meat for the little gold mouse. The fried meat was of a variety, and its fragrance was oppressive. The little gold mouse ate until her stomach was round, and she lay on the table and burped ceaselessly. At this moment, the little gold mouse was round and extremely cute. Duan Lingtian shook his head and continued eating. After Duan Lingtian finished eating as well, the veil of night gradually descended, and Duan Lingtian brought the little gold mouse to find an inn to stay at. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse cried out twice to Duan Lingtian. What? Little gold, are you planning to go look for the person that captured you that day? Duan Lingtian smiled. Go on, come back early. Squeak squeak squeak, but, although the little gold mouse nodded, she didn't have the intention of leaving. Right at this moment, the little gold mouse's voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Big brother Lingtian, let's go together. Help me get some money to buy meat while you're at it. As the little gold mouse finished speaking, her jade-green eyes flickered with an azure light. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard what the little gold mouse said. All right. I only hope that half-step void stage fellow isn't alone. If he's a member of the other two great clans of Black Wind City, then it would be great. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian brought the little gold mouse and left the inn. After searching for half the night, they finally locked onto their target. Huang clan. Duan Lingtian smiled as he looked at the estate that occupied an area no less than the Ma clan estate. If he wasn't wrong, this ought to be the estate of one of the three great clans of Black Wind City, the Huang clan. Hee hee. Big brother Lingtian, looks like that fellow isn't alone. The little gold mouse's excited voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Big brother Lingtian, you must order another table of dishes for me tomorrow. Duan Lingtian was speechless. This little gold mouse spoke as if he'd abused it in the past. Duan Lingtian and little gold seemed as if they'd barged into the Ma clan and charged into the Huang clan. The Huang clan's reaction was more or less the same as the Ma clan. However, after little gold revealed a strength at the third level of the void prying stage, all the Huang clan higher-ups from the patriarch were completely terrified. In the end, the half-step void stage martial artist of the Huang clan was pressured to come out as well. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse instantly cried out in rage when it saw this fellow. It's you. The half-step void stage martial artist of the Huang clan obviously recognized the little gold mouse, and for a moment, it was as if he'd seen a ghost. The infant gold fur mouse that didn't have the slightest strength to fight back under him that day actually possessed such a terrifying strength now. For a moment, he felt as if he was dreaming. But the facts proved that he wasn't dreaming, and everything before his eyes was real. All of you have seen it as well. This little friend of mine is extremely unhappy. That day, this supreme elder of your Huang clan made it suffer greatly. Duan Lingtian looked at the Huang clan higher-ups and grinned. Squeak squeak. As if it was cooperating with Duan Lingtian, the little gold mouse cried out in rage. The cry contained origin energy, and it pierced the faces of some of the Huang clan higher-ups that were comparatively weaker to the point their bodies shivered. Then what do you want? The Huang clan's patriarch took a deep breath and asked. Patriarch Huang is a straightforward person as expected. Chapter 490. Compensation for mental damage? When they heard Duan Lingtian only wanted money, all the Huang clan higher-ups, including the Huang clan's patriarch, heaved a sigh of relief. As one of the three great clans of Black Wind City that was equally famous as the Ma clan, the Huang clan naturally possessed great wealth. But in next to no time, their expressions went grim. Only because Duan Lingtian asked for a few tens of millions of gold as soon as he opened his mouth, isn't this a bit too much? The Huang clan's patriarch glanced at Duan Lingtian with slight hesitation. Whereas the Huang clan's supreme elder that captured the little gold mouse that day and put it up for auction in the Ma clan auction house had a livid expression. After all, even the money he obtained from auctioning the little gold mouse that day was only a few million gold. This young man asked for over 10 times the amount of gold he obtained from selling the little gold mouse the moment he opened his mouth. It was simply an exorbitant demand. Too much. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. Patriarch Huang, I believe that your Huang clan is still able to take out this bit of money. Right, that Ma clan's patriarch was much more straightforward than you. He didn't say anything before handing over 100 million gold to me. Ma clan, 100 million gold? As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, the group of Huang clan members were dumbstruck. Patriarch Huang, I'll give you the time of 3 breaths to consider. If you're unwilling, then if this little friend of mine impulsively does something, then it isn't a problem that can be solved with money. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a devilish smile. Squeak squeak, whereas the little gold mouse that stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder swayed the grade 5 spirit sword in her hand in a timely manner, as if she was saying to the Huang clan's patriarch. If you still don't give me the money, then I'll kill all of you. The corners of the Huang clan's patriarch's mouth twitched, and he could only compromise in the end. He didn't doubt Duan Lingtian's words in the slightest. If he were to delay for 3 breaths, then this third-level void-prying stage demon beast would surely make a move against them. Clan leader Huang is indeed straightforward. After receiving the money, Duan Lingtian's face blossomed into a brilliant smile, then he glanced at the Huang clan's supreme elder. Elder, next time when you catch a ferocious beast, you better open your eyes wide and look carefully. Otherwise, I'm afraid that just you alone is enough to make the Huang clan go bankrupt. Duan Lingtian's words before he left made the Huang family's grand elder's face turn red. Only when Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared from his sight did he finally catch his breath. He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. The congested blood fell to the ground, as if it had transformed into a resplendent red rose, blooming on the ground. When Duan Lingtian walked out of the Huang clan mansion, he was extremely happy. Now, in addition to the money given by the Huang clan, the gold in my possession has reached 200 million. Creak, creak, the little gold mouse cried out twice, then said via voice transmission, Big brother Lingtian, don't forget my meat, don't worry, so long as we eat in the restaurant in the future, I'll order a table full of meat for you. How about it? Duan Lingtian's mood was extremely good, and he promised the little gold mouse. He. Big brother Lingtian is the best. The little gold mouse's voice transmission was filled with excitement. Presently, it was already deep into the night, and Duan Lingtian brought the little gold mouse along to leave the Huang clan mansion, intending to return to the inn. All along the way, he couldn't see many people. Suddenly, 2 figures in the distance walked past Duan Lingtian with quick steps. Originally, it was nothing, but the light conversation of the 2 people instead attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. Fourth brother, who's that woman called Wang Qiong? Boss Wu actually went out personally to capture her. Shoo. Speak softly. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. That woman has an expert with terrifying strength following by her side. If it wasn't for that guild leader Han giving so much money, Boss Wu wouldn't have taken the opportunity while that expert was in closed-door cultivation to take the risk to capture that woman. After all, once this matter was discovered by that expert, then it would be certain death. Although the voices of the two people were soft, it was still heard clearly by Duan Lingtian. Wang Qiong. Duan Lingtian frowned. He remembered that the wife of Big Brother Zhang he met in Phoenix Nest City that day was called Wang Qiong. An expert with terrifying strength by her side? She wouldn't be talking about Big Brother Zhang, right? Duan Lingtian gasped. Big Brother Zhang was the Zhang Shou-yong that Duan Lingtian met in Phoenix Nest City's Eternal Jade restaurant that day. Later on, Zhang Shou-yong and his wife sent him and Li Fei back to the Seven-Star Sword sect before leaving. Let's follow them and take a look. Although he wasn't sure, Duan Lingtian still followed them. In the end, under the lead of the two people, Duan Lingtian flipped over a luxurious estate. This estate was a private estate, and the people that lived within it were either wealthy or respectable. Guild leader Han. Duan Lingtian hid outside the hall and heard the two of them exclaim respectfully towards a middle-aged man in embroidered clothes. You are? The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes obviously didn't recognize the two of them. Guild leader Han, who we are isn't important. What's important is that the matter you entrusted to Boss Wu has already been completed. One of the two people lightly smiled as he spoke. Brother, what do you mean by this? Although the middle-aged man maintained his composure, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was able to notice that the middle-aged man's breathing had obviously become hurried. This person is really careful. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Guild leader Han. There's a woman called Wang Qiong, and she's currently a guest in Boss Wu's estate. The other of the two said bluntly. Really? This time, the middle-aged man completely lost his composure, and his face revealed an expression of wild joy. Boss Wu really captured that bitch? Yes. The expert beside that woman just happened to be in seclusion, so Boss Wu tricked her out and captured her. Guild leader Han, Boss Wu asked us to find you, so as to avoid any trouble. We must do it cleanly before that expert finds out. One of the two said again. Huh. Good. I'll go with you now. The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes who was addressed as Guild Master Han laughed loudly and left the hall with the two of them, leaving his private mansion. Duan Lingtian continued to follow. It shouldn't be sister-in-law, right? Duan Lingtian frowned. Logically speaking, Wang Qiong shouldn't have any enmity with the people of Black Wind City. He knew Wang Qiong's character. Perhaps it was someone with the same name. Coincidentally, this Wang Qiong also had an expert by her side. However, for safety's sake, Duan Lingtian still followed them. If this Wang Qiong was really Big Brother Zhang's wife, his sister-in-law, and he missed it because of this, then it would be too late for regrets. Duan Lingtian followed the three of them and quickly arrived at the other side of Black Wind City, in an inconspicuous mansion. This mansion was extremely remote. If not for the three of them leading the way, Duan Lingtian might not have been able to find this place. Soon, Duan Lingtian discovered that the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes followed the other two into the backyard of the mansion. In the backyard, there was a separate house with a dog guarding outside. Woof woof, when the dog saw the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes, it barked as if it was in heat. Wang Kai, don't bark. We're on the same side. The two people in the lead quickly comforted the dog, causing it to temporarily calm down. Guild leader Han, Boss Wu is inside. Please. The two of them escorted the middle-aged man into the house and closed the door behind them. Duan Ling Tian followed into the rear courtyard, and when he saw the mutt look over, at the instant it opened its mouth and was about to bark, his spiritual force swept out, and he used his soul skill, thousand illusions, to construct an illusory space. He let the dog fall asleep like a dead pig. Pa! Suddenly, a crisp slap came from the house, followed by the voice of guild leader Han, Wang Qiong, "You slut, to think that you would have such a day. I let you be proud, I let you steal my business. Today, I want to see how the person beside you will save you." Pa! 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 The crisp sound of slapping rang out continuously. "Han Jianan, you're despicable. You're not my match in business, and you actually used such a despicable method to deal with me. To think that you're the president of the Valley Chamber of Commerce branch. You've really embarrassed the Valley Chamber of Commerce." A crisp and pleasant voice sounded out at the right time. It was impossible to tell if it was happy or angry. "Humph. So what if I use my methods? Who asked me, Han Jianan, to have so many friends? This brother Wu Ji is a good friend of mine. So what if the person by your side is strong? Didn't you still fall into the hands of brother Wu Ji in the end?" Han Jianan grunted coldly, and his tone was arrogant. "Today, I'll kill you. Slut, you're not worthy to go against me. Sister-in-law." Duan Lingtian felt the female voice was slightly familiar when he heard it, and he finally recalled it after a short moment. That voice was precisely the voice of his big brother Zhang Shouyang's wife, Wang Qiong. "Stay your hand." Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate as he shouted out explosively, and then his entire body was like a cannonball as he smashed open the door and charged into the house. This was an independent torture room. At the center of the torture room was a torture pillar with a woman tied to it. Although the woman had a sorry state, she still didn't lower her head, and the tenacity on her face caused even men to feel ashamed of their inferiority. It was precisely Wang Qiong, Zhang Shouyang's wife. Sister-in-law. Duan Lingtian's face went grim as he looked at the bruises on the woman's face, and he shouted coldly, "Little gold." Instantly, little gold that was on Duan Lingtian's shoulder transformed into a golden light that shot out and bit off the rope that bound Wang Qiong, allowing Wang Qiong to regain her freedom. Brother Ling Tian. Wang Qiong originally thought that a great calamity was about to befall her, but who knew that a person would suddenly appear to save her? The person that saved her was someone she knew. "Kid, who are you? Why don't you inquire about who I, Blood Leopard Wu Ji, am? In this tiny piece of land of Black Wind City, even the members of the three great clans don't dare rashly offend me. Since you've come today, then don't leave." A robust middle-aged man with half his arm bare and a blood leopard tattoo on it spoke to Duan Lingtian with killing intent on his face. Han Jianan, who wore embroidered clothes, was currently looking at Duan Lingtian with a mocking expression. "Is that so?" Duan Lingtian sneered. A half-step void stage martial artist dared to speak nonsense in front of him? Blood leopard? Today, I'll turn you into a dead leopard. Right at this moment, a hoarse voice that was filled with ruthlessness instantly swept in from outside the room and filled the entire room. Chapter 491. Practically at the instant the voice entered into the room, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of trembling come from the ground, and the frequency grew faster and faster, as if the earth was quaking. What a formidable earth concept! Right at the instant Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted and he revealed astonishment. In front of him, a tall figure appeared. This was a gray-clothed young man. The young man's expression was gloomy like water, and his eyes flickered with frightening cold lights. There seemed to be strands of earthen yellow halos flashing about on the surface of his body, and they emitted an extremely strange aura. Brother Yong. Wang Qiong revealed a wisp of an apologetic expression when she saw the gray-clothed young man appear. She was careless and caused her husband to be worried. Big Brother Zhang. The person that appeared before Duan Lingtian now was precisely the Zhang Shou-yong he'd gotten acquainted with in the ancient city of Everlast, the young man with extraordinary strength. He was only a little over 30 years old, yet his cultivation had already broken through to the second level of the void initiation stage. Moreover, he'd even comprehended third-level earth concept. Moreover, he possessed a grade 5 spirit weapon wine gourd. You. How did you find this place? No. It's impossible. Wu Ji seemed as if he'd seen a ghost when he saw Zhang Shou-yong, and his face was ghastly pale to the extreme. In his eyes, Zhang Shou-yong was an existence at the void prying stage or above, and he wasn't someone he could go against. This time, he dared capture Wang Qiong because he was sure Zhang Shou-yong was in closed-door cultivation, and he was confident he could conceal Wang Qiong before alarming Zhang Shou-yong. But now, all of this seemed to not be carried out according to the plan in his heart. Where exactly did I go wrong? He was unable to wrap his head around it. It's you. Han Jianan's body trembled when he saw Zhang Shou-yong, and his eyes were filled with extreme terror. It was as if Zhang Shou-yong was the judge that controlled life and death, and Zhang Shou-yong could judge his life and death at any time and place. Han Jianan. Zhang Shou-yong's face sank, and it seemed as if it was covered in a layer of ice. I warned you the last time. The matters between trading companies should be dealt with like in business. Looks like you haven't learned your lesson. If I knew you were so audacious, I shouldn't have listened to my wife and spared you. I should have killed you that day. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Han Jianan was so scared that he trembled and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Soon, the smell of urine filled the air. It was Han Jianan who was so scared that he wet his pants and peed all over the ground. This scene made Duan Lingtian speechless. This Han Jianan was the president of a branch of the Chamber of Commerce. How could he be such an idiot? Creak, creak, the little golden mouse, who was standing on Duan Lingtian's shoulder, called out twice. There was a hint of a smile in its green eyes. It was as if they were mocking Han Jianan. Killing you would only dirty my hands. Zhang Shou-yong glanced at Han Jianan with disgust. Soon after, he lifted his right foot and slowly put it down. Boom! As Zhang Shou-yong stomped his foot down, his origin energy surged, and an earthen yellow earth chi rose up, merging with the earth. The next moment. Kacha! 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 Ear-piercing sounds of bones cracking rang out one after another. Amidst the sounds were Han Jianan's shrill cries that were filled with extreme pain. Han Jianan's shrill cries continued for an entire 15 minutes before stopping. Whereas Han Jianan's body that trembled without end had finally stopped trembling and crashed onto the ground, smashing into a pile of mush. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted when he saw this scene. This has the same effect as my quake energy. However, Big Brother Zhang used the combination of origin energy and earth concept to shatter Han Jianan's bones in one go. Big Brother Zhang's earth concept. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian raised his head to look at the sky above Zhang Shou-yong. There were 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes there, and the enormous silhouettes were forcefully squeezed together by the narrow room. The strength of 11 ancient horned dragons. Duan Lingtian was astounded. When he observed carefully, he noticed that amongst the 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, 6 of them were separated from the other 5 by a distance. 4th level of the void initiation stage? 5th level earth concept? Duan Lingtian gasped. Never had he imagined that when he met Zhang Shou-yong once more, Zhang Shou-yong actually possessed such a terrifying strength. He still remembered that when he just met Zhang Shou-yong that day, Zhang Shou-yong was only a 2nd level void initiation stage martial artist, and he'd only comprehended 3rd level earth concept, but even then, he was shocked by Zhang Shou-yong's natural talent and comprehension ability in the martial Dao. After all, Zhang Shouyong was only a little over 30 years old. Now, the strength Zhang Shouyong revealed when torturing Han Jianan in rage had once again shocked Duan Lingtian. Han Jianan was tortured for an entire 15 minutes by Zhang Shouyong's formidable origin energy combined with his 5th-level Earth concept before dying, and he died extremely miserably. Void initiation stage. The nearby Wu Ji and the other 2 people that brought Han Jianan over had finally recovered from their shock, and their bodies started trembling intensely as they looked at the 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky. Ancient horned dragon silhouettes. They'd only heard of it and had never seen it. If it was at any other time, perhaps they would feel that their horizons were broadened when they saw the ancient horned dragon silhouettes with their own 2 eyes. But at this moment, they didn't have such thoughts. Spare us, Lord. It's not my fault, it's not my fault. When they saw Zhang Shouyong looking over, the 2 people by Wu Ji's side knelt on the ground with a bang, and their voices trembled as they were terrified to the extreme. Presently, they didn't even dare have the thought of fleeing. What a joke! Before a person that didn't utilize a spirit weapon and was able to exert the strength of 11 ancient horned dragons, it was impossible for them to escape even if they had 10 legs. Now, they only hoped that this expert would be merciful and let them live. Zhang Shouyong didn't even spare a glance at the 2 of them, and his gaze directly descended onto Wu Ji as he said with a low voice, "Wu Ji. You're quite bold to even dare touch my woman." Humph. Wu Ji took a deep breath. Perhaps he knew that he was facing imminent calamity and it was impossible for him to obtain the forgiveness of Chen Shi, so he completely let go and didn't have any scruples. I, Wu Ji, have roamed freely throughout my life, and being able to fall at the hands of a void initiation stage expert today can be considered to have lived my life in vain. Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. Zhang Shouyong's cold and indifferent voice seemed as if it sounded out from an icy pit, and it contained extreme icy coldness mixed within. Subsequently, Zhang Shouyong raised his leg once more before abruptly stomping it down. Bang! Terrifying origin energy roared as it accompanied his 5th-level Earth concept to sweep out and surged towards Wu Ji. Instantly, Wu Ji's body trembled as his face flushed red, and he endured the pain as he let out a muffled groan. Right at this moment, a wave of bone-shattering sound sounded out, and it was clear and ear-piercing, causing one to shudder with fear just from hearing it. Even though Wu Ji was unyielding, he still couldn't help but let out a shrill cry when his legs were shattered, and his countenance was ghastly pale. Bang! The bones of his legs were shattered into powder, and the lower half of Wu Ji's body transformed into a pool of mud with a bang. His upper half pressed down on this pool of mud, and his face was warped and savage as he was in extreme pain. Zhang Shouyong seemed to have the intention of torturing Wu Ji, and he'd intentionally withdrawn his origin energy and 5th-level Earth concept at this moment. Right at this moment, a strand of resolution flashed abruptly within Wu Ji's eyes that were wide open. Along with a raise of his hand, a spirit sword appeared in his hand. Swish! Wu Ji didn't attack the others, and he held the spirit sword as he swiped it towards his own neck, as he wanted to commit suicide to seek release. You want to die? It's not so easy. Zhang Shouyong's indifferent voice sounded out, and the spirit sword in Wu Ji's hand was directly blasted away by a formidable force, causing it to fall to the ground with a clang. Wu Ji's warped and savage face had an extremely unsightly expression. Subsequently, with a raise of his hand, origin energy coiled around his 5th-level Earth concept, and it whistled out to shatter Wu Ji's arms before Wu Ji raised his hand to strike the top of his head to commit suicide. Wu Ji's shrill cry sounded out once more, and it was exceedingly miserable and caused one to shudder with fear. At this moment, besides Duan Lingtian and the little gold mouse that had calm expressions and didn't have any changes in their expressions, Wang Chong's face had already turned pale. Wang Qiong's face paled. She had never seen such a scene before. As for the two people that knelt on the ground, they were terrified to the point they followed in Han Jianan's footsteps and wet their pants. For a time, the entire house was filled with the smell of urine. Just like how Ku and little Fei are my reverse scale. Sister-in-law is also big brother Zhang's reverse scale. Duan Lingtian was able to understand Zhang Shouyong's current feelings. If Wang Qiong was replaced by Ke or little Fei, then Han Jianan and Wu Ji would only be in an even more miserable state. As the king of mercenaries in his previous life, Duan Lingtian's methods of torment were far from something Zhang Shouyong could compare to. Brother Yong, kill him. In the end, Wang Qiong couldn't bear to do so. Zhang Shouyong's ruthless face revealed a rare wisp of gentleness when he heard Wang Qiong, and then his gaze went cold as he raised his hand and condensed a palm print that blasted down. Consider yourself lucky. Along with Zhang Shouyong's cold and indifferent voice sounding out, Wu Ji's head was blasted apart by his palm, and the brain matter that splattered out splashed onto the faces of the two people that knelt at the side. The two of them instantly cried out loudly. Spare our lives, Lord. We're only errand boys. Spare our lives, spare our lives. But, how could Zhang Shouyong, who was enraged to the extreme, let them off? Along with Zhang Shouyong's hand descending, the two people that knelt on the ground followed in the footsteps of Han Jianan and Wu Ji, and were deader than dead. Qiong, are you all right? Zhang Shouyong's figure flashed to arrive by Wang Qiong's side, and he asked in a light voice. Zhang Shouyong, who was like a malefic star earlier, was completely gentle like water at this moment, and compared to before, he was simply like a completely different person. I'm fine. Wang Qiong lightly shook her head, then looked at Duan Lingtian. Fortunately, brother Lingtian appeared in time, otherwise, I'm afraid I would have lost my life at the hands of Han Jianan before brother Yong arrived. Earlier, it was precisely Duan Lingtian that appeared in time and delayed for some time. Otherwise, Han Jianan would have succeeded long ago and killed Wang Qiong. Brother Lingtian, thank you. Zhang Shouyong looked at Duan Lingtian with a grateful expression. In this world, the most important person to him was undoubtedly his wife, Wang Qiong. Chapter 492. Big Brother Zhang, you're too kind. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, then asked curiously. Big Brother Zhang, why are you and sister-in-law in Black Wind City? Besides that, why would sister-in-law incur enmity with a despicable person like Han Jianan? Let's leave first. Zhang Shouyong glanced at the 3 pools of urine on the ground and frowned, then his brows relaxed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. All right. Duan Lingtian brought along the little gold mouse and left with Zhang Shouyong and his wife, then followed Zhang Shouyong and his wife back to the courtyard they stayed in. Guild Master. At the entrance of the courtyard, 2 middle-aged men that stood guard there respectfully bowed to Wang Qiong. Wang Qiong lightly nodded. Guild Master? Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he was slightly surprised. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian brought along the little gold mouse and followed behind Zhang Shouyong and his wife to walk into a spacious courtyard. There was a spacious room within the courtyard, and it was obviously the residence of Zhang Shouyong and his wife. All along the way, the servant girls and servants they occasionally encountered on the way all respectfully addressed Wang Qiong as Guild Master. In the spacious courtyard, Duan Lingtian, Zhang Shouyong, and Wang Qiong sat around the stone table. Big Brother Zhang, why did those people address sister-in-law as Guild Master? Could it be that sister-in-law has joined the trading company of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and has even become the person in charge of that trading company in Black Wind City? Duan Lingtian guessed. Zhang Shouyong smiled. Brother Lingtian, you're really smart, you guessed it right. Exactly. Qiong is now the person in charge of the Floating Cloud Trading Company's branch in Black Wind City. As for that Han Jianan, he's the person in charge of another trading company in Black Wind City. When he spoke up to hear, Zhang Shouyong paused for a moment before continuing. Since Qiong became the person in charge of the floating cloud trading company in Black Wind City, Han Jian has been suppressed by Qiong at all times. So he's always hated Qiong to the extreme. Last time, he'd already sent people to look for trouble with us, and I sent them away. But I never imagined that he'd be so audacious to dare collude with others to capture Qiong. Duan Lingtian was suddenly enlightened. So that's how it is. Sister-in-law is able to surpass Han Jianan in every aspect. You must be very talented and resourceful in business. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Qiong with slight surprise. Brother Lingtian, there's something you don't know. The clan that Qiong was born in was founded on business. Qiong followed my father-in-law everywhere since she was young and learned a lot of the ways of business. Now, it can be considered to be of use. As Zhang Shouyong spoke, he looked at Wang Qiong lovingly. I see. Duan Lingtian nodded. Oh right, Brother Lingtian, why are you in Black Wind City? I heard that the Seven-Star Sword Sect. Zhang Shouyong looked at Duan Lingtian and hesitated. Only now did he recall the news of the Seven-Star Sword Sect being annihilated that he'd heard a few days ago. At that time, he and Wang Qiong broke out in cold sweat for the sake of Duan Lingtian and Li Fei, who were in the Seven-Star Sword Sect. Exactly, the Seven-Star Sword Sect doesn't exist any longer. Duan Lingtian nodded. Where's my little sister Fei? How is she? Wang Qiong reacted to Zhang Shouyong's reminder and asked with a concerned expression. She didn't care about the life and death of the other people in the Seven-Star Sword Sect. What she cared about was the Duan Lingtian and Li Fei that she was familiar with. Duan Lingtian was safe and sound now, and she couldn't help but be worried about Li Fei's safety. Don't worry, sister-in-law, little Fei is fine. She just happened to not be in the Seven-Star Sword Sect at that time. Duan Lingtian forced out a laugh. Now that he heard Zhang Shouyong mention the Seven-Star Sword Sect, he couldn't help but recall the scene when the Seven-Star Sword Sect was annihilated. Those scenes were unforgettable to him in his entire lifetime. Brother Lingtian, did you come to Black Wind City for something? Zhang Shouyong saw Duan Lingtian's current expression and guessed Duan Lingtian's thoughts, and he hurriedly changed the topic. It's nothing. I'm just passing by. Duan Lingtian smiled. Brother Lingtian, what plans do you have in the future? Wang Qiong asked Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's gaze squinted when he heard this, and he said slowly, I plan to walk around and make a name for myself in this year. I must rush to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City a year later and enter the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Dragon and Phoenix Academy? Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian, as they'd obviously never heard of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Brother Lingtian, this Dragon and Phoenix Academy is? Zhang Shouyong asked curiously. It's an academy set up by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family for the sake of the selections for the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. It will gather most of the young geniuses in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom 1 year from now, and the selections will be held 2 years from now. The strongest few people will be left behind to head to the Darkstone Empire's Imperial City to participate in the next round of selections. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly. Martial competition of the 10 dynasties? Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong looked at Duan Lingtian with a bewildered expression. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised in the slightest that Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong didn't know about the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Now, this matter had probably not spread completely yet. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian introduced the martial competition of the 10 dynasties in detail to Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong. He was able to notice that Zhang Shouyong's gaze had lit up many times. Obviously, Zhang Shouyong was extremely interested in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Big brother Zhang, with your age, you completely satisfy the conditions to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Moreover, with your natural talent and strength, it isn't difficult for you to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and even stand out in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence towards Zhang Shouyong's strength. Presently, Zhang Shouyong was already a 4th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist, and he'd even comprehended 5th-level Earth concept. With Zhang Shouyong's natural talent, his strength would surely be even stronger 5 years later. Although he didn't know of Zhang Shouyong's origins, he was faintly able to guess that the clan Zhang Shouyong had mentioned in the past was probably a clan in the Dark Han dynasty. Perhaps, only a clan in the Dark Han dynasty was capable of fostering a genius in the martial Dao like Zhang Shouyong. Zhang Shouyong nodded, then glanced at Wang Qiong before saying, "Leave it to fate." Obviously, he was taking Wang Qiong into consideration. Duan Lingtian perceived this as well, and he didn't say anything further before bidding his farewells. "Big brother Zhang, sister-in-law, I'm leaving Black Wind City early in the morning tomorrow. Let's part ways here." As he spoke, Duan Lingtian stood up. Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong nodded and sent Duan Lingtian off with their gazes. After Duan Lingtian left, the atmosphere between Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong became slightly silent. After a short moment, Wang Qiong said, "Big brother Yong, this is a good opportunity for you. I know that you've always yearned for the mysterious and unfathomable foreign lands. This time, you finally have an opportunity, you must not miss it." Zhang Shouyong sighed. "What about you? I won't separate from you no matter what." Wang Qiong smiled. "I'll always be by your side." Zhang Shouyong's body trembled slightly when he heard this, and then he nodded. "There's no rush. There's still 4 years of time anyway." If Duan Lingtian heard what Zhang Shouyong said now, he would surely be able to confirm Zhang Shouyong's origins with 100% certainty. 4 years. 5 years from now was the day the martial competition of the 10 dynasties began. Whereas 4 years from now was the day all the young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty competed with the young geniuses of the various empires, imperial kingdoms, and kingdoms under the Dark Han dynasty. Obviously, Zhang Shouyong was waiting for the competition between the young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty. At that time, they would directly compete for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. After Duan Lingtian left the Floating Cloud Commerce's branch with the little gold mouse, he returned to the inn. Early in the morning of the next day, he woke up naturally from his sleep, and he brought the little gold mouse to a restaurant to have a good meal before leaving Black Wind City. After leaving Black Wind City, Duan Lingtian headed east of Black Wind City. All along the way, he cultivated and tempered himself. If it wasn't necessary, he prohibited the little gold mouse from making a move. Under his hard work, the returns were extremely great. Time flew by. 3 months later, Duan Lingtian had successfully broken through to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. 8 months later, he'd successfully broken through to the half-step void stage. 11 months later, his cultivation had arrived at the peak of the half-step void stage, and he was only a step away from the void prying stage. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, at the peak of a precipitous mountain not far from the Imperial City. A violet-colored figure sat cross-legged there. This was a violet-clothed young man with a tall figure. He had slanted brows and starry eyes, and he was extraordinarily handsome and elegant. Presently, strands of white-colored origin energy occasionally raged out from the violet-clothed young man's body, and it was accompanied by strands of light azure-colored energy that flickered with an extremely strange aura. Squeak squeak, on the shoulder of the violet-clothed young man, a fluffy little gold mouse was raising its head to look around, and it seemed to be vigilant. In its hand, it seemed to be playing with a spirit sword. Suddenly, the violet-clothed young man woke up. "It's about time." The violet-clothed young man opened his eyes that were like dazzling stars, and a heartfelt smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Only a drop of Monkey King wine is sufficient to allow me to directly break through to the void-prying stage. After cultivating for many days, I've finally accumulated my origin energy to the limit. This violet-clothed young man was precisely Duan Lingtian, who'd left Black Wind City 11 months ago. During these 11 months of time, relying on his peerlessly monstrous natural talent, his gains were extremely great. Of course, it was mainly the gains in his cultivation. Presently, his cultivation had already risen to the limit of the half-step void stage, and he was half a step into the void-prying stage. He was only a strand away from smoothly breaking through. However, even if it was only a strand, if he didn't have the help of external forces, it would be difficult to break through in a short period of time. Just like the group of half-step void stage martial artists in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there was no lack of existences that were half a step into the void-prying stage, but because of this strand of difference, they might have no fate with the void-prying stage for their entire lifetimes. However, Duan Lingtian didn't have to worry. Although with his natural talent, even if he relied on his own hard work, he would be able to smoothly break through to the void-prying stage sooner or later. But now that there was a shortcut to take, he naturally wouldn't miss it. Monkey King wine. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian took out a drop of Monkey King wine. The Monkey King wine was precisely what he'd obtained in the Hengduan mountain range outside the southern barbaric city of the Southern Champion Kingdom, and it was given to him by the great Monkey King of the group of stone monkeys. The Monkey King wine had the medicinal strength of the Void Advancement Pill, yet it didn't have the side effects of the Void Advancement Pill. Chapter 493. Squeak squeak. Duan Lingtian had only just taken out the Monkey King wine when the little gold mouse that stood on his shoulder cried out excitedly. Obviously, it was filled with interest towards the Monkey King wine. Big brother Lingtian, what wine is this? Only the fragrance of the wine has caused the origin energy in my body to become restless. The little gold mouse stared eagerly at the drop of Monkey King wine in Duan Lingtian's hand as it asked via voice transmission. You little fellow. Open your mouth. Duan Lingtian shook his head, then with a raise of his hand, he directly shot the drop of Monkey King wine into the little gold mouse's mouth. Instantly, the little gold mouse shuddered, then lay on Duan Lingtian's shoulder before closing her jade-green eyes and starting to cultivate. She was digesting the medicinal strength of the Monkey King wine. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled when he saw the little gold mouse immersed in cultivation, then he withdrew another drop of Monkey King wine and swallowed it. Instantly, the overbearing medicinal strength of the Monkey King wine started to wreak havoc within Duan Lingtian's body, desiring to strengthen Duan Lingtian's origin energy. But unfortunately, Duan Lingtian's origin energy had already arrived at the limit of the half-step void stage. Now, it had even been accumulated to the limit by Duan Lingtian. So, at the same time that the medicinal strength of the Monkey King wine strengthened Duan Lingtian's origin energy, it also urged the transformation of the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body to a certain extent. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Lightning WIRM Form. The Lightning WIRM form was the 5th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, and it was a cultivation method that corresponded to the void-prying stage. After Duan Lingtian's cultivation broke through to the half-step void stage, the 4th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the Wind WIRM form, had already been cultivated to the limit. If he wanted to improve it again, then he must cultivate the 5th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the Lightning WIRM form. Along with Duan Lingtian circulating the mental cultivation method of the 5th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the origin energy in his body started to intensely tremble, and it even showed signs of collapsing. Of course, it wasn't a true breakdown. As the saying goes, a phoenix reborn from the ashes and reborn from the ashes. Duan Lingtian's elemental energy was also undergoing a similar transformation. Duan Lingtian was immersed in his cultivation. The mental cultivation method of the lightning flood dragon transformation was constantly circulating. He did not know how much time had passed. It felt like only a moment had passed, but it also felt like years had passed. Finally, under the influence of the Monkey King wine, the origin energy in his body began to tremble. In the end, it underwent a qualitative change. The elemental energy that had undergone a qualitative change continuously flowed into Duanlingtian's Dantian. At the center of Duanlingtian's Dantian, the nascent soul that was condensed from origin energy suddenly expanded and became slightly illusory at the same time, void-prying stage. When he looked at the nascent soul that had enlarged and become illusory, Duanlingtian knew that he'd broken through to the void-prying stage. The void-prying stage was the first stage of the void stage, and it belonged to the entry stage. There were 4 great stages of the void stage, and every stage had a chasm that was difficult to surmount. The difference in strength was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. For example, a 9th-level void-prying stage martial artist was only able to exert the strength of 1 ancient horned dragon and 2,000 ancient mammoths by relying solely on origin energy. Whereas a 1st-level void initiation stage martial artist was only able to exert the strength of 2 ancient horned dragons by relying solely on origin energy. The difference between the two was the strength of an entire 8,000 ancient mammoths. Of course, the further one progressed, the greater the gap became. I've finally broken through. Duanlingtian took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. A bright light flashed within his eyes, and it was like a shooting star that flashed by. What a formidable strength! Duanlingtian lightly clenched his fist, and his origin energy jumped about as he could feel the surging strength contained within it. Whoosh! In the sky above Duanlingtian, 2011 ancient mammoth silhouettes slowly condensed into form. When an ordinary first-level void-prying stage martial artist only used origin energy, their strength was comparable to the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. Whereas Duanlingtian instead possessed the strength of 11 ancient mammoths more than a martial artist with the same cultivation. This was the patent that the 9 Dragons War sovereign technique granted to him in the past. However, along with the increase of his strength, the effect of this patent grew smaller and smaller. After all, before the strength of 1,000 ancient mammoths, the strength of 11 ancient mammoths seemed to be insignificant. My spiritual force. Subsequently, Duanlingtian started inspecting his spiritual force. In the end, Duanlingtian helplessly noticed that his spiritual force actually didn't increase in the slightest. It was still the same as before, only at the first level of the void-prying stage. It's waiting for my cultivation to synchronize with it. Duanlingtian laughed bitterly. He originally thought that along with his breakthrough to the void-prying stage, his spiritual force would have a breakthrough as well. Unexpectedly, his spiritual force had always been on the spot. 1 year ago, he was only a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, and his spiritual force was at the first level of the void-prying stage. Now, he'd broken through to the first level of the void-prying stage, but his spiritual force was still at the first level of the void-prying stage. Looks like spiritual force that isn't improved by consuming spirit fruits that increase spiritual force won't increase stably along with the advancement of one's cultivation. In the end, Duanlingtian could only make wild guesses himself. After all, he was in such a situation now. Never mind. Even if my spiritual force didn't increase, my cultivation has increased to the first level of the void-prying stage after all, and it can be considered to be a good thing. Perhaps I'm still too greedy. In next to no time, Duanlingtian relaxed his mentality and didn't fuss about it anymore. Presently, my spiritual force and cultivation have synchronized. In the future, so long as my cultivation increases, my spiritual force will increase correspondingly. Duanlingtian thought in his heart, and he wanted to continue advancing towards a higher level even more. But he knew as well that he'd only just broken through to the first level of the void-prying stage now, and his foundation was unstable, let alone charging towards a higher level of cultivation. The 6-9 heavenly tribulation has arrived so quickly? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian felt his heart palpitate for no reason or rhyme, and a thought abruptly emerged within his mind. This was the sign of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. Every human or demon beast that had just broken through to the void-prying stage would have to experience this moment. Duan Lingtian, who'd fused with the lifetime worth of memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, wasn't surprised by this. Around 10 days. During this period of time, I'll properly prepare to welcome the baptism of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. My Tempest Point still needs to rely on it. Duan Lingtian abruptly stood up, and his fierce gaze looked towards the distance. Along with the clouds and mist dispersing, an enormous city that stood there for a long time appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes, and it was like a demon beast that had been in deep slumber for a long time and would awaken at any moment. That place was precisely the imperial city of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. There's still some time, and it's just nice that I can head to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy after overcoming the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. Duan Lingtian decided in his heart. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out and abruptly flashed towards the distance. Whirlwind. At this instant, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a swift gale that swept through the clouds and mist on the peak of this mountain to the point of roiling. Whoosh! In next to no time, Duan Lingtian pointed out with a raise of his hand. The origin energy within it condensed and flickered with strands of azure-colored energy, and its might was shocking. Whoosh! In next to no time, a milky white beam of light shot out from the tip of the finger that Duan Lingtian pointed out, and the azure-colored energy coiled around it like a small azure snake that accompanied the white beam of light as it shot out. Bang! The white beam of light shot onto an enormous rock at the side of the mountain peak, and the small azure snake swept out, causing the enormous rock to shatter into pieces, causing shattered rocks to flutter in the air and dust to suffuse the air. Presently, I've grasped wind force, yet I know nothing about lightning force. This Tempest Point hasn't even stepped into the initial stage. But, Tempest Point is a high-grade Earth rank martial skill after all. Even if it hasn't stepped into the initial stage, once wind force is fused into it, its might is far from something that Dragon's finishing touch can compare to. Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly lit up. Tempest Point was a high-grade Earth rank martial skill, and it was a set of martial skills that came along with the fifth form of the 9 Dragons' War Sovereign technique, the Lightning Wirm form. It stressed upon utilizing wind force and lightning force to complement each other to execute a formidable attack. Tempest Point caused gods and ghosts to wail. This was the Samsara Emperor Wu's annotation towards Tempest Point. Wind is adept in speed, and its attacks are swift and fierce. Although the speed of lightning is inferior to wind, it isn't much inferior. Moreover, the explosive force of lightning is far stronger than wind. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. A martial skill that complemented each other with wind and lightning was obvious, and its might would surely be extremely shocking. Presently, I can be considered to have preliminarily comprehended half-step advanced wind force. Whereas, I haven't even touched the surface of lightning force. I only hope that when the 6-9 heavenly tribulation arrives, I'll be able to rely on the energy of the tribulation lightning to comprehend lightning force. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian glanced at the little gold mouse that was still cultivating on his shoulder. He still remembered that when the little gold mouse overcame the 6-9 heavenly tribulation that day, the 6th bolt of tribulation lightning was directly swallowed by her. Not only that, she'd even relied on the energy of the tribulation lightning to successfully comprehend lightning force. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary lightning force, but a half-step advanced lightning force. Whereas now, the little gold mouse had relied on the natural talent of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse clan to perfectly comprehend advanced lightning force, and her comprehension of lightning force could be considered to have stepped into the perfection stage. Of course, after advanced lightning force, there was still lightning concept. That was what the little gold mouse needed to rely on the advanced lightning force to comprehend now. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu and the records of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, when the 6-9 heavenly tribulation arrives, I don't have to swallow the tribulation lightning like little gold. Of course, even if I wanted to swallow it, I don't have the ability. Duan Tian could imagine that if he dared open his mouth and swallow the tribulation lightning like little gold, then the one that suffered misfortune would absolutely be him. The tribulation lightning wasn't something that anyone could swallow. Presently, I've comprehended half-step advanced wind force, and whirlwind can be considered to have officially stepped into the mastery stage. Once I comprehend advanced wind force, I can be considered to have cultivated whirlwind to the perfection stage. As Duan Tian thought, his figure flashed out like a gale that ceaselessly swept past. For a time, dust suffused the peak of the mountain as the clouds and mist dispersed. 9 days later. It's finally here? Duan Tian raised his head to look at the horizon. The clouds and mist in the horizon were ceaselessly being compressed before finally transforming into a ceaselessly revolving vortex. Chapter 494. At the center of the vortex that was squeezed from the clouds and mist that covered the sky, a ball of dark clouds was ceaselessly brewing and roiling. Hiss! 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 Violet-colored lightning ceaselessly raged, and it was like numerous little snakes that were dancing about, dazzling and resplendent. But Duan Tian didn't have the mood to pay attention to all this now. Whirlwind. Duan Tian's figure flashed out, and he seemed to have transformed into a gale that blew towards the horizon. Duan Tian soared up into the sky, and his movements were skilled without the slightest jerkiness. If it was an ordinary martial artist that had just broken through to the void-prying stage, the martial artist would at least need to familiarize himself with flying for a period of time before being able to fly. But Duan Tian was different. Duan Tian had fused with the lifetime worth of memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, so he was extremely familiar with the technique of flying. He easily floated in the sky, and he utterly didn't seem like a martial artist that had just broken through to the void-prying stage. Now that little gold is here as well, the 6-9 heavenly tribulation will descend with 12 bolts of tribulation lightning. I wonder if I'll be able to smoothly comprehend half-step advanced lightning force by relying on 12 bolts of tribulation lightning. Duan Tian looked up at the sky, and the violet-colored lightning within the dark clouds had brewed to the limit, and the first bolt of tribulation lightning would descend at any moment. Duan Tian's ambition was extremely great. He wanted to comprehend half-step advanced lightning force in one go. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu and the records of the 5th form of the 9 Dragon War Sovereign technique, the lightning WIRM form, so long as he utilized wind force to execute the tempest point to resist the tribulation lightning, he would be able to rely on it to comprehend lightning force. According to the deductions of Samsara Emperor Wu, he would at most comprehend elementary lightning force. Presently, the little gold mouse lay on Duan Tian's shoulder as she cultivated. Although she hadn't awakened, because she hadn't left Duan Tian by 100 meters, every time the 6-9 heavenly tribulation descended, it would duplicate an additional bolt of tribulation lightning that targeted the little gold mouse. Duan Tian intended to withstand the 6 bolts of tribulation lightning that targeted the little gold mouse as well. It had to be said that Duan Tian's idea was crazy. Finally, in the dark clouds on the horizon, the lightning accumulated to the limit and condensed into a bolt of lightning as thick as a baby's arm. Boom! The lightning struck down from the sky, carrying with it an astonishing power. It was aimed directly at Duan Tian. It was the first lightning tribulation. In practically the blink of an eye, another bolt of tribulation lightning descended, and the target of this bolt of tribulation lightning was the little gold mouse that was cultivating on Duan Tian's shoulder. Humph! Duan Tian's gaze turned cold as he fearlessly stepped forward. Tempest Finger. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and pointed out with his finger, his strength exploding. Whoosh! The milky white elemental energy beam condensed together and shot out with a whistling sound. His target was the lightning tribulation that was descending first. The surroundings of the elemental energy beam were coiled with strands of azure-colored energy, and they were like numerous little azure-colored snakes that were swimming about. It was precisely the half-step advanced wind force that Duan Lingtian had comprehended. After he pointed out with his finger, Duan Lingtian was dissatisfied with being negligent. Tempest Finger. He pointed out with his finger once more, and the same elemental energy beam pierced towards the other bolt of tribulation lightning. Bang! Bang! Two enormous bangs sounded out in practically an instant, and it was the incomplete Tempest Finger executed by Duan Lingtian that easily destroyed the two bolts of tribulation lightning. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, and he looked at the horizon with a solemn expression. Although he'd easily stopped the first bolt of tribulation lightning, he knew that the truly formidable lightning tribulation was still behind. He'd witnessed the little gold mouse overcoming the tribulation with his own 2 eyes that day. Bang! In next to no time, the second bolt of tribulation lightning condensed into form and descended with a bang. Bang! Another bolt of tribulation lightning with a similar might followed closely behind. Another 2 bolts of tribulation lightning. One headed straight for Duan Lingtian, and the other headed straight for the little gold mouse. But the little gold mouse was still cultivating now, and only Duan Lingtian could rely on himself to forcefully resist these 2 bolts of tribulation lightning. Swish! Swish! He pointed out with 2 fingers once more, and the milky white beam of light that was coiled by wind force shot out through the Tempest Finger executed by Duan Lingtian to intercept the 2 bolts of tribulation lightning. Bang! Bang! The 2 bolts of tribulation lightning were destroyed once more. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian felt his vital energy and blood roil. The strength of 2 bolts of tribulation lightning is extremely strong as expected. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and continued to look up at the sky. He was waiting for the 3rd bolt of tribulation lightning. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had a certain amount of gains from successively withstanding 4 bolts of tribulation lightning. Every time he executed the Tempest Finger and pointed towards the bolt of tribulation lightning, he could clearly feel the changes in the lightning within the tribulation lightning, violent, raging, and possessed shocking might. Bang! The 3rd bolt of tribulation lightning arrived as scheduled. Bang! Behind it, another bolt of tribulation lightning tailed over. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold. Tempest Finger. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger, and the beam of origin energy that was coiled by wind force instantly swept towards the bolt of tribulation lightning in the lead. Bang! The bolt of tribulation lightning and the beam of origin energy exploded at almost the exact same time, then transformed into nothingness. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's internal organs trembled, and he felt his vital energy and blood roil. The might of the 3rd bolt of tribulation lightning is actually so strong. When he saw another bolt of tribulation lightning flashing over from behind, and it was temporarily impossible for him to execute a second Tempest Finger, Duan Lingtian chose to dodge. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as if he'd transformed into a gale, and it was even more like he was racing with that bolt of tribulation lightning. But, even though his speed was swift, the speed of the tribulation lightning was swifter. However, Duan Lingtian didn't intend to pull apart the distance between him and the tribulation lightning, because he knew that it wasn't realistic. The reason he chose to dodge was only for the sake of catching his breath. After all, after he executed Tempest Finger to forcefully resist the 3rd bolt of tribulation lightning, the origin energy within his body had collapsed, and it was difficult for him to gather it in a short period of time, making it difficult for him to condense it to execute Tempest Finger once more. Whereas now, he'd caught his breath. Tempest Finger. Duan Lingtian abruptly turned around and pointed out with his finger, causing piercing howls to explode out as the airflow in the air moved rhythmically to split into two. Swish! A beam of origin energy that contained half-step advanced wind force shot out and fiercely collided with the bolt of tribulation lightning. Bang! Another enormous bang sounded out. At the same time that Duan Lingtian felt his vital energy and blood roil once more, this bolt of tribulation lightning that pursued the little gold mouse was finally resisted by him. Right at this moment. Bang! Bang! Two thunderclaps sounded out one after the other as they descended from the horizon. The fourth bolt of tribulation lightning descended with a bang. This time, Duan Lingtian repeated the same trick and successfully resisted two bolts of tribulation lightning. But even then, he still suffered a light injury. Fortunately, his injuries weren't heavy, and after he consumed a healing medicinal pill, he recovered in the blink of an eye. Lightning! Duan Lingtian looked up at the sky, and before the appearance of the fifth bolt of tribulation lightning, he'd comprehended something. Earlier, he'd successively resisted numerous bolts of tribulation lightning, and especially when he used Tempest Finger to collide head-on with the tribulation lightning. To a certain extent, it allowed Duan Lingtian to have a clear understanding of the characteristics of lightning. Hiss! With a command in Duan Lingtian's heart, besides the fierce wind force, there was actually an additional strand of unstable violet-colored energy on the origin energy that jumped about on the tip of his finger. Lightning Force Seed? Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly lit up, as he knew that he'd already taken the first step. The Lightning Force Seed was the foundation of Lightning Force. Comprehending the Lightning Force Seed also meant that he would soon be able to truly comprehend Lightning Force. The fifth bolt of tribulation lightning. Come! Duan Lingtian looked up at the sky with an expression of anticipation. He believed that now that he'd comprehended the Lightning Force Seed, so long as he continued to come into close contact with the tribulation lightning, he would surely be able to comprehend true lightning force. This was something he was extremely confident of. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by two terrifying sounds of thunder descending, the thick lightning bolts crashed down like two meteors falling from the horizon. Tempest Finger. Duan Lingtian soared into the sky to intercept the first bolt of tribulation lightning, and he pointed out with his finger. Swish! This time, besides the fierce azure-colored energy coiled around the origin energy beam that shot out from the tip of Duan Lingtian's finger, there was an additional strand of light violet-colored energy, and it was precisely the Lightning Force Seed. Duan Lingtian had a feeling. The Tempest Finger he executed now couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as before. Right now, the Wind and Lightning Finger had both Wind Force and Lightning Force. Even though the latter was only a Lightning Force Seed, it was sufficient to allow the Tempest Finger to advance to a new level. So long as the Lightning Force Seed is able to transform into true Lightning Force, then my Tempest Finger will officially step into the initial stage. At the same time that Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger, he thought in his heart. In the blink of an eye, the origin energy beam shot out from Duan Lingtian's finger, the Tempest Finger that had just taken form, collided with the fifth bolt of tribulation lightning and emitted an enormous bang. The airflow in the air flashed as the sound of air exploding rose and fell continuously. Pooh! At the instant the Tempest Finger collided with the tribulation lightning, the violent energy contained within the tribulation lightning shook Duan Lingtian's internal organs to the point of trembling, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Duan Lingtian's injuries weren't light. Bang! Right when Duan Lingtian's body was on the verge of collapse, another bolt of tribulation lightning that targeted the little gold mouse descended. This bolt of tribulation lightning was copied from the foundation of the fifth bolt of tribulation lightning of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, and its might was extremely strong. For a time, not to mention condensing his origin energy once more, Duan Lingtian, who was heavily injured at this moment, was even slightly unable to catch his breath. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian gritted his teeth and wanted to execute his movement technique to dodge. But, even with the assistance of half-step advanced wind force, the speed of his scattered origin energy was far inferior to this bolt of tribulation lightning. Little gold. Duan Lingtian's face went grim, and he couldn't be bothered to care that the little gold mouse was still cultivating as he directly sent a voice transmission into the little gold mouse's ears. At practically the instant he sent the voice transmission, the bolt of tribulation lightning had already descended towards him. Although the target of the tribulation lightning was only the little gold mouse was still on his shoulder. But the little gold mouse was lying on his shoulder, so for a time, he'd become the target of the tribulation lightning as well. The tribulation lightning was high up in the sky as its terrifying aura enveloped down, and it practically sealed Duan Lingtian within it, causing Duan Lingtian to feel as if he was within a thunderstorm. What entered his eyes was a dazzling scene, and the aura of lightning carried along the might of nature as it swept over. At this instant, Duan Lingtian abruptly closed his eyes and seemed to have comprehended something. This is lightning? At this moment, Duan Lingtian had even forgotten that he was in a dangerous situation, and he still silently savored the aura of lightning as he comprehended the characteristics of lightning and everything about lightning. The lightning force seed that Duan Lingtian had comprehended was silently strengthening. The bolt of tribulation lightning was about to blast onto Duan Lingtian. Squeak squeak. Chapter 495. Amidst her sharp cry, the little gold mouse transformed into an exceedingly swift golden light that left Duan Lingtian's shoulder and shot towards the horizon. Whereas the bolt of tribulation lightning that descended with a bang turned around above Duan Lingtian's head and chased after the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse stopped moving and stood in midair. As she looked at the bolt of tribulation lightning that flashed over, the little gold mouse's jade-green eyes contained slight disdain mixed within. Bang! The bolt of tribulation lightning charged menacingly directly towards the little gold mouse. The bolt of tribulation lightning was about to strike the little gold mouse. Squeak! The little gold mouse's body didn't even enlarge as she opened her mouth and let out a sharp cry. Instantly, the air trembled, and the surrounding airflow started to flash towards the little gold mouse's mouth like a bolt of lightning. Whereas the bolt of tribulation lightning was swallowed into the little gold mouse's stomach without the slightest delay. The thunder was loud, but the rain was small. In the blink of an eye, the bolt of tribulation lightning that approached menacingly had become food in the little gold mouse's stomach. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse rubbed her bulging stomach as she looked complacently at Duan Lingtian, wanting to take credit. In next to no time, she noticed that Duan Lingtian stood there like a block of wood without the slightest reaction, and she instantly drooped her little head in slight dejection. Bang! Bang! The dark clouds in the horizon roiled as the sixth bolt of tribulation lightning of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, which was also the last bolt of tribulation lightning, had finally condensed into form and descended with a bang. Accompanying its descent was another bolt of tribulation lightning that possessed might not inferior to it. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse's eyes glowed as she flashed out to approach Duan Lingtian and wait for the descent of the two bolts of tribulation lightning. The first bolt of tribulation lightning descended with a bang like a falling meteor, and its target was Duan Lingtian. Squeak! But, even though the bolt of tribulation lightning came menacingly, it was swallowed into the little gold mouse's stomach without the slightest delay when she opened her mouth. Subsequently, the little gold mouse's gaze descended onto the bolt of tribulation lightning at the back. Right when the little gold mouse opened her mouth once more with the intention of swallowing the last bolt of tribulation lightning. Little gold, leave this bolt of tribulation lightning to me. Duan Lingtian woke up, and as soon as he opened his eyes, his body moved. As swift as the wind, as shocking as thunder. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian soared into the sky to greet the final bolt of lightning that descended with a bang. Now, it's time to test the might of the lightning force I just comprehended. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a smile. His gaze suddenly focused as he raised his hand, his sleeve fluttering as he pointed out with his finger. His yuan power condensed with an awe-inspiring might that seemed capable of piercing through everything. Tempest Finger. A light beam shot out from Duan Lingtian's fingertip. It was intertwined with strands of green and purple gang qi. The purple gang qi was slightly weaker, but not by much. The beam of origin energy was accompanied by wind force and lightning force as it swept out, and it formed the true tempest force. Whoosh! The tempest point shot out with an ear-piercing screech. The airflow in the air moved as it fiercely hit the last tribulation lightning. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out as the last tribulation lightning was directly shattered by Duan Lingtian's finger, and it transformed into nothingness. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged, and he was calm and composed. His internal organs only trembled slightly. At this moment, beside the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Duan Lingtian, another 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared, amongst the 1,000 ancient mammoths that had been added. Amongst them, the strength of 500 ancient mammoths belonged to wind force, half-step advanced wind force. The strength of the other 500 ancient mammoths belonged to lightning force, half-step advanced lightning force. Duan Lingtian had gotten his wish and comprehended half-step advanced lightning force. I have to thank the fifth tribulation lightning that replicated the lightning tribulation that blasted towards Little Gold that I was able to comprehend half-step advanced lightning force. At the same time that Duan Lingtian had a slight lingering fear in his heart when he thought of what happened earlier, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. That tribulation lightning flashed directly towards him. If the little gold mouse didn't make a move in time, he would surely die. At that moment, he even slightly regretted why he was so arrogant and didn't use a spirit sword since the beginning. Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't use a spirit sword for the sake of being able to use Tempest Point to resist the tribulation lightning, and comprehend lightning force while resisting the tribulation lightning. Even though Tempest Point could be executed with a spirit sword, and its might was similarly great, but its effect would be greatly reduced. Tempest Point was a finger technique martial skill after all. Executing it with the finger was the way of the king. Right when Duan Lingtian was enveloped by the energy of the tribulation lightning and was about to be blasted by the tribulation lightning. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian had a clear comprehension of the characteristics of lightning and everything about lightning. This sort of comprehension was similar to sudden enlightenment, yet it wasn't completely sudden enlightenment. After all, he'd already developed a lightning force seed. Just like that time, he didn't know anything about wind force, and then he directly comprehended wind force in one go. That could be called a true epiphany. Whereas this time, Duan Lingtian mostly relied on the tribulation lightning and relied on Tempest Point to allow his lightning force seed to grow into half-step advanced lightning force in a short period of time. Half-step advanced wind force, half-step advanced lightning force. Presently, my Tempest Point can already be considered to have broken through to the mastery stage. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and an excited expression couldn't help but appear on his face. This was something he'd never expected beforehand. Tempest Point was a high-grade Earth rank martial skill that came with the fifth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Lightning Wirm form, and its might was extraordinary. Whereas the advancement of one's cultivation was extremely difficult, and it was different from ordinary high-grade Earth rank martial skills. For ordinary high-grade Earth rank martial skills, so long as one's force was improved, then one's cultivation could be improved along with it. Just like the high-grade Earth rank movement technique Duan Lingtian cultivated, Whirlwind. So long as one's wind force was improved to a certain extent, then Whirlwind would be able to improve along with it. Presently, Duan Lingtian had comprehended half-step advanced wind force, and Whirlwind had improved to the mastery stage along with it. Whereas Tempest Point instead required wind force and lightning force to improve at the same time before it could complete the advancement of its cultivation. Just like before. Even though Duan Ling Tian had comprehended half-step advanced wind force, because he hadn't comprehended lightning force, even if he executed the Tempest Point, it would still be an incomplete Tempest Point, and it was even to the extent that it hadn't even stepped into the initial stage. The Tempest Point's cultivation required both wind force and lightning force to satisfy the conditions at the same time before it could be improved. Just like now. Duan Lingtian's wind force and lightning force were both half-step advanced force, and the Tempest Point he executed when they complemented each other could be considered to have stepped into the mastery stage. Whereas if he wanted to cultivate Tempest Point to the perfection stage, then he must cultivate both wind force and lightning force to the advanced stage at the same time. My Tempest Point is sufficient to crush any high-grade earth rank martial skill of the same cultivation. This was something Duan Lingtian was extremely confident in. What a joke! Tempest Point was a high-grade earth rank martial skill that came along with the 9 Dragon War Sovereign technique, and its might wasn't inferior to any high-grade earth rank martial skill in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. After all, this was a martial skill that utilized 2 types of force complementing each other. A high-grade earth rank martial skill like this was extremely rare. Even in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, there weren't many martial skills like this. Finally, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, and he looked at the little gold mouse that descended on his shoulder as he said with a smile, "Little gold, looks like you're not far away from breaking through to the next level. I thought you would be able to rely on the medicinal strength of the Monkey King wine to break through this time. Big brother Ling Tian, give me some more." The little gold mouse looked eagerly at Duan Lingtian, and her jade-green eyes were filled with yearning. "We'll talk about it in the future." Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head, then his brows raised as his gaze descended onto the vast city behind the clouds and mist in the distance. "We ought to enter the city. Once the Dragon and Phoenix Academy is settled down, I'll give you 2 more drops of Monkey King wine, and they're the last 2 drops. Big brother Ling Tian, you're too stingy." The little gold mouse once again sent a voice transmission, and she was slightly unhappy. "It's not that I'm stingy, but this Monkey King wine is the same as spirit fruits. After consuming it once and consuming it later on, its effects will decrease infinitely. No matter how much I give you, it's still a waste. Moreover, I don't have much Monkey King wine in my possession." Duan Lingtian shook his head and revealed a bitter smile. "Does this little gold really think that the Monkey King wine in my possession is an ordinary wine that I can have as much as I want?" The little gold mouse went silent for a moment when she heard Duan Lingtian, then she started jumping for joy. Like a child that hadn't grown up. "Let's go, enter the city." Duan Lingtian brought along the little gold mouse as his figure flashed out towards the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duan Lingtian only descended from the sky when they arrived outside the entrance of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Meanwhile, many void-prying stage martial artists that had similarly descended noticed Duan Lingtian. At the beginning, they didn't pay much attention to him, but when they saw Duan Lingtian's appearance clearly, they were instead dumbstruck. This young man looks to be less than 25 years old, yet he's actually already a void-prying stage martial artist. A void-prying stage martial artist couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva as he spoke in astonishment. "Impossible, right? The head of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great young masters, Crazy Young Master, had only just stepped into the void-prying stage at the age of 29. His companion shook his head and didn't dare believe it. Could it be that he took good care of himself? The former was surprised and bewildered. "It's possible." The latter nodded in all seriousness. Waves of similar discussions sounded out from the mouths of the void-prying stage martial artists that saw Duan Lingtian descend from the sky. Duan Lingtian naturally heard it as well, and he was speechless. Took good care of himself? To think that they were able to think of it. However, they did remind me. In the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, there are indeed many methods of taking good care of oneself, but most of them are assisted by spirit medicines. If it's a woman or a martial artist that has stepped into the void prying stage or above, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Duan Lingtian flashed through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and thought in his heart. That deadbeat father of mine is 50 years old, yet looks to be around 30 years old. There's only two possibilities. Firstly, he consumed a spirit medicine that slows down the aging of one's appearance. Secondly, he once broke through to the void prying stage. Chapter 496. As for women. Perhaps it was because the heavens had bestowed upon men various advantages over women, so they compensated women in other aspects. So long as women took care of themselves, they were able to slow down aging to a certain extent, just like Duan Lingtian's mother, Li Ro. Even though she was a little over 40 years old, she looked as if she wasn't even 30 years old yet. This was the innate advantage of women. So long as one's cultivation steps into the void prying stage, even though it's not to the extent of rejuvenating oneself, but so long as one intends, one can use origin energy to control aging to a certain extent. It's even to the extent that martial artists at the void prying stage and above still have the appearance of a middle-aged man when they die of old age 100 years later. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Presently, the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu ceaselessly flashed within his mind. So long as one has the patience to frequently use origin energy to activate one's flesh and skin, the higher one's cultivation is, the better one can slow down aging. During the first lifetime of Samsara Emperor Wu, his cultivation stepped into the Emperor Wu stage, and he was already 120 years old. But at that time, merely based on his outer appearance, he was only a middle-aged man around the age of 50. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian found out about the appearance of Samsara Emperor Wu before he underwent samsara. As for the second lifetime of Samsara Emperor Wu, before he underwent samsara, he was 113 years old, and his outer appearance was only a young man around the age of 30. Duan Lingtian's mood surged. 113 years old, yet looked like a young man around the age of 30. What sort of concept was this? Of course, Duan Lingtian knew the reason Samsara Emperor Wu was able to maintain such a young appearance during his second lifetime. During his second lifetime of Samsara Emperor Wu, his cultivation had already broken through to the void prying stage at the age of 25. Since that time, Samsara Emperor Wu intentionally used origin energy to slow down his aging. Later on, Samsara Emperor Wu found the treasures he left behind during his first lifetime, and he stepped into the void initiation stage, void interpretation stage, and even the void transformation stage at an extremely fast speed. Later on, the rebirth martial emperor even became a martial monarch when he was 50 years old by relying on the experience of his first lifetime. At the age of 60, he successfully became Emperor Wu. The achievements of the reincarnation Emperor Wu in his second lifetime, especially the time he spent to become Emperor Wu, could be said to be unprecedented on Cloud Continent. At the very least, in the history of Cloud Continent, there had never been such a young Emperor Wu. Once one becomes a martial emperor, although one can't rejuvenate their youth, they can retain their youth forever. If the Emperor Wu of the Samsara era had become a martial emperor 10 years earlier, he might have been able to maintain his appearance when he was 26 or 27 years old. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he thought in his heart. Martial artists at the void prying stage and above mostly can't be judged by appearance and age. Even if a martial artist at the void prying stage and above didn't intentionally use origin energy to slow down their aging, their formidable origin energy is still able to unintentionally slow down their aging, and their aging speed is far slower than ordinary martial artists. Duan Lingtian shook his head and withdrew his thoughts. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian disregarded the surprised gazes from the surroundings as he walked with large strides towards the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial city. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial city was boundlessly vast and imposing, and it was like an enormous beast that lay there. The wide open door was like the bloody maw of this enormous beast, and it ceaselessly swallowed people into its stomach. On both sides of the door was a row of armored soldiers guarding there. They stood ramrod straight, and their gazes didn't contain the slightest expression as they looked coldly and indifferently ahead. Duan Lingtian slowly walked into the city, and the little gold mouse on his shoulder looked around with interest. The cute little gold mouse drew the gazes of many people. These people were mostly women and children. "Mom, what a cute little gold mouse." An immature voice sounded out from the side, and it was naive and unaffected. Duan Lingtian slightly turned his head and saw an ordinary woman carrying a little boy as she walked nearby. "Young master, the child speaks without thinking, I hope you can forgive him." The woman hurriedly covered the little boy's mouth, and she had a terrified expression as she bowed and apologized to Duan Lingtian. "It's fine." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He naturally guessed why the woman had such a reaction. The violet clothes he wore weren't ordinary cloth, but were instead made from special silk that was worth 1,000 gold coins. Obviously, the woman discerned that he was extraordinary from the clothes he wore. Duan Lingtian didn't know. This woman didn't merely discern that he was extraordinary from the clothes he wore. The bearing he unintentionally emitted coupled with his clothes gave the woman the feeling that he was a respected existence that couldn't be offended. This world is like this, there's a clear distinction between ranks. Before these ordinary people, I'm different and high above. However, in front of the current me, those experts at the ascension stage and above are similarly high and mighty. The woman's reaction caused Duan Lingtian to sigh with emotion. He knew that only by standing at the peak and becoming a person above others would he be able to make this feeling vanish. Otherwise, there would always be someone that stood higher than him and was able to look down upon him. Duan Lingtian's heart of an expert had unknowingly become more tenacious. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse suddenly cried out, and at the same time, a voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. "Big brother Lingtian, I'm hungry. I want to eat meat, I want to eat meat." Duan Lingtian lowered his head and rolled his eyes at the little gold mouse. "You little fellow, you're really a foodie." Even though he said this, Duan Lingtian still found a restaurant. The restaurant was incomparably luxurious, and it was far from something a small restaurant could compare to. It was only close to meal time now, and the customers within the restaurant had just increased. Duan Lingtian occupied 2 tables by himself. "Customer, do you need anything?" The restaurant's attendant came over to greet Duan Lingtian and warmly entertained him. "Fill that table with various fragrant stir-fried meat. As for my table, just casually serve some of your restaurant's signature dishes and a jug of wine." Duan Lingtian chose a seat by the window and sat down, then he pointed at the empty table beside him as he spoke to the attendant. "Yes, customer." The attendant replied and left with a face full of smiles. He loved to entertain this sort of frank customer the most. As for Duan Lingtian asking for 2 tables and only ordering stir-fried meat for the empty table, he didn't feel it was strange. He only thought that this customer still had companions that hadn't come, and this customer's companions preferred to eat meat. When the dishes were served and he saw the little gold mouse on Duan Lingtian's shoulder fly out to sweep away the stir-fried meat on the single table, the attendant was completely dumbstruck. As an attendant in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial city, he felt that he'd seen much of the world. But it was truly the first time he'd seen someone so extravagantly ordering a table of stir-fried meat for a pet mouse to eat. The world of the rich is really not something we can understand. Even if it's the young masters and young misses of the great clans in the imperial city, I've seen many of them, but I've never seen them so extravagant. The attendant couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Meanwhile, the table the little gold mouse sat at attracted attention as expected. Extravagant. Too extravagant. This is the Drifting Fragrance restaurant. That table of stir-fried meat would at least cost 100 silver. 100 silver for a pet mouse's meal? Squandering, too squandering. I wonder which young master is from, to actually squander like this. Even if he has money, he shouldn't spend it like this. For a time, the crowd of customers in the restaurant whispered in discussion. Huh. Little Gold, looks like they all think you're only a pet mouse. Duan Lingtian remained indifferent when he heard the whispers of these people, and he couldn't help but send a voice transmission to tease the little gold mouse. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse cried out with dissatisfaction, yet couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the people around her, and she buried her head in eating. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Yet he didn't know what expression these people that were sighing about his extravagance and squandering would have if they knew that it was this little gold mouse that had helped him earn over 100 million gold. Almost 1 year ago in Black Wind City, he'd precisely relied on the deterrence of the little gold mouse to forcefully extort a large sum of money from the Ma clan and Huang clan. That huge sum of money added up to more than 100 million taels of gold. 100 silver for a table of dishes? Duan Lingtian remained indifferent. 100 taels of silver was equivalent to 1 tael of gold. Compared to the over 100 million gold that the little gold mouse had earned for him, it was simply a drop in the ocean and wasn't worth mentioning. Along with the passage of time, the restaurant was bustling with people, and there were no empty seats. Many people entered the restaurant, and because they didn't have a seat, they could only sigh and leave. Most of these people that left glanced at the little gold mouse that occupied a table by itself with envy and jealousy, and they all felt that their entire lives were inferior to a pet mouse. Duan Lingtian was originally still drinking and eating when a few figures approached, causing him to frown. Duan Lingtian lazily raised his head, and only now did he see a young man in embroidered clothes walking over with 2 middle-aged men. The young man in embroidered clothes' gaze descended onto the little gold mouse, and he was slightly surprised. "Kid, this is your pet?" Behind the young man in embroidered clothes, one of the middle-aged men took a step forward and looked at Duan Lingtian as he said in a low voice, "Go accompany your pet. Leave this table empty and give it to my young master. This is your reward." The middle-aged man spoke with an overbearing aura as he casually tossed out a gold bill. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian raised his hand to receive the gold bill, and when he glanced at the denomination on it, he was slightly surprised. 100 gold. Truly generous. Humph. Fuck off after taking the money. When he saw Duan Lingtian being surprised by a 100 gold bill, the corners of the middle-aged man's mouth curled into disdain, and he grunted coldly as he shouted in a low voice. Slap. Duan Lingtian's gaze squinted abruptly, and with a raise of his hand, a stack of gold bills appeared in his hand. This is 10,000 gold. Fuck off after taking the money. Remember, it's really fuck off. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he raised his head to look at the middle-aged man and grinned. His smile was filled with wickedness. Want to compete in wealth with me? 10,000 gold? Duan Lingtian's voice wasn't soft, and it attracted many gazes for a moment. In next to no time, when these gazes touched the young man in embroidered clothes, they lightly trembled as if they'd seen something terrifying. Chapter 497. Obviously, the background of this young man in embroidered clothes wasn't simple. However, was Duan Lingtian the type of person that would throw his dignity beneath the feet of another and allow the other party to trample on him because he was afraid of the other party's background? The answer was no. Kid. The middle-aged man's face sank when he saw Duan Lingtian being so insensible, and he shouted out coldly. Do you know who my young master is? Let me tell you, my young master isn't someone a lowly commoner like you can offend. If you're sensible, then quickly F***K off. Be careful or it'll be too late for regret. Too late for regret? Duan Lingtian put away the 10,000 gold in his hand, then glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man with a smile on his face. "Then I'm curious how you'll make me too late for regret." Duan Lingtian's mood was extremely displeased from being disturbed while eating. "Kid, you're courting death." The middle-aged man's face sank as he shouted out explosively, then his figure leaned forward as his hand descended like a cattail leaf fan, enveloping towards Duan Lingtian with menacing momentum. In the sky above him, 1,500 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. This middle-aged man was obviously a half-step void stage martial artist. Meanwhile, most of the customers in the restaurant that saw this scene couldn't help but shake their heads and sighing with emotion that Duan Lingtian was too ostentatious and didn't know how to conceal his strength and bide his time, causing him to kick an iron plate in the end. Half-step void stage? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into an arc when he saw the middle-aged man attacking him, and it contained slight disdain mixed within. Bang! The middle-aged man's palm descended, origin energy coiled and raged, and it carried the might to split mountains and split rocks as it flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian's chest, desiring to blast Duan Lingtian out of the restaurant with a single strike. It's not certain who's courting death. Right at this critical moment, Duan Lingtian spoke with a tone that contained slight laziness mixed within. Subsequently, everyone present noticed to their astonishment. 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes instantly appeared in the sky above the violet-clothed young man that spoke lazily. In the next moment, they saw something. The purple-clothed young man casually raised his hand and grabbed the middle-aged man's hand like an eagle grabbing a chick. Immediately after. "Get down." Duan Lingtian displayed a cultivation that completely suppressed the middle-aged man. After easily grabbing the middle-aged man's hand, he casually threw him out of the window. After the middle-aged man was thrown out, the elemental energy on his body started to wreak havoc. He swayed in the air, as if he was trying to adjust his landing position. Humph! A wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, and with a raise of his hand, he pointed out one finger after another. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, strands of pure origin energy condensed into finger force that whistled out and swept towards the middle-aged man. Duan Lingtian held back when he attacked. The middle-aged man came to his senses and didn't dare to act rashly. He allowed his body to fall to the ground in its original state. He knew clearly in his heart that the moment he moved, those elemental energy fingers would mercilessly hit him and penetrate his body. Bang! The middle-aged man whose body had stiffened and was terrified to the point he broke out in cold sweat fiercely fell on the street outside the restaurant, and he fell flat on his face and was in an extremely sorry state. As expected, this scene drew the attention of the passers-by. Within the restaurant. After he taught the middle-aged man a lesson, Duan Lingtian didn't even spare a glance at the young man in embroidered clothes and the other middle-aged man. At this moment, the pupils of the young man in embroidered clothes who'd maintained his composure since the beginning couldn't help but constrict, and he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. "I never imagined that brother is already a void-prying stage martial artist at such a young age. Admirable, admirable." Duan Lingtian paid no attention to the young man in embroidered clothes. The young man in embroidered clothes was slightly embarrassed, and then he squeezed out a trace of a smile on his face. "I'm the Ji clan's Ji Feng. I hope brother can forgive my subordinates for offending you earlier. Can you not disturb my meal?" Duan Lingtian raised his head and glanced impatiently at Ji Feng. Ji Feng's face froze, then he took a deep breath and didn't get angry. "Sorry. I'll leave now, I'll leave now." As he spoke, Ji Feng brought along the other middle-aged man and left the restaurant. The farce ended here. It caused the people in the restaurant to be slightly unsatisfied. I thought that the Ji clan's young master Feng would take revenge for his subordinate. But I never imagined that he would leave with his tail between his legs. truly disappointing. In my opinion, this Ji clan's young master Feng is an intelligent person. This young man's cultivation has already stepped into the void-prying stage at such a young age. Obviously, he's a young genius that was recommended to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy this time. I wonder which power recommended this young genius. This young man looks to be not more than 25 years old. Even if he takes good care of himself, he's probably not more than 30 years old. Such natural talent isn't the slightest bit inferior to the 5 great young masters, yet I've actually never heard of him in the past. The crowd of customers in the restaurant whispered in discussion, and they were all shocked by Duan Lingtian's cultivation. As for Duan Lingtian, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these people. Not more than 30 years old? Duan Lingtian felt a wave of speechlessness in his heart. Outside the restaurant, Ji Feng brought along the 2 middle-aged men left with a calm expression, as if he'd already completely tossed the matter from before to the back of his mind. Young master, that kid is too arrogant. Could it be that we're just going to let it go like this? The middle-aged man that was thrown out of the window by Duan Lingtian earlier had an enraged expression as he gnashed his teeth and spoke. Humph. Ji Feng coldly swept the middle-aged man with his gaze and said indifferently, if you want to go back and teach him a lesson, I won't stop you. But I'll tell you in advance, even if you're killed by him, our Ji clan won't stand up for you. The middle-aged man was instantly muddled when he heard this, and he drooped his head and didn't dare speak again. In the future, don't use force to solve problems so easily. Use your brain more. Ji Feng lectured the middle-aged man. That violet-clothed young man possesses a cultivation at the void-prying stage at such a young age. He's surely one of the young geniuses that was recommended to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy this time. With his strength, it isn't difficult for him to become eminent in the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Even if a person like this can't become a friend, he absolutely can't become an enemy. Moreover, do you think a power that's capable of fostering such a young expert would be simple? As he finished speaking, Ji Feng's tone obviously contained slight fear. Ji Feng's words caused the 2 middle-aged men to nod repeatedly, and they were sincerely convinced. Especially the middle-aged man that was ranting about his unwillingness earlier, his face was crimson red, and he felt that he'd lived all these years in vain, as he couldn't see things as clearly as his young master. However, he ought to have just arrived at the Imperial City. I reckon he'll go register at the Dragon and Phoenix Academy later. Let's go eat first, then we'll go register at the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. I'm really looking forward to seeing the young geniuses from all over the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Ji Feng's face revealed a smile as he muttered to himself. The others ought to not be as abnormal as that fellow from before, right? Half an hour later. Duan Lingtian and the little gold mouse successively finished sweeping away the dishes and intended to pay the bill and leave. Do you know how to get to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy? Duan Lingtian looked at the attendant and asked. The attendant was extremely respectful and reverent to Duan Lingtian now, and he respectfully guided the way for Duan Lingtian, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. What a joke! The young man before him was a void-prying stage expert. Although he'd seen many void-prying stage experts, it was still the first time he'd seen such a young one. Moreover, the young man had just thrown out the guard by the side of the Ji clan's young master Feng, and it was awe-inspiring in terms of ferocity. Yes. After he found out about the location of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Duan Lingtian nodded, then looked at the gold bill of 100 silver on the table. Take this gold bill to settle the bill, and take the rest as a tip for you. I truly never imagined that someone would treat me to a meal as soon as I arrived at the Imperial City. Duan Lingtian stood up as he spoke, and after the little gold mouse leaped onto his shoulder, he left the restaurant. The 100 gold was precisely the gold left behind by the guard by the side of the Ji clan's young master Feng. Thank you, young master, thank you, young master. The attendant's face flushed red when he heard Duan Ling Tian, and he was extremely excited. 100 gold. It was equivalent to 10,000 silver. It was equivalent to his salary for a few tens of years. Under numerous gazes that were filled with envy and jealousy, the attendant took the gold to pay the bill. That young expert really did come for the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. I originally thought that the 5 great young genius representatives of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom heading to the Darkstone Empire 1 year from now would be occupied by the 5 great young masters. Now it would seem that another dark horse has appeared. 5 great young masters? In my opinion, the dark horse of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation isn't only that young expert from before. Supposedly, the 7-star sword sect that had already been annihilated had a genius disciple that luckily survived, and with that person's natural talent, he's probably already broken through to the void prying stage now. That 7-star sword sect disciple seems to be called Duan Ling Tian, and he'd once successively defeated Saber Young Master and Zither Young Master. Most importantly, his age is far younger than any one of the 5 great young masters. In terms of natural talent, no one in the history of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom is able to surpass him. The group of people in the restaurant discussed animatedly, and their words were filled with admiration towards Duan Ling Tian. But even if his natural talent is great, even if he's already broken through to the void prying stage now, would he dare make an appearance? The Azure Forest Trisect has exhausted all their efforts to find him, wanting to drag him out and kill him. That Duan Ling Tian has already caused the Azure Forest Trisect to be in a state of chaos at such a young age. I can imagine that if he's able to survive properly and matures, he'll surely become the nightmare of the Azure Forest Trisect. If I was him, I would lie dormant, and before I matured, would absolutely not appear before the eyes of the Azure Forest Trisect. I hope he's able to come out. I'm extremely curious, on the path to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, exactly how far a monstrous genius like him can go. I'm extremely curious as well. Duan Ling Tian naturally didn't know that a group of people were discussing him in the restaurant earlier. Chapter 498. Duan Ling Tian stood on the empty ground and was able to see many young geniuses walking over successively from all directions, and the space between their brows had slight excitement and arrogance mixed within. So many people? All of them are people recommended by the various powers of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he saw so many people. With a quick thought, he came to an understanding. These few days are the last few days for the young geniuses of the various powers to register at the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Many people ought to have only come to register in these few days. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, and his gaze descended onto the empty ground before him. There was an arched door in front of them. At the side of the door stood a tall stone tablet, and on the stone tablet were 3 large words that were carved in a flamboyant style: Dragon and Phoenix Academy. These 4 words were carved in one go, and are filled with a peerlessly fierce aura. I presume it was personally carved by an expert. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Presently, there were 3 old men sitting behind a stone table before the arched door, and the stone table was neatly placed with brushes and ink. The young geniuses that gushed over from all directions successively arrived before the table of the 3 old men before withdrawing a certificate and passing it to the 3 old men for inspection. After they inspected it, the 3 old men would complete their registration and give them a command token. The people that obtained the command token excitedly passed through the arched door and walked into the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. There's really many people. Duan Ling Tian looked at the 3 long lines before him and couldn't help but shake his head, then his body slightly leaned forward, intending to line up. Right at this moment. Roar! An enormous roar sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ears, and it was like a thunderclap. Not only did it alarm Duan Ling Tian, even the young geniuses that were lining up couldn't help but turn around to look over. Duan Lingtian turned around. With a single glance, he saw an enormous leopard walking over here, and everywhere it passed, the passers-by would move aside in succession. This leopard's entire body was covered in snow-white fur that seemed like white flames that were burning. Every time it opened its bloody mouth and emitted a low roar, it caused coldness to arise from the bottom of one's heart. Snow leopard? Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. He didn't think that there would be someone using this kind of beast as a means of transportation in the imperial city. Snow leopard, a 7th-level nascent soul stage fierce beast. 2 words immediately popped up in his mind. Acting tough. It's the Yin clan's Yin Zhe. Yin Zhe, the Yin clan's second young master. In terms of natural talent, he's only inferior to the 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. I've long since heard of him. Since he's able to tame a snow leopard, the strength of this Yin clan's second young master is surely at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above. This Yin clan's second young master, Yin Zhe, is 29 years old this year, and his cultivation is supposedly already at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Many people were whispering, and Duan Lingtian knew the identity of the person who had come. Yin family? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. He had never heard of this family before. But presumably, it should be a clan from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial city, and it wasn't an ordinary small clan. Duan Lingtian was able to discern this from the fearful gazes of many young geniuses. Huh. Yin Zhe, you've really come early. Right at this moment, a hearty laughter sounded out. Accompanying this laughter was a shocking roar of a beast. An enormous wolf that was completely covered in black striped fur appeared. After the enormous wolf appeared, its scarlet-red eyes stared fixedly at the snow leopard, as if it would pounce over and fight it at any moment. Black-striped wolf. Many people exclaimed in surprise. Black-striped wolf, a 7th-level nascent soul stage fierce beast, and it was even more ferocious than the snow leopard. Another powerful dire beast. Many young geniuses looked enviously at the person on the back of the black-striped wolf. Duan Lingtian looked over as well. This was a young man around the age of 30 that wore black clothes. His appearance was ordinary, but an insufferably arrogant expression was emitted from between his brows. Half-step void stage? Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out and detected this person's cultivation at the first possible moment. It's the Sima clan Sima Yang. This Sima Yang is a genius martial artist of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom as well. In terms of natural talent, he's comparable to Yin Zhe and is only inferior to the 5 great young masters. Someone recognized the black-clothed young man and exclaimed in a low voice. Humph. Sima Yang, what a coincidence, I can even encounter you while registering. Yin Zhe grunted coldly. Obviously, he didn't get along well with Sima Yang. As soon as Yin Zhe finished speaking, he didn't pay any further attention to Sima Yang and commanded the snow leopard to continue walking towards the Dragon and Phoenix Academy's entrance. Everywhere it passed, all the young geniuses moved aside. In next to no time, the snow leopard that Yin Zhe sat on had arrived before Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian just happened to be standing at the empty space before the entrance. At this moment, Yin Zhe had 2 choices. The first was to go around Duan Lingtian's left side. The second was to go around Duan Lingtian's right side. After all, this empty space was extremely spacious. But Yin Zhe didn't choose, and instead glanced coldly at Duan Lingtian as he shouted coldly. Where did this kid that's still wet behind his ears come from? F***K off. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Yin Zhe, then paid no further attention to him, as if he utterly didn't hear what Yin Zhe said. Yin Zhe's face sank. Roar. The snow leopard that Yin Zhe sat on seemed to have noticed its master's rage, and it roared in a low voice at Duan Lingtian who was blocking the way. Duan Lingtian frowned, and finally spoke lazily. The road is so wide, don't you know how to go around it? Go around it? Inja's already gloomy face couldn't help but reveal a ridiculing smile when he heard Duan Lingtian. Kid, that's still wet behind his ears. Inja, never go around it. If you know what's good for you, then quickly F***K off. Otherwise, I'll make the snow leopard directly press down on you. His words were filled with a threatening intent. Duan Lingtian's calm expression finally sank. Make the snow leopard press down on me? Does this Inja really think he's a judge that decides life and death? Then I really want to know how you're going to make this snow leopard press down on me. The gloominess on Duan Lingtian's face instantly vanished without a trace, and replacing it was a brilliant smile. Duan Lingtian's words caused Inja to be unable to refrain from frowning. As the Yin clan's second young master and possessing extraordinary natural talent in the martial Dao, it was naturally impossible for him to be an idiot. Presently, there were only two possibilities why the violet-clothed young man before him still dared act like this after knowing his identity. Firstly, this was a rash youth that utterly didn't know what status their Yin clan possessed in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial city. Secondly, this was an existence with a shocking background that wasn't afraid of their Yin clan. For a time, he instead hesitated. Roar! Right when Inja was hesitating, another beast roar sounded out. A young man in embroidered clothes sat on an enormous tiger that was completely covered in sky-blue fur as he walked over, and everywhere he passed, the passers-by moved aside. Ji Feng. The brows of Sima Yang, who sat on the black-striped wolf, raised as he greeted the young man in embroidered clothes. It's him. Duan Lingtian recognized the person that had arrived. It was precisely the young man in embroidered clothes that he'd met once in the restaurant earlier. At that time, he'd thrown an ignorant follower of the young man in embroidered clothes into the restaurant. He'd originally thought that the young man would stand up for his subordinate. Unexpectedly, the young man had actually left directly. At that time, he knew that the young man was an extremely scheming person, and it was absolutely impossible for the young man to make things difficult for the young man before he found out about the young man's background. A person like this was extremely terrifying. It's the Ji clan's Ji Feng. In terms of natural talent, this Ji Feng is a figure on par with Inja and Sima Yang. He's only 29 years old, yet his cultivation has already stepped into the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Many young geniuses recognized Ji Feng. Inja, you should obediently take a detour. Ji Feng imperceptibly nodded with a smile to Duan Lingtian, then he looked at Inja, who rode a snow leopard and stood nearby before Duan Lingtian, and he started laughing loudly. There was no lack of ridicule within his laughter. Obviously, Ji Feng and Inja didn't get along well. Sima Yang looked at Inja as well, and a trace of ridicule appeared on the corners of his mouth. Inja, obediently take a detour. Do you really think that the road before the Dragon and Phoenix Academies and Trance belongs to your Yin clan? Humph. Inja was originally still guessing Duan Lingtian's identity and background, but now that he was ridiculed by his two old rivals, his face instantly flushed red and he was enraged to the limit, and he'd completely lost all reason. Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Fuck off. Otherwise, I'll take your life. Inja's icy cold eyes stared at Duan Lingtian as he shouted with a grim voice. At this moment, he'd vented all his rage onto Duan Lingtian. Take my life? Duan Lingtian shook his head and said indifferently, this is a large and empty space, and all the spectating young geniuses can testify that it was I who stood here first. As the saying goes, first come first serve. I came first, and you came later. Logically speaking, it ought to be you that takes a detour. Now, you're actually taking my life for such a small matter? As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, even though his tone was still calm, his eyes had already flickered with an imperceptible and frightening cold light. Duan Lingtian was enraged. Has this young man gone mad? Does he know who he's talking to? He's a young genius that was recommended to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy as well. He wondered which faction had recommended him. Was there no one else in that faction? A young man like this is able to be recommended to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. He's going to be in trouble. Of course. Inja's temper is famous for being bad. Today, this young man being so unappreciative will surely completely infuriate Inja. The crowd of spectating young geniuses whispered in discussion. Inja, I think this brother is right. Everything has to be done first come first serve. Right at this moment, Ji Feng rode his enormous tiger over slowly, and when he arrived before Duan Lingtian, he went around him before looking at Inja, and the ridicule on his face didn't reduce in the slightest. Humph. Ji Feng, you're really getting worse and worse. Inja glanced coldly at Ji Feng, and then his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as he laughed with ridicule. You actually took a detour for a little kid like this? Today, I'll let you see that I, Inja, am able to make this person you took a detour for lie down obediently. As he finished speaking, Inja's tone was filled with ruthlessness. Crush him. Chapter 499. Along with Inja's low shout, the gazes of the group of young geniuses at the entrance of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy were filled with pity as they looked at Duan Lingtian. All of them felt that Duan Lingtian was about to be struck with misfortune. Roar! The snow leopard raised its head and roared explosively with a might that shook the heavens. Its enormous body moved as it charged towards Duan Lingtian, then it opened its bloody mouth and fiercely bit towards Duan Lingtian. The snow leopard was about to bite Duan Lingtian. Squeak! The fluffy golden fur on the little gold mouse that stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder instantly stood on end, and it let out a sharp cry that was filled with extreme rage. Right at this moment, an unbelievable scene appeared. Everyone present was dumbstruck when they saw the scene before them. Some people even stretched out their hands to fiercely wipe their eyes, as if they were confirming that they weren't seeing things, along with the little gold mouse's sharp cry. The snow leopard that charged menacingly towards Duan Lingtian instantly stopped on the spot. In the next moment, the snow leopard's enormous body trembled, and it actually directly lay down on the ground and shivered. On the other hand, Inja, who was on the snow leopard's back, was accidentally thrown off by the snow leopard, and he fell onto the ground in a sorry state. Roar! The snow leopard lay on the ground with its head tightly stuck to the ground, and it seemed as if it was a subject that was submitting to the emperor. Squeak squeak! The little gold mouse stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and it raised its forelimbs like a human and proudly raised its head, as if it was a high and mighty emperor. As a demon beast, so long as it revealed its aura to a ferocious beast, it was sufficient to make the ferocious beast submit in fear. This scene caused everyone to be dumbstruck. A formidable ferocious beast, snow leopard, actually lay down before a pet mouse? It was simply unbelievable. When did snow leopards become so cowardly? Isn't that just a cute pet mouse? It only cried out once, yet the snow leopard was like a mouse that saw a cat, and it directly lay down? Humph! This snow leopard is really a disgrace to nascent soul stage ferocious beasts. Many of the spectating young geniuses scoffed at snow leopard's reaction. Only Ji Feng and Sima Yang had heavy expressions, and their eyes were filled with fear when they looked at the little gold mouse on Duan Lingtian's shoulder. They knew that the little gold mouse standing on this young man's shoulder was absolutely not a pet mouse. What a joke! Could pet rats make the ferocious beasts under them restless? Earlier, when the little gold mouse emitted that cry that was directed towards the snow leopard, they'd all felt the restlessness of the ferocious beasts beneath them. If it wasn't for them placating the little gold mouse, the ferocious beasts beneath them would have probably already gone mad and fled. Ji Feng, you know him? Sima Yang looked at Ji Feng and asked via voice transmission. Obviously, he'd discerned that Ji Feng's actions earlier were entirely to induce Yinja step by step, to make Yinja lose his reason and make a move against that mysterious violet-clothed young man. Not really. I saw him at the restaurant an hour ago. Ji Feng shook his head and replied via voice transmission. At the same time, Ji Feng looked at Yinja, who had a dumbstruck expression and was staring blankly on the ground, and the corners of his mouth curled into a ridiculing smile once more as he added fuel to the fire. Sure enough, like master, like beast slave. Yinja, you should apologize to this young brother. In this way, perhaps he'll be magnanimous and forgive your rashness. Beast slave was the name the people of Cloud Continent gave to enslaved ferocious beasts and demon beasts. Of course, a demon beast like the little gold mouse that Duan Lingtian took to be a friend and wasn't enslaved by him couldn't be considered a beast slave. This Ji Feng, Duan Lingtian frowned, as he was able to discern that Ji Feng wished for the world to be plunged into chaos. As expected, he's a scheming person. Moreover, Duan Lingtian noticed that after Yinja heard Ji Feng, he quickly recovered from his shock, and when he looked at Duan Lingtian, his eyes were filled with ruthlessness and shame. There are some people you can't afford to offend. When he saw Yinja showing signs of flaring up, Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. Kid, you're courting death. Yinja shouted out explosively, and his voice was filled with extreme rage. Swoosh. At the same time, Yinja's figure shook, and he seemed to have transformed into a cannonball that directly charged towards Duan Lingtian. It wasn't just that, as Yinja's figure flashed out, his right hand formed into a fist as his origin energy skyrocketed, and he flashed out with a target that directly pointed towards Duan Lingtian's chest. Whoosh! In the sky, 1,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form and dashed out along with Yinja. Obviously, Yinja had attacked out of extreme rage, and he'd exploded out with all his strength. Pig-headed. Duan Lingtian never imagined that after the snow leopard was intimidated to the point it lay down, Yinja still dared attack him, and his face instantly sank as cold lights shot out from his eyes. At the same time that he shouted out coldly, Duan Lingtian moved. Tempest Point. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger, and he didn't even use wind force or lightning force. Only a point force condensed from pure origin energy whistled out to intercept Yinja's fist that approached menacingly. Swish! An ear-piercing howl abruptly sounded out. The point force that was condensed from the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths easily broke open the origin energy on Yinja's fist, and it easily touched Yinja's fist. Puchi. Duan Lingtian's origin energy point force pierced into Yinja's fist as if it had pierced into tofu. At the instant that a small hole was pierced on Yinja's fist by the origin energy point force and fresh blood splattered out, Yinja's shrill cry sounded out, and it was extremely miserable. Subsequently, Yinja stretched out his other hand and tightly held onto his right hand that was dripping with blood. At this moment, Yinja's body shivered as cold sweat flowed out. No. Impossible. Yinja ceaselessly shook his head as he looked at the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that gradually dispersed above Duan Lingtian, and he wasn't willing to believe that all this was true. This young man that looked to be not more than 25 years old was actually a first-level void prying stage expert. After Yinja who'd used his origin energy to stop the bleeding with great difficulty and had an extremely pale countenance clearly noticed his injuries, his face went grim and became exceedingly savage. You crippled my hand, you crippled my hand. The Yin clan won't let you off, the Yin clan won't let you off. Yinja's voice contained traces of trembling mixed within, because he noticed that his right hand was completely crippled. Duan Lingtian's origin energy point force had easily crippled 2 of his finger bones, and it didn't lose momentum in the slightest as it drilled into his arm bones and completely minced his bone marrow. Now, even if he had a grade 4 great recovery pill, it was impossible for his hand to recover. Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm when faced with Yin Zhe, who had a savage and warped expression, and he said indifferently, "Before you made a move, I'd already told you. There are some people you can't afford to offend. If you offend them, then you have to pay the price. You." Yin Zhe's face flushed red, and only now did he recall that Duan Lingtian had indeed said this. But at that time, he was furious to the extreme, so how could he possibly listen to Duan Lingtian? He only thought that Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying him. "You're dead, you're dead." Yin Zhe glanced hatefully at Duan Lingtian, then he leaped onto the back of the snow leopard that lay on the ground, and he looked at the snow leopard and shouted coldly. "Get up! Do you think you haven't lost enough face?" But the snow leopard utterly paid no attention to him, and it lay on the ground by itself as it shivered when facing the aura of a demon beast emitted by the little gold mouse. Useless trash. Yin Zhe's expression was unsightly to the extreme when he saw the snow leopard paying no attention to him, and he raised his left hand to reveal a spirit saber. "Ohm!" The spirit saber descended and directly pierced into the snow leopard's head, killing it. Perhaps, even until its death, the snow leopard never imagined that its owner would suddenly kill it. "I won't let you off." Absolutely not. Yin Zhe once again used a vicious gaze to glance at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a highly venomous crimson serpent that chose its target to devour. Subsequently, Yin Zhe's figure flashed out to leave the entrance of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, and he vanished at the end of the road. Obviously, he'd returned to the Yin clan. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to Yin Zhe's threat. Yin clan? In the past, the 5 great sects reigned supreme in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and besides the imperial family of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there wasn't a single clan that could compare with any one of the 5 great sections. Presently, 2 of the 5 great sects had been annihilated successively, and the remaining 3 great sects had merged into one to form a formidable power that wasn't inferior to the imperial family, Azure Forest Trisect. The Azure Forest Trisect undoubtedly wished for nothing more than to eliminate Duan Lingtian, the surviving member of the 7-star sword sect, as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian daring to stand here today represented that he was mentally prepared to face the Azure Forest Trisect. He wasn't even afraid of the Azure Forest Trisect, so would he be afraid of a Yin clan? After Yin Zhe left, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and intended to line up to register. Presently, everywhere Duan Lingtian passed, all the young geniuses moved aside, and in the end, they moved him to the front and allowed him to register first. No matter where an expert went, they were able to obtain the respect of others and obtain some special privileges. Void prying stage. He's actually a void prying stage expert. At this moment, besides Ji Feng, the group of young geniuses including Sima Yang looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes that were filled with shock and astonishment. A young man that looked to be not more than 25 years old had a cultivation at the first level of the void prying stage. Such an accomplishment caused everyone to be extremely shocked. Ji Feng, you knew since long ago? Sima Yang looked at Ji Feng, and when he saw Ji Feng lightly nodding, the corners of his mouth twitched. You've really screwed Yin Zhe over this time. Yin Zhe has crippled one of his hands, and I'm afraid he has no fate with those few positions to head to the Darkstone Empire. Along with Sima Yang speaking, the gazes of most young geniuses descended onto Ji Feng, and they felt a chill run down their spines. If it was said that the violet-clothed young man that crippled Yin Zhe's hand was a formidable fierce tiger that was capable of destroying everything in a direct confrontation, then Ji Feng was a poisonous snake. Then this Ji Feng was a venomous snake that killed without leaving a trace. The latter caused them to be even more shocked. With a few words, he crippled the number 1 genius of the Yin clan's younger generation. Chapter 500. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian walked step by step to arrive before a stone table at the entrance of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Senior. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the old man behind the stone table was looking at him with a dumbstruck expression, and he couldn't help but remind him. The old man reacted, and only now did he realize that he'd lost his composure, and his face went red as he stretched out his hand. "Kid, your proof of recommendation." Presently, after the old man witnessed Duan Lingtian's cultivation, his tone became slightly more courteous. "Senior, this is my proof of recommendation." Duan Lingtian raised his hand and withdrew a proof from his spatial ring, and it was precisely the proof that the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor gave him that day. The old man received the proof from Duan Lingtian. Some of the surrounding young geniuses couldn't help but gather over, and their gazes shot straight at the proof of recommendation that was gradually unfolding in the old man's hand. Even the group of young geniuses in the outer area had curious expressions. "I wonder which power he's from." Ji Feng's eyes squinted, and he was filled with curiosity towards Duan Lingtian's identity in his heart. At this moment, Sima Yang was also watching the scene in front of him with great interest. He was similarly curious. "Crimson Sky Kingdom? You're from the Crimson Sky Kingdom?" Finally, the old man found out about Duan Lingtian's origins from the proof of recommendation that Duan Lingtian passed over, and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Crimson Sky Kingdom?" Although the old man's voice wasn't loud, it seemed to be especially clear under the silent atmosphere in the surroundings. "He's from the Crimson Sky Kingdom? I know of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. It's one of the numerous kingdoms under our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and I've never heard of any outstanding figures appearing from it in the recent years. I never imagined that such a monstrous genius would appear this time. A small kingdom is able to give birth to such a terrifying genius martial artist. Unbelievable. I thought earlier that he was someone from a hidden power of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom." After the surrounding group of young geniuses found out about Duan Lingtian's origins, at the same time that they sighed with emotion, they couldn't help but be slightly disappointed. Duan Lingtian's origins were slightly different from what they'd imagined. After all, the shock that Duan Lingtian had given them was too great. His cultivation had already stepped into the void-prying stage at such a young age. In terms of natural talent, he was even not inferior to the most outstanding 5 great young masters of the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. "So you're just someone from a small kingdom?" Ji Feng's brows raised as he thought of something. "Looks like I was too sensitive. However, even if he is from a small kingdom, with such talent, he is bound to achieve great things in the future. Such a person should only be a friend, not an enemy." "People from a small kingdom?" Sima Yang was a little surprised. Soon, the crowd fell into a deathly silence. The old man, who was reading the certificate that Duan Lingtian handed to him, spoke again. You're called Duan Lingtian?" The old man's voice was filled with shock and astonishment. Duan Lingtian. When this name was called out by the old man, the atmosphere at the scene fell silent for a moment. Then, like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, it became completely lively. "Duan Lingtian? Isn't Duan Lingtian the peerless genius of the 7-Star Sword Sect? Supposedly, when the 7-Star Sword Sect was annihilated, the higher-ups of the 7-Star Sword Sect risked their lives to send that Duan Lingtian out, and they took him to be the future hope of the 7-Star Sword Sect. He wouldn't be that Duan Lingtian that the Azure Forest Trisect wished for nothing more than to get rid of during this past year, right? It can't be such a coincidence, right? Didn't he come from a small kingdom? Perhaps it's someone with the same name." Amidst the waves of discussion, the gazes of the young geniuses present descended onto Duan Lingtian, and they seemed to want to obtain confirmation from Duan Lingtian. The gazes of the 3 old men that were in charge of registration had descended onto Duan Lingtian as well. Duan Lingtian noticed that the old man before him was slightly hesitant to speak as he looked at him. Duan Lingtian guessed the old man's thoughts and lightly nodded. "Exactly, I'm Duan Lingtian. Besides being a member of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, I'm also a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. Duan Lingtian's words had undoubtedly confirmed his identity. It's really him. No wonder his natural talent is so terrifying. So it turns out that he's that Duan Lingtian. I was wondering where so many monstrous geniuses came from in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. So it turns out that he's that peerless genius of the 7-star sword sect, the existence that had once successively defeated Saber Young Master and Zither Young Master. Instantly, the surrounding young geniuses looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes that were filled with burning gazes. He's that Duan Lingtian? Ji Feng and Sima Yang looked at each other with tacit understanding, and when they glanced at each other, they saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Ji Feng, I truly never imagined that we would still be able to see that monstrous genius of the 7-star sword sect of legend. Sima Yang's voice transmission was filled with emotion. Yeah, I truly never imagined it. Ji Feng had a complicated gaze. He's too rash. If I was him, I'd lay low and wait until I possessed sufficient strength before appearing before the eyes of the world. For the sake of avoiding future troubles, it's impossible for the members of the Azure Forest Trisect to let him off with such a high-profile appearance in the Imperial City. Sima Yang sighed. Everyone has their own aspirations. Since he dared come, it shows that he's already made preparations and isn't afraid of the Azure Forest Trisect. Looks like there'll be a show to watch in the future. Ji Feng's voice transmission was filled with anticipation. This is your command token. The old man passed the command token in his hand to Duan Lingtian, and at the same time, he reminded Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. Duan Lingtian, it probably won't be long before the news of your appearance in the Imperial City spreads to the Azure Forest Trisect. I suggest that in the next year, unless the Academy has an assignment for you to complete. Otherwise, it's best that you don't leave the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. No matter how audacious the members of the Azure Forest Trisect are, they wouldn't dare directly touch you in the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. The old man's tone was serious, and his words were filled with confidence towards the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. The Dragon and Phoenix Academy was an academy that was specially set up by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family for the sake of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and it received the protection of the imperial family. Even though the Azure Forest Trisect was formidable like the sun in the midday sky. But before the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family, it was still insufficient. Only because the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family had an expert at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above, yet the Azure Forest Trisect didn't. Thank you for your reminder, Senior. Duan Lingtian's heart felt warm when he heard the old man, and he received the command token before walking into the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Not long after he passed through the arched door and entered the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, a middle-aged man came over to greet him right away, and the middle-aged man glanced indifferently at Duan Lingtian. Wait a moment. This middle-aged man had a wooden expression, and his tone was extremely cold and indifferent. Obviously, he didn't know what had happened outside the academy earlier and didn't know Duan Lingtian's identity. Otherwise, it would probably be difficult for him to maintain such composure. Duan Lingtian nodded and waited on the spot. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw 2 people walking over side by side, and it was precisely Ji Feng and Sima Yang. The 3 of them gathered together in next to no time. You 3 newcomers, follow me. The middle-aged man called out to Duan Lingtian's group of 3 before walking into the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. I truly never imagined that so you're that peerless genius of the 7-star sword sect, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian followed behind the middle-aged man when a voice that was filled with emotion suddenly sounded out by his ears. It was precisely Sima Yang who lightly smiled as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Peerless genius? Duan Lingtian shook his head. I can't be considered to be a peerless genius. Cloud Continent is so huge. Not to mention the foreign lands, even if it's within the Dark Han dynasty, there are numerous people that are able to obtain accomplishments that surpass me at my age. The middle-aged man that led the way ahead revealed slight surprise in his eyes when he heard Sima Yang, and he even glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words that were neither haughty nor humble, he couldn't help but nod to himself. Not arrogant nor rash, he's indeed a good sapling. Dark Han dynasty? Sima Yang's face froze when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he laughed bitterly. I didn't compare you with the geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty. In the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, your natural talent is indeed already considered to be a peerless genius. Dark Han dynasty? Sima Yang knew his own limitations. Perhaps, he would have the chance to become eminent in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and obtain the opportunity to head to the Darkstone Empire to compete with the young geniuses of the various Imperial Kingdoms, but it was practically impossible for him to become eminent in the Darkstone Empire. Not to mention the young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty, he didn't even dare compare himself with the young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire. Duan Lingtian shook his head and didn't say anything further. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? He'd never thought of staying in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom for his entire lifetime, so it was impossible for him to not compare himself with those geniuses in the martial Dao outside. Huh. Sima Yang, Duan Lingtian's gaze is different from ours. Our gazes are fixed on the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and we'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Whereas Duan Lingtian possesses monstrous natural talent, and he'll sooner or later walk out of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to wander in the wider world. Ji Feng laughed loudly, and his words seemed to be able to see through Duan Lingtian's thoughts. This caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but think slightly higher of Ji Feng. Sima Yang laughed embarrassedly when he heard this. It's me who's too short-sighted. Right at this moment, the middle-aged man that led the way spoke out slowly. After all of you enter the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, all of you must abide by the rules of the Academy. In the following year, besides when the Academy issues assignments to all of you and tempering all of you can leave. At other times, all of you only have one chance to leave every month, and all of you are free to choose. Once you violate the rules, you'll be expelled from the Academy and lose the qualifications to participate in the Genius competition 1 year from now. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, Ji Feng and Sima Yang revealed bitter smiles, as they never imagined that there would be such a rule. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he didn't mind. To him, his goal was to become eminent in the Genius competition held by the Dragon and Phoenix Academy 1 year from now and win the opportunity to head to the Darkstone Empire to compete with the young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire and even the young geniuses of the various imperial kingdoms. Chapter 501. Squeak squeak, but the little gold mouse was slightly unhappy, and she said to Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. Big brother Lingtian, you can't go out. Then wouldn't I have no meat to eat? You little fellow, you only know how to eat. Don't worry, I'll go out once a month, and at that time, I'll let you eat to your heart's content. Duan Lingtian replied angrily via voice transmission. The middle-aged man only turned around to glance at the little gold mouse in surprise when he heard the little gold mouse's cry, and then he turned around and continued walking forward. Whereas Ji Feng and Sima Yang looked at the little gold mouse with gazes that contained slight fear mixed within. Although the little gold mouse hadn't revealed her strength before them, but just the aftershock of her cry caused their slave beast to become restless and uneasy, they could imagine that this was absolutely not an ordinary pet mouse. It was very likely a demon beast. All along the way, Duan Lingtian noticed that there were practically no buildings within the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, and it was completely empty. In next to no time, under the lead of the middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 arrived at a place that was filled with potholes. This place was filled with puddles of water, and there were even many places with trash that emitted a pungent stench that was unbearable. So smelly. Sima Yang couldn't help but stretch out his hand to pinch his nose, and his expression was slightly unsightly. Originally, as far as he was concerned, the Dragon and Phoenix Academy was an academy established by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family after all. Even if it was established hastily, the environment within ought to not be too bad. But the facts proved that his way of thinking was wrong, extremely wrong. Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp, and he noticed with a glance that there were many tattered tents scattered all over this place that were filled with potholes. These tents were covered in desolation and were extremely tattered. If it was raining, they would utterly be unable to shelter from the wind and rain. Moreover, there were many people standing outside these tents and looking at them. These people were mostly young men, and there were also a small number of young women. They had something in common. Just by looking at their appearances, they were all below the age of 35. This place wouldn't be where the students of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy stay, right? A bad premonition arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. At this time, Ji Feng and Sima Yang also reacted, and their expressions changed. They were all young masters who grew up with golden spoons in their mouths. When had they ever lived in such an environment? Letting them live in such a broken place was simply torture for them. From now on, this will be your living quarters. You can pick any tent you like. The middle-aged man turned around and glanced indifferently at Duan Lingtian and the other two. Then, he turned around and left. Only Duan Lingtian and the other two were left looking at each other. You want to live in this lousy place for a year? The corner of Sima Yang's mouth twitched as his brows furrowed. His expression was extremely ugly. Ji Feng's expression didn't look good either. Only Duan Lingtian remained calm. To him, the environment here was not too bad. As a special forces soldier and a mercenary in his previous life, he often faced all kinds of harsh environments. Among them, there were many places that were 100 or 1,000 times worse than this place. Therefore, even if the environment here was very bad, he did not complain. Only through suffering can one rise to the top. Newcomers? Right at this moment, a slightly hoarse voice sounded out from afar. Duan Lingtian and the other two looked towards the source of the voice. With a glance, they saw a building that was similar to a sentry tower standing in the distance in this bumpy area, and there was an exquisite little house on top of it. Compared to this towering exquisite house, the tattered tent on this bumpy area was simply like a beggar's residence. For a moment, Ji Feng and Sima Yang's eyes went red as they stared fixedly at the towering exquisite house. Although this house was far inferior to the house they lived in at home, compared to the tattered tent, it was simply like heaven. Only Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the figure in front of the exquisite house. This was an old man. The old man wore gray clothes, his face was stiff, and a trace of fierceness was emitted from between his brows. I'm the Vice Dean of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Qi Ming. You can call me Vice Dean Qi, the gray-clothed old man spoke indifferently. Vice Dean Qi. When they heard that the old man was actually the Vice Dean of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Duan Lingtian and the other two were shocked and hurriedly bowed. Ji Feng and Sima Yang bowed. As for Duan Lingtian, he only nodded. This scene caused the old man to take a few more glances at Duan Lingtian. Since you've entered the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, you must abide by the Academy's rules. The old man indifferently swept Duan Lingtian and the other two with his gaze, then slowly said, I presume that when all of you arrived, someone already told all of you of the rules that all of you must abide by in the Dragon and Phoenix Academy for this year. Now, I'll tell all of you of the other two rules. As he spoke up to hear, the old man's originally muddy eyes abruptly became fierce, and he said in a low voice, Firstly, in our Dragon and Phoenix Academy, different people enjoy different treatment. These tents around you are the residences that the Academy has allocated to all of you, and all of you are not allowed to arbitrarily change them. Otherwise, the academy will expel all of you one by one. Not allowed to arbitrarily change them? Duan Lingtian's brows raised, as he was able to understand the meaning behind the old man's words. If there wasn't this rule, after the students of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy stayed here, they would surely impatiently want to leave the academy and go out to purchase various things that could improve their living conditions. After all the people that were able to be recommended to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy were young geniuses from all over the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. All of these people were proud geniuses of the heavens in their respective powers, and when had they suffered such hardships? Yet now, this rule was set, and it dispelled the thoughts of everyone that wanted to change their living conditions. The old man's words sounded out, and Ji Feng and Sima Yang glanced at each other with bitter smiles on their faces. A similar thought had arisen in their minds earlier, but who knew that it would be directly rejected by the rules of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy? What lousy rule! The two of them couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Vice Dean Qi, I wonder what you mean by, different people enjoy different treatment? Duan Lingtian asked. This, you'll know in a moment. The old man didn't explain and continued. Second, the students of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy can fight, but they can't harm the lives of others or even cause them to be crippled. Otherwise, they will be expelled from the academy as well. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by this. The Dragon and Phoenix Academy had the responsibility to protect the safety of any young genius that was recommended to enter the academy. Now, all of you go find an empty tent to stay in. After the old man finished speaking, he didn't pay any further attention to Duan Lingtian's group of three. Duan Lingtian shook his head and took the lead to leave to look for an empty tent. Presently, the pile of tents that remained were even more tattered than the other tents. The good ones had already been taken away. I really don't know what the imperial family is thinking. Making such a lousy place for us to stay in. If I lack money, I'm completely capable of using my own money to build an independent courtyard. Sima Yang's tone was filled with complaint. I presume there's some other purpose behind all this. Ji Feng frowned and guessed. What other purpose could there be? Sima Yang grunted. In a short while, Duan Lingtian's group of three found their own tents. The three tents weren't far from each other. The tents were extremely small, and when one opened the tent, one could see that there were many cockroaches and cockroach feces inside. Just looking at it caused one to feel disgusted and unable to accept it. F***K. What kind of lousy place is this? Can people even stay here? Sima Yang, who had just stretched out his hand to open the tent, went pale and closed the tent once more. At this moment, many more people came over and chose their own tents one by one. The expressions of these people were unsightly, and many of them couldn't help but grumble. It's time to eat. A resounding voice suddenly sounded out. He saw a few middle-aged men carrying a few large plates over in large strides. On the plates were some rice that was so thin that the rice couldn't be seen, and there was also a moldy steamed bun, a bowl of rice soup and a steamed bun. Duan Lingtian received his food with an astounded expression. If he couldn't even eat his fill, how would he cultivate? I'll endure living in this lousy place. Are these things for people to eat? Sima Yang, who had an unsightly expression, finally exploded. He raised his hand and threw the rice and steamed bun that were so thin that the rice couldn't be seen on the ground. Ji Feng frowned as well. Since he was young, when had he ever eaten such food? Although Duan Lingtian felt that it was slightly inconceivable, he didn't feel that it was anything. Perhaps the Dragon and Phoenix Academy was tempering them. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to eat the steamed bun and drink the rice soup, another few middle-aged men appeared before Duan Lingtian and the others. These middle-aged men had also come to deliver food. However, the plates in their hands were filled with fragrant rice, and there were also various fine wine and delicacies that caused one to drool. Humph. Eating these is more like it. After Sima Yang and Ji Feng saw these dishes, their expressions eased up. However, they were quickly dumbstruck again. They saw these middle-aged men carrying these sumptuous dishes directly walk past their area and head inside. There was a large door that led to another area. These dishes aren't for us to eat? Sima Yang's face went grim, and his figure flashed out to stop a middle-aged man that was carrying fine wine and delicacies. Then he said in a deep voice, "What's the meaning of this? You're giving us rice soup and moldy steamed buns, yet others have fine wine and delicacies?" Humph. The middle-aged man glanced indifferently at Sima Yang. "If you have the ability, you can replace them as well. So long as you enter the inner hall, you'll naturally be able to enjoy the same treatment." After he finished speaking, the middle-aged man paid no further attention to Sima Yang and passed through the large door ahead to enter another area. Inner hall? The middle-aged man's words caused the group of young geniuses that had just entered the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, including Duan Lingtian, Sima Yang, and Ji Feng, to have bewildered expressions. Before long, Duan Lingtian and the others couldn't help but follow. Chapter 502. Presently, what appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others was an area paved with luxurious limestone bricks. On this limestone brick area, 10 spacious and luxurious courtyards stood there in an orderly manner. Every courtyard had a spacious house, and the lawn outside the houses was filled with flowers and plants that emitted the fragrance of flowers. Compared to the area Duan Lingtian and the others were currently at, this area was simply like another world. They followed the few middle-aged men in to deliver food. Young geniuses walked out successively from the 10 courtyards and received the fine wine and delicacies before returning to their courtyards to eat and drink. "Isn't the person in the innermost courtyard the crazy young master, Luo Zhan?" Suddenly, an exclaim of surprise sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. "Crazy young master?" Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Although he'd never seen this crazy young master in the past, Duan Lingtian had heard of him since long ago. Crazy young master, the head of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. In terms of strength and natural talent, he was at the top amongst the 5 great young masters. Luo Zhan. Sima Yang and Ji Feng, who were by Duan Lingtian's side, successively recognized crazy young master Luo Zhan. Not only that, they recognized quite a few of the young geniuses that occupied the other 9 courtyards as well. What's going on? Why is their treatment so good, yet our treatment so bad? Sima Yang's expression was gloomy, and his voice was incomparably chilly. Perhaps, this is what Vice Dean Qi meant when he said, "Different people enjoy different treatment." Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he spoke slowly. The nearby Ji Feng couldn't help but nod in agreement to Duan Lingtian's words. Exactly. All of us that were recommended to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy will be brought to the outer hall to live in a place that stinks to the heavens, sleep in extremely tattered palms, and eat rice soup that can't see the rice and moldy mantus. Whereas if we want to change our current situation, there's only one way, and that is to enter the inner hall. A young genius from the outer hall walked forward and successfully attracted the attention of Duan Lingtian and the others, before he continued, "As you can see, the treatment of the inner hall is completely different from that of the outer hall. In the inner hall, not only is the living environment the best, every meal is served with fine wine and delicacies. And if you want to enter the inner hall and live in these luxurious courtyards, there's only one way. That is to defeat a young genius from one of the courtyards in the inner hall and replace him. In this way, the young genius that wins the challenge will be able to obtain the treatment of the person he defeated. He will be able to live in a comfortable and luxurious house and eat the best wine and delicacies." This young genius from the outer hall finished speaking in one breath. As he spoke, his face was filled with envy. In this way, those people that are still unable to stay in the inner hall after a year, Even if the genius competition begins, it would be practically impossible for them to obtain the qualifications to head to the Darkstone Empire's imperial city and approach the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Suddenly, someone said aloud, "You can say that." The young genius from the outer hall nodded, and then his eyes shone brightly. "So, I've set a goal for myself now. I must work hard to break through in this year and strive to win a place in the inner hall." Presently, the weakest person in the inner hall is in existence at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage or above. This is still because not everyone has arrived. In these few days, the young geniuses recommended by the various powers of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom will gather together. At that time, those without a cultivation at the half-step void stage or above will probably find it difficult to gain a foothold in the inner hall. When they heard this, the group of people by Duan Lingtian's side, including Ji Feng and Sima Yang, had serious expressions, and all of them deeply agreed. In this way, so long as I'm able to defeat any one of them, I'll be able to replace them, live in their courtyards, and enjoy the fine wine and delicacies that they're enjoying now. Sima Yang's eyes shone brightly as his figure flashed out to charge through the door and enter the inner hall area. He intended to directly issue a challenge and replace one of the young geniuses in the inner hall. During mealtime and sleeping time, you're not allowed to issue a challenge. Right at this moment, a voice that was filled with energy sounded out from behind everyone, and it entered into Sima Yang's ears at the same time, causing Sima Yang to be unable to help but stop moving. It was precisely the voice of the Vice Dean of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Qi Ming. Presently, Qi Ming stood outside the exquisite house that was like a watchtower, and his gaze was sharp as he took in everything in the outer hall and inner hall. Looks like this Vice Dean Qi is staying here. To a certain extent, he's monitoring everything in the inner hall and outer hall. If anyone violates the rules, I'm afraid that person will be dragged out by him in a short moment. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and thought in his heart, "Humph. Then we'll wait for them to finish eating." Sima Yang retreated. Meanwhile, the group of young geniuses in the outer hall heard that someone wanted to challenge a member of the inner hall, and they'd finished eating the rice soup and moldy mantus in their hands before leaving their respective tents and walking over to join in the fun. Slap! A clear sound of shattering sounded out, and it was a bowl filled with rice soup that had been smashed onto the ground. Along with it was a moldy mantus that had been smashed onto the ground. For a time, the gazes of the members of the outer hall present descended onto Duan Lingtian. It was precisely Duan Lingtian who'd thrown away the rice soup and moldy mantus in his hand. I originally thought that everyone would receive the same treatment. But now it would seem that it isn't so. Since it's like this, there's no need for me to eat these things. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and his sharp gaze descended onto the inner hall. Slap! Right at this moment, Sima Yang smashed the bowl that contained the rice soup and moldy mantus in his hand onto the ground before fiercely stomping them flat. I fucking won't eat these lousy things. I fucking want to eat fine wine and delicacies. I'll join as well. Ji Feng shook his head and smiled before smashing the bowl and mantus in his hand. This caused the group of young geniuses in the outer hall to sigh. So it's the Ji clan's Ji Feng and the Sima clan's Sima Yang. No wonder they're so confident and dare directly smash the rice soup and mantus. Ji Feng? Sima Yang? They're the figures in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom whose natural talent is only inferior to the 5 great young masters? Exactly. It's them. With their strength, I presume it isn't difficult for them to occupy a place in the inner hall. Some of the young geniuses in the outer hall recognized Ji Feng and Sima Yang, and they sighed with emotion. I'm not surprised that Ji Feng and Sima Yang are confident. But this violet-clothed young man was the first to smash the rice soup and mantus, and he seems to be extremely confident as well. This young man looks to be not more than 25. Even if he takes good care of himself, it ought to be impossible for him to be more than 30. I've never heard of such a figure in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Humph. He smashed the rice soup and mantus. If he's unable to enter the inner hall, he'll have to starve for a meal. Many young geniuses in the outer hall couldn't help but shake their heads, and they didn't look favorably upon Duan Lingtian. These people were all people that had arrived at the Dragon and Phoenix Academy since early in the morning. Presently, there were many young geniuses that had just entered the Dragon and Phoenix Academy today, and all of them had expressions of disdain when they heard what these people said. These people actually dared to look down upon Duan Lingtian? Now, they were slightly anticipating how shocked these people would be when they witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength and found out about Duan Lingtian's identity. They tacitly didn't speak of Duan Lingtian's identity and didn't refute these people, because they knew that there was no need for them to refute. Duan Lingtian would use his actions to prove everything. At this moment, even Ji Feng and Sima Yang tacitly didn't speak of Duan Lingtian's identity, and they obviously had similar thoughts. These fellows are eating so slowly. Sima Yang frowned and had an impatient expression. Looking at others drinking fine wine and tasting fine delicacies while standing here and starving was a feeling that caused one to feel extremely displeased. Finally, within the 10 courtyards in the inner hall, there was a young man around the age of 30 that was the first to finish sweeping up the fine wine and delicacies, and then he stood up. His ridiculing gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian and the others as he grinned. "Is there anyone that wants to challenge me, Chai Jin?" Chai Jin. As soon as the young man spoke, Duan Lingtian noticed that the expressions of Ji Feng, Sima Yang, and many other outer hall young geniuses went pale. The outer hall young geniuses that didn't go pale were all people that had entered the Dragon and Phoenix Academy long ago, and the reason they weren't surprised was because they knew of the existence of Chai Jin since long ago. Chai Jin. Duan Lingtian saw that even Ji Feng and Sima Yang had lost their composure, and under his curiosity, his spiritual force swept out to envelop Chai Jin. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian found out the reason the expressions of Ji Feng and the others went pale. This Chai Jin is actually a first-level void-prying stage martial artist. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. A first-level void-prying stage martial artist a little over 30, such natural talent was able to compare with figures like the 5 great young masters. It's Chai Jin, the number 1 genius of the Black Fiend sect. Supposedly, this Chai Jin had only risen in the Black Fiend sect in recent years, and had always been unknown to the public. In terms of natural talent, he's even not inferior to any one of the 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Supposedly, this Chai Jin had already broken through to the first level of the void-prying stage half a year ago. The crowd of outer hall disciples discussed animatedly. These discussions were heard by Duan Lingtian, and it caused Duan Lingtian's face to go pale. Black Fiend sect? This sect was something he'd never forget in his entire lifetime. The Black Fiend sect, the sect that had once annihilated the Boundless sect, there wasn't any connection between the Boundless sect and Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian didn't care when the Boundless sect was annihilated by the Black Fiend sect. What Duan Lingtian truly cared about was the scene of his dignity being trampled upon by the Black Fiend sect's elder in the misty forest outside Aurora City. Everything that happened at that time was something he couldn't forget for his entire lifetime. He still remembered. That Black Fiend sect's elder was called Sun Rui. Sima, didn't you despise them for taking so long to eat a meal? Now that someone has finished eating, do you want to challenge him? Ji Feng looked at Sima Yang, and his eyes narrowed as he smiled. Sima Yang rolled his eyes at Ji Feng. If you're able, then you go. You clearly know that he's a first-level void-prying stage martial artist, yet I go up, wouldn't that be looking for abuse? I challenge you. Chapter 503. Along with this cold and low shout resounded out. Everyone present, including Duan Lingtian, looked at the person that spoke. This was a white-robed young man with a face like jade, slanted brows, starry eyes, and an elegant bearing. Most striking of all was the sheathed sword he carried on his back. After all, practically all the young geniuses present didn't have a spatial ring, so there were very few people that carried weapons with them. Whereas this white-robed young man didn't seem to be a person that couldn't afford a spatial ring no matter how one looked at it. Sword Young Master. Right when Duan Lingtian was still wondering about this person's identity, an abrupt voice sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian to feel as if he was jolted awake from a dream. Sword Young Master. The person that was ranked fourth amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? A member of the Origin Convergence sect. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian recalled the other identity of the Sword Young Master, and his face couldn't help but sink. The Origin Convergence sect had merged with the other 2 great sects to form the Azure Forest Trisect now, and although it only existed in name, the sect still existed. Most importantly, when the 7-star sword sect was annihilated that day, the Origin Convergence sect bore the brunt of the annihilation and was the greatest enemy of the 7-star sword sect. I never expected that the Sword Young Master would come as well. The appearance of the Sword Young Master had successfully raised the atmosphere of the scene, and some of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy's outer hall students even looked at the Sword Young Master with expressions of adoration. Sword Young Master, Chen Xiao Shui. One of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Many years ago, he'd become renowned in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom with the 3-foot-long blade in his hand, and he was publicly acknowledged as an outstanding talent in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. First level of the Void Prying stage. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out and noticed the Sword Young Master's current cultivation at the first possible moment, and he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. With a quick thought, he came to an understanding. Although this Sword Young Master's ranking amongst the 5 great young masters was still below the Zither Young Master, the Zither Young Master had already stepped into the half-step void stage over a year ago. It wasn't strange that this Sword Young Master's current cultivation had stepped into the void prying stage. Perhaps it was because of the hostile relationship between the 7-star sword sect and the Origin Convergence sect, but Duan Lingtian faintly aroused slight hostility towards this Sword Young Master. Suddenly, Sword Young Master seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's hostility, and his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. I saw you at the entrance of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy earlier. You're the 7-star sword sect's Duan Lingtian. If you're dissatisfied with me because of the Gue Yuan sect, then you don't have to. An indifferent voice transmission was transmitted into Duan Lingtian's ears. Now that the Gue Yuan sect no longer exists, I am also no longer a disciple of the Gue Yuan sect. The Gue Yuan clan no longer exists. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this voice transmission belonged to Sword Young Master. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly when he heard Sword Young Master, and he couldn't help but ask via voice transmission. What do you mean by this? All those years ago, I was tricked into entering the Gue Yuan sect by an old fellow. I'd once promised him that I would be a disciple of the Gue Yuan sect for my entire lifetime. But now that the Gue Yuan sect no longer exists, my promise from that day is naturally void. Sword Young Master started to gnash his teeth slightly in his voice transmission, and later on, there was slight willful relief. It was as if the Gue Yuan sect no longer existed was a good thing to him. He'd recovered his freedom. Whether you're a disciple of the Gue Yuan sect or not is unrelated to me. All I know is that if you obstruct me when I'm seeking revenge for the Azure Forest Trisect for the 7-star sword sect, then you'll be my, Duan Lingtian's, enemy if you obstruct me. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Sword Young Master, and his tone was terrifyingly calm. Sword Young Master's figure stopped when he heard this, and he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian before a wisp of a calm smile appeared on the corners of his mouth, and he said via voice transmission, the rise and fall of the Azure Forest Trisect is completely unrelated to me. Not to mention, I'm not to the extent of looking for trouble for myself. Perhaps the greatest mistake of the Azure Forest Trisect when it annihilated the 7-star sword sect was allowing you to escape. Sword Young Master spoke extremely highly of Duan Lingtian, and he seemed to believe that Duan Lingtian possessed the ability to take revenge for the 7-star sword sect. This caused Duan Lingtian to be rather surprised. Sword Young Master. Sword Young Master. Sword Young Master walked over slowly, and the crowd of outer hall students that blocked the entrance to the outer hall and inner hall opened up a path, and many people greeted him humbly. Ji Feng and Sima Yang silently looked at Sword Young Master, and their eyes contained slight fear mixed within. Even though they were renowned in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City, they were greatly inferior when compared to figures like Sword Young Master that were like the 5 great young masters. It was even to the extent that they were suppressed by the 5 great young masters to a certain extent. They were suppressed to the point they were unable to catch their breaths. Sword Young Master passed through the entrance and entered the inner hall. Whereas now, the Black Fiend sect's genius disciple, Chai Jin, slowly walked out from the inner hall, and his eyes were filled with battle intent as he looked at Sword Young Master. I've long heard that Sword Young Master is the one and only sword cultivator amongst the 5 great young masters. Today, Chai Jin wants to properly experience your strength and see if Sword Young Master's reputation is undeserved. Make a move. I haven't eaten yet. Sword Young Master had a calm expression as he spoke with slight impatience. Sword Young Master's words caused the corners of the surrounding outer hall students to be unable to refrain from twitching. They were naturally able to discern the meaning within Sword Young Master's words. It was none other than firmly believing that Chai Jin would lose at his hands, whereas he would replace Chai Jin and make the members of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy prepare fine wine and delicacies for him. This was the treatment of an inner hall student of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Looks like Sword Young Master is extremely confident of himself. Chai Jin's face sank when he heard Sword Young Master, and with a raise of his hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand. Since it's like this, then let me experience Sword Young Master's ability. As soon as Chai Jin finished speaking, he moved. Whoosh! Chai Jin's figure shook, and he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed directly toward Sword Young Master. In the sky, 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Swish! Origin energy raged on the 3-foot-long blade in Chai Jin's hand, and sword lights tore through the sky to transform into specks of starlight that enveloped down toward Sword Young Master without leaving any opening. Right at this moment, another 760 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky. Obviously, the 3-foot-long blade in Chai Jin's hand was a grade 6 spirit sword. The might of a single sword strike contained the strength of 2,760 ancient mammoths. The Black Fiend Sect Starpoint Sword Technique? Not bad. But unfortunately, you haven't comprehended sword force, so it's unable to show off in the end. When he saw Chai Jin's sword flashing over, Sword Young Master spoke with a calm expression. At the instant he spoke, Sword Young Master stood on the spot, and with a raise of his hand, the spirit sword on his back instantly left its sheath. In the sky, 2,760 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared as well. In the next moment. Swish! Sword Young Master's sword was swift like a bolt of lightning. When his sword struck out, he didn't even utilize a sword skill, and only used the pure basic sword move, piercing sword style. You're courting death. Chai Jin's expression was unsightly to the extreme from being looked down upon by Sword Young Master, and with a raise of his hand, the speed of the sword in his hand became even swifter. Swish! 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 The specks of starlight descended like an array of stars that covered the sky, and they formed a heaven-encompassing net that enveloped Sword Young Master. Sword Young Master's gaze was calm, and his origin energy suddenly shook on the sword that swiftly flashed out. In the next moment, a peerlessly fierce aura was born from within the origin energy, and it suffused out as it raged and leaped about. At the same time, another 500 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air beside the 2,760 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Sword Young Master. Instantly, 3,260 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out. Half-step advanced sword force. Duan Lingtian was the first to react, and his face squinted as his heart shook, and his eyes contained slight shock mixed within. First level of the void prying stage, comprehending half-step advanced sword force. This comprehension ability was shocking. Practically at the instant Duan Lingtian reacted, the Vice Dean of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Qi Ming, exclaimed in shock from outside the exquisite little house that was like a watchtower. Half-step advanced sword force. Qi Ming didn't intentionally suppress his voice, and it caused the group of outer hall students to feel as if they were awakening from a dream. Half-step advanced sword force. Right when the group of outer hall students looked at each other. Swish! The sword in Sword Young Master's hand seemed as if it was assisted by the gods, and at this moment, it seemed to have transformed into a stroke of genius that pointed towards Chai Jin's hand that held the sword. In the next moment. Clang! The sound of iron weapons colliding sounded out. Subsequently, everyone saw the space between Chai Jin's thumb and index finger split open and dripped with blood, and the grade 6 spirit sword in his hand flew out to fiercely smash onto the ground. Thank you for letting me win. Sword Young Master sheathed his sword and stood there, then nodded indifferently towards Chai Jin. After that, he looked towards the few middle-aged men who stood nearby with sluggish divine abilities. They were the staff of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Help me prepare food. One of the middle-aged men nodded, then walked out with large strides to hastily prepare. After Sword Young Master nodded to Duan Lingtian, he turned around and entered the courtyard that belonged to Chai Jin. He'd defeated the inner hall student, Chai Jin, and kicked Chai Jin out of the inner hall. Whereas Chai Jin had been reduced to an outer hall student. If he wanted to become an inner hall student once more, he could only issue a challenge once more. But at this moment, Chai Jin obviously didn't have the mood to issue a challenge for now, and he stood on the spot with a dumbstruck expression. Sword Young Master's strength had given him too great of a shock. First level of the void prying stage, half-step advanced sword force, this comprehension ability was sufficient to cause the other 5 great young masters to pale in comparison. I truly never imagined that Sword Young Master has actually comprehended half-step advanced sword force. Comprehending such a sword force with such a cultivation. Sword Young Master's comprehension ability is probably considered to be at the top amongst the 5 great young masters. Even the head of the 5 great young masters, the crazy young master, Luo Zhan, has only comprehended elementary fire force. The crowd of outer hall students couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Even if it was the other inner hall students, they had shocked expressions now. All of you have finished eating, right? Sima Yang quickly recovered from his shock, then walked directly into the inner hall and challenged one of the inner hall students. Sima Yang, that inner hall student knew Sima Yang and knew that he wasn't a match for Sima Yang, so he directly admitted defeat. Go prepare fish and meat for me. Sima Yang smiled with satisfaction, then he looked at the staff of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy as he spoke. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.